Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the TADOHE Spring 2021 Summit. We have such a long schedule today filled with a lot of great presenters, so I want to get us right into it. Please help me in welcoming Dr. Sherry Bin.
All right. Good morning, everyone. All right. So excited about today. Well, as Javier said, I'm Dr. Sherry Bin. I'm the chair and presiding officer for the Texas Association of Diversity Officers in Higher Education. And on behalf of TADOHE and our executive board, I want to welcome you to our Spring 2021 Summit, Disrupting Structures of Oppression, Resisting and Healing. As a progeny of the African diaspora, I have an obligation to honor the labor of the ancestors as well as those indigenous to this land. Were it not for their will, determination, and assertion to live, many of us would not be in existence, quite frankly. Therefore, I am grateful to have the responsibility and privilege of paying something forward to offset a debt which I can never pay back by doing my small part in concert with you and others all over the world in the movement to help liberate us from all forms of unfreedom. In the spiritual and ancient traditions and practices of the global majority, we have a duty to honor the forebearers who were the early torchbearers in the fight for freedom and liberation with their very bodies and lives. After serving as torchbearers, they became our community's wise elders who eventually transitioned to the realm of the ancestors who now serve as our great cloud of witnesses and fuel every iteration of the continuation of the liberation movement. As an organization, our mission is to help advance that movement with educational institutions by providing resources and support for Texas colleges and university leaders who are serious about the pursuit of institutional diversity and equity related practices, policies, goals, and strategies regarding students, faculty, staff, and administrators. This charge is in accordance with the mission of our national association, TADOHE, which serves as a preeminent voice for DEIA officers, workers, advocates, and allies in higher education by supporting our collective efforts to help lead our institutions. Now, I am very proud to say that after several years of dormancy, we engaged in the restoration and revitalization of TADOHE, and we have accomplished a number of significant initiatives over the past 2 years during my tenure in office as state chair. Why? Because we have had a dedicated group of leaders on our board and contributing members that have executed those initiatives. I therefore want to acknowledge our TADOHE board, Dr. Stella Silva, Robert Garcia, Dr. Aaliyah Beavers, Dr. Liz Medina, Dr. David Cross, Kendra Wesson, Dr. Sophia Chapman, Dr. Skylar Walks, and Karina Ogulana. I want to express my sincere appreciation for the support of the board during my tenure as chair of our state organization. A leader is only as good as those who co-lead with her, and you all have supported and encouraged me as we have navigated the triumphs and challenges of this important endeavor together. Asante Sana. I want to thank our outstanding summit coordinators, Javier Carmona and Jaden Felix, along with the other members of our planning team. Thank you for organizing and coordinating such a hearty and powerful program agenda for our spirits and minds to feast upon during our 2021 Spring Summit, Disrupting Structures of Oppression, Resisting and Healing. A special thanks to our opening presidential speaker, Dr. Denise Strauss, each of our presenters and panelists. We are so appreciative of the opportunity to receive from the wellspring of your expertise. On behalf of TADOHE, I want to thank each one of you for helping us to offer such a broad spectrum of relevant topics to our membership and attendees. Thank you to our sponsors, Texas Tech University, University of Texas at Austin College of Pharmacy, and Texas State University. Thank you to our membership and those in attendance for making this day possible. We are also very excited that at today's summit, we will be listening in on a very intimate and candid conversation with some student leaders. Additionally, we will be presenting our Emerging Leaders Award, our Spotlight Awards for Emerging Leaders, to a group of young trailblazers who have been advancing the work of justice on their campuses and within their respective communities. This generation is certainly at the forefront of today's liberation efforts, and they keep us relevant, alert, and awoke by nudging us into the discomfort required for us to move forward. We are delighted that they are with us here today. Now, before I introduce our opening presidential speaker, I'd like to provide a bit of housekeeping and logistical information. 5 things that I want you to keep in mind. The first thing is that at the conclusion of each presentation will be a designated time for Q&A. The second thing is to please put your questions in the Q&A box, and our MCs will moderate the engagement process. The third thing is that the virtual elections process will be the first item during our TADOHE chapter business meeting, which will commence at 4:30 after the closing of the last session of the summit. For those of you who are TADOHE members, either by institution or individual membership, should have already received your election ballots, instructions, and amended bylaws. If you are a member and have not received those documents, please inform David Cross via the Q&A box. David Cross. Lastly, we encourage you to grab your snacks, libation, paper, and writing utensils to ensure your readiness and nourishment for the robust day ahead. We thank you so much for being here. Please take note of the conference agenda, as we have a robust array of speakers and some really outstanding topics. So please make sure that you have reviewed today's schedule. And at this time, I will introduce our opening welcome speaker, the president of Texas State University, my home institution, Dr. Denise Trout. Dr. Denise Trout became president of Texas State University in 2002. Before joining Texas State, Dr. Trout was provost and vice chancellor for academic affairs at the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. She earned a bachelor's degree in English at the College of Mount St. Joseph, a master's degree in journalism at the Ohio State University, and a PhD in mass communications at the University of Iowa. She is married to Dr. John Huffman, professor emeritus at Bowling Green State University and UNC Charlotte. They have 2 daughters, 4 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren. Under Dr. Trout's leadership, the university was designated a Texas Emerging Research University, has been reclassified as an R2 doctoral university, higher research activity under the Carnegie classification system, becoming a federal Hispanic serving institution, a minority serving institution, moved to FBS subdivision of the NCAA Division I, and has experienced its largest construction program, since being founded in 1899. The university has also greatly expanded its external funding of research and philanthropic giving. Currently, President Trout is the chair of the NCAA Division I Board of Directors and is an NCAA Division I Board representative to the NCAA Board of Governors. She is also a member of the Sun Belt Conference Board of Directors, Executive Committee, and has served as president of the Sun Belt Conference of Directors and as a member of the NCAA Presidential Forum. I present to you President Denise Trout.
Thank you, Dr. Ben, for that gracious introduction. I'd like to begin by welcoming everyone to the virtual Spring Summit of the Texas Association of Diversity Officers in Higher Education. And I'd also like to thank you for having me today. It's an honor to address this group of leaders and change makers from across Texas. I know firsthand how vital your work is, in part because Texas State University is fortunate to be home to leaders on the association's executive board who Dr. Ben just introduced. So I'd like to start by thanking them for their exceptional work, not just at Texas State University, but throughout Texas. Every academic year at Texas State, we have what we term the common experience, where our entire university spends the year exploring a certain theme. The upcoming theme is compassion, and it was presented to our community with the following words: when you do well, you feel the spotlight. When you do good, you illuminate the world. This inspired my main message today. As our state's higher education diversity officers, you do good work and seldom stand in the spotlight, but you definitely illuminate your institution. You brighten the lives of our students. You make clear your institution's path to equity and inclusion. You shine a light on wrongs that must be made right and facilitate difficult conversations that must be had. All of us who joined this summit today share a twofold mission. First, to do everything in our power to help our students succeed. And second, to help our institutions build and protect a truly inclusive environment that supports student success. This is an incredible undertaking in the life's work of some of the most awe-inspiring leaders I've met in my nearly 2 decades as president of Texas State. Of course, this work is challenging, especially in the turmoil of the national political and social landscape of the last few years. At Texas State, our student body mirrors the demographics of Texas more than any other public university in the state. As a minority-majority institution, we look like the state we serve. Texas State is, as Dr. Ben mentioned, designated as a Hispanic serving institution and a minority serving institution. And it's a privilege and responsibility that Texas State has to model what it means to be not only diverse, but truly inclusive. Like most universities in the state, our community wasn't always this diverse. Texas State was founded over 120 years ago by white men for white students. American institutions, including higher education, must be intentional and strategic in shedding these old frameworks that lie at the very root of our founding. At Texas State, we've had to be not only strategic, but also vulnerable and candid as part of this process, to build a new lens through which we view and operate every facet of the university, to place equity and inclusion at the heart of everything we do. The transformation we are undergoing is difficult work, and it has not been a straightforward path. We've had to regroup, reflect, and frankly challenge ourselves to become the equitable learning community that we're committed to become. The process requires that diversity officers work hand in hand with our students, faculty, staff, and administrators university-wide. No one person or team or committee or task force can do this alone. This work can take an emotional toll. I've learned this in speaking with our community, especially students, faculty, and staff of color. Responding to injustice is deeply personal, stressful, and often painful. Not all your colleagues feel or understand that pain the way you do. So our Texas institutions must consider who comforts the comforters, who helps heal those who operate programs that bring healing. I hope that as you undertake the important work ahead of you, you take care of yourselves, support one another, and communicate with your institution's leadership about how they can support you and your initiatives. You do have a unique responsibility to educate our state's educators, to lead your institution's leaders. But not only that, You shape young hearts and minds far beyond the borders of their academic discipline and career path. Your work equips them to be good people, to be citizens of the world, and to see outside themselves, to find their place in the communities and advocate for others. In closing, I want to say thank you for your work, for the difference you make in the lives of our students, for being catalysts for change, and for making us better in the most necessary and fundamental way. Thank you for moving the state of Texas toward a more inclusive and equitable future. And now I'm going to turn the program back over to the planning team.
Thank you so much, Dr. Trouth. We really appreciate you joining us this morning to kick off such a long day, but a long, fun-filled day with a lot of information for our participants. So before we continue on and before we get settled in for the day, I do want to share with you all our schedule for today. You should have received it in your email, but in the event you haven't, it is also available on our website, which is TADOHE.com. Here is our schedule for today. It is going to be from 9 to 4:30. We will be next having Dr. Coronado from Texas State joining us for DEI through a legal and legislative lens. We'll then be following that with a panel or a discussion from Dr. Martinez from UT Austin to discuss Hispanic faculty in the eyes of Texas. Following that, we will have Dr. Gordon, also from UT Austin, who will discuss Black death in this country as a means to comprehend Floyd and the rest of our martyrs. And then we will continue through today. We're not going to have much of a break, but we will also continue that shortly after with a presentation from Dr. Bosco and Dr. Dasgupta and discussing Asian American and white women working to destabilize white supremacy in higher education. Then we'll go into a presentation by Dr. Ann with the long history of racializing disease, anti-Asian violence amid COVID-19 pandemic and educational implications. We will follow that with a discussion from Dr. Lee Pruitt, talking about unrecognizing oppression, do you see us? And we will end today's formal presentations with a panel of students led by Karina from Texas State, who will discuss DEI from a student lens. So today's going to be filled with a lot of great information, and we thank you all so much for joining us. We will go ahead and take a quick break, let you get settled in, grab your snacks, grab everything you're going to need to get prepared today, and we will start promptly at 9:30 with our first presentation from Dr. Coronado from Texas State.
Down, growing like a baobab tree of life on fertile ground. My ancestor put me on game, on charm, on gold chains, with my old shoe in a jail. Drip all on me. Uncle that she keep it. Holla, don't I smell like such a non-chopper instant? Yeah, pure ice, 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 ice. Bust down, flood it, flood it, flood it, flood it. On my wrist out. Going up, motherland drip on me. Melanin, my drip is skin deep like motherland drip on me. I can't forget my history is her story. Yeah. Black, maybe that's the reason why they always mad. Yeah, they always Mad black, walk by my window down, let them see who in it, crack a big smile. Go figure me and Jigga 50, let them cheering, they like chick how. I charge my crystals in a full moon. You can send them missiles, I'ma send my goons. Baby sister rapping, hear me out. Trust me, they gon' need an army. Rubber bullets bouncing off me. Made a picket sign up your picket fence. Take it as a warning. Waste beats from your Uber. 400 Billy, that's a Musa. Straw line to the barbecue. Put us any damn way, we gon' make it look cute. Pandemic fly on the runway. In my hazmat, children running through the house in my art all black. Ancestors on the wall, let the ghost chit chat. Ancestors on the wall, let the ghost chit chat. Hold my hands, we gon' pray together. Lay down, face down in the gravel. Me wearing all tie white to the funeral. Black love, we gon' stay together. Curtis Mayfield on the speaker. Lil Malcolm, my miss from Mama Tina. Need another march, let me call Tamika. Need peace and reparation for my people. Forget these late edges, I'ma let it shrivel up. Forget this fading ways, I'ma let it dread all up. Get your fist up in the air, show black love. Motherland drip on me, motherland drip on me. Honey, come around my way, around my eyes. Whenever mama said so, mama said, here I come on my goals, and I follow my parade, my parade. Talking slick to my folk, lift that lip like hypo. Yeah, I'm swarming right, these is known to bite. Now here we come on our goals, and I follow my parade, my parade. We got rhythm, we got pride, we birth kings, we birth tribes. Holy river, holy tongue, speak the glory, feel the love. Motherland, drip on me. Hey, hey, hey. Motherland, drip on me. Hey, hey, hey. I can't forget my hit story. It's her story. Motherland, drip on me. Motherland, drip on me. Honey, come around my way, around my eyes. Whenever mama said so, mama said, here I come on my goals, and I follow my parade, my parade. Talking slick to my folk, lift that lip like hypo. Yeah, I'm swarming right, these is known to bite. Now here we come on my goals, and I follow my parade, black parade.
When I was in the 3rd grade, I thought that I was gay, cause I could draw, my uncle was, and I kept my room straight. I told my mom, tears rushing down my face, she's like, Ben, you've loved girls since before pre-K, tripping. Yeah, I guess she had a point, didn't she? Bunch of stereotypes all in my head. I remember doing the math, like yeah, I'm good at Little League. A preconceived idea of what it all meant. But those that like the same sex had the characteristics. The right-wing conservatives think it's a decision, and you can be cured with some treatment in religion. Man-made rewiring of a predisposition, playing God. Oh nah, here we go. America the brave still fears what we don't know. God loves all his children, it's somehow forgotten, but we paraphrase a book written 3,500 years ago. I don't know.
And I can't change, even if I tried, even if I wanted to. And I can't change, even if I tried, even if I wanted to. My love, she keeps me warm. She keeps me warm. She keeps me warm. She keeps me warm.
If I was gay, I would think hip-hop hates me. Have you read the YouTube comments lately? Man, that's gay, gets dropped on the daily. We become so numb to what we're saying. A culture founded from oppression, yet we don't have acceptance for 'em. Call each other behind the keys of a message board. A word rooted in hate, yet our genre still ignores it. Gay is synonymous with the lesser. It's the same hate that's caused wars from religion, gender to skin color, the complexion of your pigment. The same fight that led people to walkouts and sit-ins. It's human rights for everybody. There is no difference. Live on and be yourself. When I was at church, they taught me something else. If you preach hate at the service, those words aren't anointed. That holy water that you soak in has been poisoned. When everyone else is more comfortable remaining voiceless rather than fighting for humans that have had their rights stolen. I might not be the same, but that's not important. No freedom till we're equal. Damn right I support it. Don't press pause. Progress march on. With the veil over our eyes, we turn our back on the cause. Till the day that my uncles can be united by law. When kids aren't walking around the hallway, plagued by pain in their heart. A world so hateful, some would rather die than be who they are. And a certificate on paper isn't gonna solve it all, but it's a damn good place to start. No law is gonna change us. We have to change us. Whatever God you believe in, we come from the same one. Strip away the fear, underneath it's all the same love. About time that we raised up.
I can't change. Even if I tried, even if I wanted to, and I can't change. Even if I tried, even if I wanted to. My love, she keeps me warm. She keeps me warm. She keeps me warm. She keeps me warm. Love is patient. Love is kind. Love is patient. Love is kind. Not crying on Sunday's pace. Not crying on Sunday's cause. I'm not crying on Sunday's pace. Not crying on Sunday's cause. I'm not crying on Sunday's pace. Not crying on Sunday's cause. I'm not crying on Sunday's pace. Love is kind.
I've been walking with my face turned to the sun. Weight on my shoulders, a bullet in my gun. Oh, I got eyes in the back of my head, just in case I have to run. I do what I can when I can, while I can for my people. While the clouds roll back and the stars fill the night, that's when I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home, far across the river. Can you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Gonna keep on keeping on. I can feel it in my bones.
All right. Well, I'm sure I'm feeling the energy right now. Hope we can continue that throughout the day. Please join me in welcoming Angelica Coronado, JD from Texas State. She will be discussing DEI through a legal and legislative lens. Thanks for joining us, Angelica Coronado.
Good morning. Let me just get my screen share. Oh. I'm going to try to get my slideshow up. Looks like I don't have permissions. All right, there we go. Just a second. Okay, can everybody see that? Are we good to go? Can you see my slides?
Yes, thank you.
All right, great, thank you. All right, well, so let's get started. I'm Angelica Coronado. Thank you so very much for the invitation. I look forward to speaking to you today. And I understand that the theme of this conference is disrupting structures of oppression and resisting and healing. So I want to talk to you about three very important topics. I want to give you a DACA update. Last year, if you remember, and if you were present at my presentation, I did give a DACA update at that time. So I'd like to give an update on that because I believe that there's a case out there that many folks don't really know about or have in the forefront of their mind. I also want to talk about the public charge rule and the changes that were made to that, or that were trying to be made to that. Or made permanent, that is. And I also want to talk about the border influx, unaccompanied children, asylum-seeking families, and Title 42. This is a huge topic in the news, and I just want to clear up some information about that, or provide some information rather. So DACA, where are we now? We all know about the Supreme Court case back in summer 2020, in June, I believe, on this issue. And it was a huge win for our documented students, neighbors, and friends. However, they are still in limbo with this very limited protection. So where are we now? It's important to remember that our DACA students are still without legal status, with no pathway to legal permanent residency, much less citizenship, which leaves them under the constant threat of deportation. While deferred action does provide deferred action based on, we're not going to deport you, we know you're here, but you're not a priority for us, it's not a permanent solution for our DACA students. So when it comes to the Supreme Court case, we thought that was great, it was awesome, we were moving in the right direction. So where did the Supreme Court case take us back to? Well, it took us back to the 2012 executive order, which meant that we were back at the beginning from the start. Renewal applications were back to being granted for 2 years, because if you remember, for a time, for probably about the last year, within the last year, they were now only granting them for 1 year. They were not taking initial applications. And a lot of people thought we could send new applications right away after the Supreme Court decision, but that actually didn't happen until December of 2020, which is an entire 6 months after the Supreme Court. All of our new applications were getting rejected and were not being accepted, or they were being held and then eventually rejected. Also a big issue was advanced parole. Our students weren't being granted advanced parole. And this is extremely important for students and our communities because they weren't going to be allowed to leave the country and be allowed to re-enter without this permission. So it was important for our students to be able to take advantage. Now they can take advantage of our study abroad programs and for humanitarian reasons, because we have a lot of students and family members and neighbors who cannot go visit their dying relatives, cannot go visit their own parents, their own siblings, even aunts and uncles that may be particularly close to, people they've never met in their family. So for humanitarian reasons, now this can be granted. But again, advanced parole also did not start happening until December 2020. So keep that in mind. So we're back to 2012, gratefully. We're still in limbo. I want to talk to you about Texas v. United States. I think this is an important case. It's currently in the Fifth Circuit. And it's currently challenging the legality of DACA, asserting that the original DACA memo was unlawful. Keep in mind that the Supreme Court case, the question presented was never whether DACA was legal. The question presented basically was, did you try to end it in the right way? You didn't end it the right way. You failed to follow the Administrative Procedures Act, which is a process, a step-by-step process, essentially, in which you have to go through this process in order to end things, in order to take into account all the considerations that are needed. That was the question presented. So they're arguing, Texas, along with, I believe, 6 other states, I believe it's a total of 7 states, that DACA should have been instituted through federal regulations, and immigration law doesn't give the president the authority to grant legal immigration status to our documented individuals. Although it's not technically a status, they're still undocumented. And that, so these are the 2 arguments. We're currently in the pretrial stage. So both sides are asking for an injunction, asking the judge to put a stop this. Texas is asking, hey, declare DACA illegal. And the recipients, DACA recipients in the organizations representing, is telling Texas and the states and asking the judge to recognize that Texas and these states do not have any standing. In order to have standing, you have to prove essentially how you've been injured. How is this affecting you, let's say financially? And that's what they're arguing essentially. So what are the 4 possible court outcomes in this case that we need to watch for? The case could be dismissed because the states can't show an injury from DACA. The case is set for trial because the issues need further development. DACA is ruled lawful. DACA is ruled unlawful. But we all know we had a change in presidential administration. So also that means that the court could defer any ruling in order to give the federal government time to introduce new legislation and go through the official rulemaking process so that it can be a rule in the Federal Register. This is where we think we are at now. There are signs because there was a status hearing back in December. That federal judge asked for briefs on certain arguments, and there was a deadline in April, but there has not been another hearing set, and there has not been any decision by this federal circuit judge. You have to also remember that this is in the 5th Circuit with the same judge when they tried to introduce DAPA and tried to extend DACA. This is the same judge who granted them the injunction, to stop DACA and stop the extension of DACA. So what is the legislation we have on the floor? So where is the DREAM Act now? And it has various names. We know we have Senate Bill 264 and the House Bill 6. And they have different names, a variation of the DREAM Act. This is a table of the differences between the 2 acts that I want people to be aware of. This is a nice table from the American Immigration Council. Some of the notable differences is the period of conditional permanent residency, 8 and 10 years between the 2. Normally, when you become a legal permanent resident, in today's legislation for other people, it's either 3 years if you are married to a US citizen, and anyone else, it's 5 years. So this is making them wait a lot of time, a lot longer for our children, for children that entered through no fault of their own. So it is essentially making them wait, and I feel punishing them in a way unfairly and unjustly and unnecessarily. Also, we hear a lot about disqualifying criminal history. So for example, right now in DACA, you cannot have a felony offense, an aggravated felony, or 3 or more misdemeanors. I want to dispel the narrative of what is an aggravated felony in immigration. Aggravated felony is a term of art used to describe a category of offenses carrying particularly harsh immigration consequences for non-citizens convicted of such crimes. But despite how ominous that sounds, aggravated felony, it doesn't actually require that the crime be aggravated or a felony to qualify. So unfortunately, this means that a person can be convicted of a misdemeanor in state court, yet that charge will be viewed as an aggravated felony in the eyes of immigration. Also, remember, we have a huge problem with our communities, our immigrant communities, our communities of color, of actually having individuals respect their rights and having adequate access to justice and being convicted of crimes that they didn't actually commit, and representation in these areas. So I want everyone to keep that in mind. And then also, contrary to the false narrative that undocumented individuals are criminals, it's not actually. Sure, are there people out there who have committed certain crimes? Obviously, yes, that's a, but we all have heard, hopefully, the statistics out there that state that immigrants do not commit as many crimes as even US citizens. Like, there's no data to support that argument. Also, I often wonder when they say, you might have heard when it comes to our DACA students, well, they're criminals. You know, a lot of them apply that are criminals. And I wonder what they're using. What are the offenses behind that word? Because if you think about it, anyone in this room ever received a speeding ticket in Texas? Technically, in Texas, that's a criminal offense. So what exactly are they talking about? So I want people to keep that in mind. We are not letting all these horrible criminals into our system. It just doesn't happen. They go through background checks. They do fingerprinting. They take their pictures. Every time there's a renewal, anytime you renew your legal permanent residency, it's checked again. So keep that in mind. But these are two, obviously, legislation that's in the works, and we need to keep an eye out for it. The next thing I want to talk to you about is the public charge rule. And why did changes to this rule matter? So we all hear the narrative again. We don't want anybody taking care of public benefits and living off of public benefits. The public charge rule is a rule created by Congress long ago. It established that the US government can deny certain green cards and temporary visas to anyone who is likely at any time to become a public charge, but without defining precisely what a public charge means. The law allowed immigration officers to consider, at a minimum, age, health, family status, assets, resources, financial status, education, and skills. And it would be at the discretion of the officer. They can also consider a sworn statement of financial support, known as an affidavit of support, from a sponsoring relative or friend, which is required for all family-based green card applications and other green card applications. You have to have a financial sponsor. So in effect, how was this applied? Well, the 1999 rule stated immigrants with the likelihood of becoming primarily dependent on the government for subsistence. And it had disqualifying benefits, which are listed there. Think about, I've underlined two words: likelihood and primarily. That's a high standard. So there were very few denials for two primary reasons. First, Congress has already barred most non-citizens from using welfare, SSI, non-emergency Medicaid. So it's really not an issue. Also, the financial sponsor has to have income greater than 125% of the poverty level. So they have to prove they have enough income to support this individual. It doesn't mean they have to support them day to day. It just meant that if they were in a bind, they had somebody willing and able to help them so that they did not seek government assistance, which they don't even qualify 99% of the time for. Then there was the 2019 rule. Is an immigrant, that rule said is an immigrant who was deemed likely at any time in the future to receive any government benefit from a specified list. And it expanded the list to include the 4 that are listed there. Again, look at those words: likely at any time to receive. Anybody remember the pandemic? We had a lot of people with in a hard time in a situation. There was a lot of people who never imagined them. So it was incredibly unforgiving and inhumane in many ways. Now, there was also 15 negative factors listed that the officer could consider. Any of the following factors, could become a negative factor that convinces DHS that you are likely to become a public charge. I've highlighted some of these because I want you to take a look at them and think about our neighbors, think about our students, think about our friends and family. Do our students have financial liabilities? Yes. Do they have bad credit or low credit score? Not necessarily. And sometimes if you remember, you can have a low credit score because you have no credit history. So technically it could be low. You haven't had time to build that. Private health insurance. We have a problem with employers in this country providing adequate access to health insurance and it being affordable for individuals. Also, having a sworn financial sponsor from DHS who is unlikely to follow through, who they feel is unlikely to follow through. Think about our international students. They come here, they work hard, they pursue their education, and they make friends. They may have extended family members. And oftentimes they're asking them to be their financial sponsor. And these sponsors are willing and able to. Is that an unlikely? In the eyes of some DH officers, they say if the relationship is a friend or too far extended in the family, they could deem that unlikely. Also, a US employer is going to find it more difficult and much less predictable to extend the status of a highly skilled worker, say on an H-1B visa, or to help them switch a key recruit from a student visa to an H-1B, unless the employer is paying the worker more than that newly made up threshold, which is the effect of all of these factors that this 2019 rule had. Essentially, you had to prove not that your income was above, your sponsor was in, your income, the immigrant or the sponsor's income was above 125%. It essentially had the effect that now I have to prove 250% of the federal poverty guideline. For a couple, that's over $43,000. For a family of four, that's over $66,000. There are a lot of individuals still building their careers and their life here in the United States that don't meet that threshold and can't find a sponsor that meets that threshold. Also, it ended up being a longer approval process for even those that qualify. Because then they instituted another form called a Form I-944 that asks for a whole bunch of information to support all of these factors, to negate all of these factors, so to speak. But the good news is that DOJ under this administration has decided to go back to the previous rule. There was a court case, a federal court case in which the government was being sued. Our government has decided to withdraw that application, but it would have had such a negative impact on our communities. Finally, I want to discuss with you the border influx and some frequently asked questions about unaccompanied children, asylum-seeking families, and Title 42. Some of you may not be aware that I have a long history practicing immigration law, primarily representing unaccompanied children and families in detention, mothers and children, father and their children. So this is a lot there's a lot of history and knowledge behind what I'm telling you today and what I've seen. When it comes to who is unaccompanied children, the standard has always been that they are 17 or younger, that they have no legal status, and that they arrived at the border without a parent or legal guardian. So that didn't include caretakers, siblings, grandma, grandpa, aunts and uncles, cousins who had cared for them their entire life. So if they showed up with that family member and couldn't prove that they were the legal guardian, yes, they are separated from that family member and placed into the Office Refugee Resettlement Care, or otherwise known as ORR. So it's often asked, is the recent border influx of unaccompanied minors and families unusual? No, it's not unusual. It's actually statistically predictable considering the economic crisis, COVID, and that impact that it had, hurricanes. There was a hurricane in Guatemala. There's violence in all the Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras, and those Central American countries. We've also had the recent experience under the previous administration of metering that was implemented, and the MPP, also known as, which is called the Migrant Protection Protocol, and or otherwise known as the Remain in Mexico that happened in 2009. All of those have had an impact and are considered push push factors and what is happening now. With unaccompanied minors, we saw it in 2012, we saw it in 2014, and we saw it in 2019, which is the current record holder for unaccompanied minors or unaccompanied children at over 72,000. We obviously don't have the new numbers, but it is higher within the past recent months. So in 2012 and in 2014, you saw the same thing that you saw this year, in which emergency centers to house unaccompanied children were created to house them temporarily in order to remove them from Custom and Border Patrol stations, because under the Flores Agreement and the trafficking law, unaccompanied minors need to be removed from those border facilities within 72 hours, which is a standard they have never been able to comply with, it seems, especially during increases or influxes, so to speak. And then they have to be placed in the least restrictive environment, which are the shelters that are created, and they're actually permanent shelters all over Texas all year long. And then they have to be placed with a family member or friend as soon as that person can be vetted. And so this is a very typical process. And so when you heard people saying on the news saying, well, they'll be out of here within a few days and a couple of weeks, that has never happened. They keep trying to create that standard, yet we never build the systems. We never put the systems in place in order to make that happen. All right, so what is Title 42? So on March 20th, the Department of Health and Human Services issued an emergency regulation to implement specific aspects of the US health law. Section 265 of the US Code 42 permitted the director of the CDC to prohibit the introduction of new individuals into the United States when the director believes that there is a serious danger of the introduction of a communicable disease into the US. This rule allowed many US custom officers to restrict the ability for asylum-seeking families and asylum-seeking children to enter the United States. Now, this rule included an exemption for anyone that the Department of Homeland Security determined should be allowed into the US for humanitarian and public health interest, but organizations across the border have largely said that that was hardly ever used. And despite the CDC's claim that this order was necessary to protect the US from a public health perspective, reporting has shown that the origin of the policy came from DHS in the previous administration. And it indicates that CDC scientists expressed opposition to this invocation of the Title 42 and argued that there was no public health rationale to support it. And so they've largely agreed that while arguing that international borders remain largely open to other travelers, there's no need to turn away refugees and expel them to their home countries or Mexico, particularly when you think about these are refugees, not in the definition of the world, but they're trying to seek safety and prosperity and food and water and just basic health necessities. So essentially what this did was it shut the door tightly to asylum seekers since last March. And I mentioned metering. Metering at the time of the previous administration said what was happening at each of our port of entries was that people were coming to the port of entry and asking to seek asylum in so many words, but they were being turned away. We have international laws, asylum laws, that say people have a right to come in and seek asylum in our country. And you can't do it from an embassy or consulate. You have to step foot into the United States. But they were being turned away, and there was these lists managed by, it was very uncoordinated. In some border towns, it was managed by an agency, someone in a Mexican agency. Some of it was in another border town, it was by a nonprofit. Another one, it was just a list by somebody who volunteered. And so they were being turned away and they were being placed on this list and never being allowed to enter the country. But at the same time, DHS was saying, it's not safe for you to cross between borders, just go to the port of entry. That's the right way to do it. But they were being turned away. Then we had NPP and Remain in Mexico in 2019. And that was based off essentially was the Title 42 was an extension of that. And they were being issued notices to appear. and then sent back to Mexico to wait in the tent caps that you see on the street, further traumatized. You know, it's a long, dangerous journey. You have to think about, they don't leave their homes just to take this journey for absolutely no reason. We can only all imagine what kind of decision that had to be made to undertake that journey, and to be presented at our border in the United States and be turned away has a huge impact, and then endure further trauma from the crime and the violence in Mexico on that side of the border. So since MPP began, some asylum officers themselves who conduct these interviews have spoken out about the pressure to deny people and send them back to Mexico, calling the interviews lip service. The labor union representing the officers also filed a brief with the Ninth Circuit of Appeals asking the court to strike down MPP as a directive that is fundamentally contrary to the moral fabric of our nation and our international and domestic legal obligations. So many of us think, how does immigration and why do these issues matter, or may think, I should say, in the discussion of diversity, inclusion, and equity? When we allow any group of human beings to be treated inhumanely, unjustly, as second class, as other, we are surely chipping away at our fundamental human rights. Rights inherent to all human beings, regardless of race, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation or nationality, ethnicity, language, religion, and any other status. This includes the right to life, liberty, freedom from slavery and torture, freedom of opinion and expression, and the right to work and educate ourselves, and many more. I also want to present this question for you to consider. Why isn't the natural migration of individuals also a human right? Why do many of us not view that? Yes, we have laws. Okay, I can think of more than a few laws that are also motivated by a history of bias and prejudice and do nothing to further our humanitarian rights or further our efforts in diversity and inclusion. Thank you for allowing me to speak. We have a few more minutes for questions, and I'm happy to take questions by email. My email is listed right there at any time, or give me a phone call, and I'm happy to discuss these issues over a phone call or over coffee.
Thank you, Angelica, for guiding us through some of your updates about DEI from a legislative and legal lens. Now, one question I think is on top of minds, and David asked it, was, do you have any perspective on how HB 3979, which is commonly referred to as the critical race theory legislation, will impact, I think it's probably going to impact students in the way they advocate about what is taught in the classroom, but any thoughts about how that will impact institutions?
I have no thoughts, and I apologize. I'm not familiar with that legislation. I have not read it. I have not seen it come through. I heard it briefly over a news story, but unfortunately, I'm not familiar with that particularly legislation. But I'd be happy to look into it at a later time.
Yeah, it sounds like it could be a possible update, a summer update from TADOHE moving forward. So we'll write that down as a thing to come back around
absolutely.
to. I don't see any additional questions in the Q&A box, but let's see. Let's give it some time. Wonderful. Well, if nothing else, then I will say thank you for your time. It's been great to kind of jot down some notes and think about this. And I thank you for posing that question.
Thank you so much.
Well, what we have coming up next is going to be Dr. Martinez, and we'll be waiting for him just to join on in a few moments. In the meantime, there was a question actually that just kind of popped in. Do we have time? We probably don't have time for it right now, but we'll have to send it to you. So maybe you can follow up with Eric about it. Great. So let me pull up the agenda for us so that you can see it. And we are going to be talking about, here we go. Great. So now we have Dr. Martinez. He is going to, you may have seen him on several news networks about his work about exploring Hispanic faculty compensation. He's also been deeply involved in the Eyes of Texas research. You can see all of his work online. It's been a great, I enjoyed reading that. But now he's going to talk to us and give us his insights into Hispanic faculty in the eyes of Texas. So Dr. Martinez, thank you. And I will let you take over the screen.
Give me one moment here. All right, thank you so much, Jaden, and thank you, Javier, and Dr. Sherry Ben and Skylar Walks for bringing us together today. I'm really glad to join you. I'm glad to know that TADOHE exists and that you're bringing together a lot of people to work on these important issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion. My own intervention in DEI issues happened in a relatively unpredictable manner for me, meaning I did not come to these issues as a professional. I am a historian of science by training, but gradually, after being 15 years at the University of Texas, I've come to terms with my identity as a Hispanic faculty member. We are sold an idea in the United States that we can join and be part of this melting pot. But at the same time, every time we join institutions, they do ask us, in which one of these boxes do you fit? Are you white, black, Asian, Hispanic, Native American, etc.? And you innocently check what you are or what you think you are. And in my case, having grown up and gone to college at the University of Puerto Rico, I had certain advantages over people from, say, South America or Central America. When they come to the United States, I already knew English. I knew much of the culture. But the strangest thing is, after the longer I've been in this country, the more I feel like a foreigner. And in the case of my university experiences, what gradually came to pass was that I came to realize that I wasn't just checking a box at the start of a career. When you identify yourself as Hispanic, you are part of a group that has certain certain connections and idiosyncrasies, and that as a member of that group, you don't necessarily partake of all the benefits or courtesies or assumptions that are granted to others. So every now and then, a colleague in my department, Garrison Hall, History Department of UT Austin, Emilio Zamora, he would complain to me in the hallway about different things, whether it was about salary or about not being invited to coffee. And I told him, nobody invites me to coffee either. And through these experiences, here's that building. Through these experiences, strangely, one starts to make community, understanding there's something different, there's something odd happening here. But because this was not cultural studies program, or because I didn't personally study identity or diversity or race history, this came about very slowly. By 2018 spring, issues and problems had come to a peak. And we realized that as Hispanic faculty, we felt very excluded from the governance of our department. Now, our department is a major department. It's 60, sometimes 65 faculty, 80 or 85 employees total, far larger than many of the other actual schools at UT Austin. So we serve an enormous amount of students. And even though there's this category, Hispanic, I never, in 13 or 14 years at UT, it never occurred to me to do a meeting of only the Hispanic professors in my department. It just didn't occur to me. But finally, in spring 2018, it occurred to us, and we did. When I was hired, there were 8 of us. That was 2005. By 2018, there were 4 of us. We got together, first time ever. Jorge Canizares, Esguerra, Emilio Zamora, myself, and Lina del Castillo. 4 of us, just to talk about our experience. We started comparing notes, and we realized several things that we had in common. And it was frustrating. We started tallying. Have you ever been the chair of a search committee? No. Have you ever held one of these leadership positions in the department that involved compensation? No. Have you ever held a position in this department that involves getting course releases? No. And so we went through this. Have you ever received a teaching award? No. And so a long time. So we got together and we created a statement. We shared it with our department, and it led to the creation of an equity committee within the department. And I was appointed chair. This was my official insertion into this process. A year later, we had a larger equity committee within the College of Liberal Arts, consisting of 8 Hispanic full professors, including myself and 2 of my colleagues in history. When we analyze systematically the experiences that we were trying to articulate, this is an example of what we found. So here we have 17 years of history in UT's history department. I think the Zoom is not showing the very bottom row, but what it illustrates is a part of what we had experienced firsthand, which was the chair of the history department was always white, and we checked the long history of it. 130 years, every chair of our department was a white person. Similarly, for other positions, whether it was a graduate advisor or the associate chair of the department, there was never a Hispanic person. And I thought of this as the white chart. This could sort of explain some of what's so difficult for our white colleagues to see, which is that there's a problem. You can bring in people who care a lot about equity and diversity and race, and you can put them in positions of leadership. You can have a department that focuses to a great extent on these issues, but at the same time, it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody is being included in the same way. Now, in many cases, individuals who had, say, fewer years at UT or shorter resumes than Hispanic faculty would get positions of leadership, but we wouldn't. It didn't matter whether it was by appointment by a department chair or by a democratic vote, say to be appointed to an executive committee. We just weren't voted into these positions. So it was upsetting, it was disappointing. What we did with this is we went to other departments in the College of Liberal Arts and we asked them, you know, is this what you experienced too? So for example, here's the Department of Psychology, which say as of last year, I think it had been around 93 years. Never has it had a non-white chair, head of the department. It's a very large department in our university. So again, many of the positions of leadership just wouldn't be appointed to us. A colleague in psychology who is a neuroscientist, award-winning, world-class, extremely published neuroscientist in the best journals. You would never get any of these positions, and he's Puerto Rican. So to him too, 27 years at UT, and it was shocking. And when we talked, for example, to Marta Menchaca and Fred Valdez in anthropology, the same thing. Chair of anthropology had always been a white person. And this all made me remember conversations with the chair of Spanish and Portuguese years earlier in which she had asked me, why is the history department so white? I couldn't exactly understand what she meant. I knew she meant that her department, Spanish and Portuguese, has more Hispanic people. But even back then, I still couldn't see what she meant. Now I can. Now I can understand it. So as we kept analyzing this issue university-wide, we came up with some really surprising examples. Lilas Benson Institute Library of Latin American Studies had been around for 80 years and never had the director of this institute been a Hispanic person. So to us, this is the kind of thing that we thought, you can't think this up, you can't dream it up. Imagine that you had a center of African American studies for 80 years at a Research One university and never had a Black person been the director of that, never. Imagine that you had a center of women's studies and every single year for 80 years, the director is a man. So this is the kind of thing that we confronted. To add on this, of course, needless to say, 137 years, the university has never had a president who is not white, or a president who is Hispanic, or a provost who is not white. And to me, these things are very visible. To me, it becomes a problem. And that's a word that is gradually phasing out of academia. Institutionally, it is phasing out of corporate America. You cannot say problem because people's feelings get hurt, white people. If you say, wait a minute, the problem with what you said, you have made an enormous problem because you have embarrassed someone and they say that you're shaming them. So they've created a whole armamentarium to prevent problems from even existing. It's become so bad at UT Austin that I've seen situations where instead of saying something is a problem, they say it is a promising challenge. There are many promising opportunities in what you just said. It's a euphemism for I have a problem with what you said and I think it's wrong. Imagine the breakdown of the American English language. You cannot say a basic word that's, normal word. Hey, there's a problem, the fridge isn't working. It's a functional word. You should look forward to problems. Your job should consist proudly on finding problems and saying, I want to find problems. And if anyone has a problem, please bring them to me because we will fix them together. It's so easy. But yet this cannot be handled because of white fragility. What do they think instead? That there's a problem with me. There's a problem with us because maybe we're uppity, maybe we wave our hands too much, and above all, our tone isn't right. We didn't take the corporate pill to talk the way they want us to talk. We didn't take it. And I understand the theatrics of it. I could perfectly try to get rid of my Spanish accent and I could act the way they talk and I could try to eliminate my smiling conversation. I could do all kinds of things to make them happier. But I think it's absurd. I think it's absurd, so I'm just not going to do it. So here's an example of realities that were recognized by the university at some level. This data was published or used to be published in one of in the Texas Tribune. The Texas Tribune, ever since we came out with our report, stopped reporting data on Texas universities. All the data that you guys could look and that were accessible until 2019 vanished after we did our report. But when it was available, we could see this kind of official data provided by UT Austin. And you could see, okay, white people were making more than any other race or ethnicity in 2017. Happily, by 2019, that had changed. And for a change, it was Asian people. But notice Hispanics at the bottom. Normally, if you show this to a person who is in diversity studies, they see a problem. I see the problem. To me, it's not very difficult to see why are Black and Hispanic people paid less. But if you show this to a white person in leadership, they don't see the problem. They do this. I I don't understand what it is you're trying to show me. And if you can get them to articulate what it is that they think normalizes this, they might, not necessarily, but they might say that it's because you are doing something wrong, which is you're comparing apples to oranges. Because, for example, white people tend to be neuroscientists, while Hispanic people tend to clean bathrooms. So if you lump together all these different ethnicities into this kind of institutional grid, it's going to give you the illusion that Hispanics are paid less, because Hispanics made different choices. They chose to cook food, clean hallways, bathrooms, and maybe teach education, liberal arts, and Mexican history. It's their choice. If they had chosen to teach engineering, they'd be making more. So since we have some preparation, we wanted to look at the data to see if that assumption is true. And when we did, this 2016-17 data that used to be publicly available, we still have it. We compared the salaries of white professors with the salaries of Hispanic full professors. And we found that on average, Hispanic full professors were making $25,000 less per year. This is already excluding administrators. Now, if you show this to a white administrator, their automatic reflex will be to, well, there's probably something wrong here. And they'll go behind the scenes with their friends and try to find some theory for why this is wrong. We analyzed it again for 2018-19 data, 9-month salary instead of total annual compensation. In other words, the white people who are paid a lot of money think, yeah, but that's because I'm an administrator. I got that job. You only get paid for 9 months. I get paid for 12. Okay, we remove the administrator salaries, and we exclude supplementary income. We control for departments, so you only compare apples with apples, history department with history department, Spanish department with Spanish department, engineering with engineering, and we still found it's non-negligible number. Now, to put this in perspective, that number right there, 15,000, is so big that it's more than twice as big as the difference that was identified by the Gender Equity Task Force in 2008 in their Gender Equity Report, which was 7%. Back then, the difference in salaries was 7%. And when we analyzed these differences, we're talking about 12% for Hispanic faculty. Here we have average 9-month gap. Let's remove colleges like social science and education, where the dean is Hispanic, and therefore these problems don't exist. Let's remove those colleges and look only at liberal arts, natural sciences, engineering, architecture, law. And then again, we have this $22,000 problem. Unacceptable, absurd, probably record-breaking, I don't know. We didn't find any differences of this magnitude, fortunately, affecting African-American full professors on average. But then again, that was not the focus of our study. We were just comparing Hispanic and white professors. Needless to say, if you are a white administrator, everything that I just showed you might not make any sense. And the answer again might be, I don't know what you're trying to show me. I just don't see. They'll never tell you why. But part of the reason is because they invent hypotheses. And one of the hypotheses is that maybe if you're Hispanic, you've been hired as a courtesy to diversify the ranks. And probably your productivity is not quite as big as that of the white neuroscientist or the white historian. That's probably what it is. You're probably paid less because of merit. You deserve to be paid less. In fact, you should be thankful that you're even here. They can't say that, of course, because it's offensive. So instead, what we get is silence. So what we did is something that hadn't been done apparently in any state, which is, okay, let's address the merit argument for these, I think it's 4 departments, large departments like history and psychology, where we have several Hispanics and many whites. Let's compare the actual resumes of 90 faculty, 27% of Hispanic full professors at UT Austin. And what did we find? That even though those full professors were Hispanic, were most of them in the top 10 most published members of their department, we were being paid less than anyone. And the difference is statistically significant. So of course, we did all kinds of mathematical statistical things like adjusting for covariates of gender, years employed, publications, etc. Dramatically, we also found that contrary to what the white administrator will say, which is, you know, if you could get them to listen to you to this point, which is unlikely, but if you could get them to listen to you and actually have a conversation about this, they can still argue, well, you know, publications are not that important. What matters is everything, it's holistic. So it's not just publications. It's a Research One university where by every standard, to be hired, to be promoted, to be selected as a leader, publications are one of the top measures. But if you bring this up as a Hispanic person, publications are certainly not very important, not very important. But what we found was when you analyze publications for Black, Asian, and white people, there is a correlation. There's a very strong correlation at UT Austin. The more you publish in top journals and big university presses, the more you're appreciated and paid by this university. But a near zero correlation for Hispanic professors. Numbers all over the place. Moving along, the provost's office had published this data on their website. This is not data, this chart. And this chart illustrates some of what we had seen. I saw my Hispanic colleagues not get tenure and leave while I did, but basically it was around 50% of Hispanic faculty didn't get tenure and left. But overall, university-wide, 63% of Hispanics were getting tenure, while 85% of white faculty. It's a huge difference. So again, we felt somehow the institution isn't mentoring us or giving us enough opportunities. And here I bring again this example of being invited to coffee. When my colleague, who's a senior full professor, award-winning scholar of Mexican-American history, would see that year after year, people were walking out for coffee in pairs and threes, but they never invited him. That's part of that mentorship, or that's part of that networking process that pulls people in. Imagine that happening also to Hispanics. I had a colleague, John McKiernan Gonzalez, who went through this. Even for a simple thing as basketball. There was a basketball group. He found out, he asked, can I join your team? And the white person told him, actually, it's by invitation only. We decided to analyze, my committee, the Independent Equity Committee. We decided to analyze not just this question of promotion, but people who left. They left before going up for promotion, and they maybe left right after getting promotion. And when we did that with actual numbers, actual names, because again, the problem is, as Hispanic faculty, we have no credibility. No credibility. Let me put it to you this way, even though every sentence I've told you is true, even though it's based on very serious analyses and corroborated by coworkers, I have no social capital whatsoever in the institutional hierarchy. I have popularity. You know, if there's an election of faculty to serve in the provost search committee, I was the only person of color, as the only male, the only Hispanic elected in a university-wide faculty election to be in that. So I have popularity, but not institutional credibility. I would never be appointed, for example, to chair such a committee or to make these important decisions. So, you know, you can be included in the group and you can talk and we'll hear you, but that's it. So since we are Hispanic faculty, seriously, we knew that we have a credibility problem. They're not going to believe anything that we say, then we listed every single Hispanic faculty member who had been hired from 2010 until 2018. We listed all of them and when they had left, who had left. And all of the data I'm giving you right now is uncontested. Not a single person in the university has written one sentence to us to tell us that this is wrong. 60% of assistant professors who were Hispanic at my university left, either before tenure or the year after, 60%. So again, imagine the mentorship problem. And we looked at this. Nowhere at UT Austin does there exist a listing of all centers and institutes in this great university. So we have to cobble together hours and hours of work looking at every department, every unit, every branch of this university to find and list by name, because again, if you don't say the names, nobody will believe you. We listed 220 centers and institutes. We found only 8 directors were Hispanic. That's 3.6%, while 40% of the population in Texas is Hispanic. 40%. Not only that, Hispanics at UT are not trusted in any branches of engineering, medicine, natural sciences, business, architecture, law, public affairs, information, or communication. In other words, if you want to be a Hispanic director of something, how about the Center for Mexican American Studies? You can direct that. Again, this is amazing. It's shocking. It's true. This is where things stood in 2019 when we issued our report. I haven't checked since then, but I can say at least our university did have African-American and Asian chairs of institutes and centers that are not about Asian or African-American studies. 5.5 million Hispanic women in the state of Texas, 5.5. Not a single Hispanic dean, vice dean, associate dean, or assistant dean out of 130. Imagine, this was in 2019. Now there are a few. Now I'm glad to say, is there any connection between our work and the fact that now there are a few? I don't know, maybe. So those are some of the highlights of our report. We published this on, circulated on October 8, 2019. We were glad that University Provost Maureen McInnes took this very seriously and met with us and committed to work on it. President Fenves also met with us and promised certain commitments. And most surprising, this was featured in the news nationwide for 4 months. We're talking not about a report. Nobody was injured. There was no crime. It's just a faculty report by an independent committee. The Austin American Statesman, the editorial board endorsed our findings and called out to UT that this is a serious problem that has to be fixed urgently. January 22nd, 4 months later, the Houston Chronicle, the 3rd largest newspaper in the United States also, the editorial board said this is unacceptable. They had already published an article, a major article, front page news. Here it is on the bottom of the Houston Chronicle. I think this is January 5, Latino faculty cite gross pay disparities. I'll look at the comments when I'm done. Thank you. For us, this was great. This was great news. It meant that we were getting traction. We were getting traction with the legislature, Mexican-American representatives, Rodriguez, Gina Hinojosa, Art Fierro. So we had meetings. We presented at the Capitol. Provost McInnes allocated $3 million for equity raises, not only for Hispanic faculty, but including Hispanic faculty. And by summer 2020, $1.7 million in raises had been distributed That's the good news. Some colleagues I know got, say, $20,000, some more. The bad news is that most of that money was given to non-Hispanic white faculty. In other words, 17.5% of that money was given to Hispanics. Most was not given to Hispanics. So inevitably, mathematically, it becomes an impossibility to solve this problem if you give most of the money to white faculty. It becomes mathematically impossible, because even if you lift the Hispanics a little bit, then you lift other people. So there we are. At the same time, Provost McInnes and President Fenves, they departed, they left UT. So suddenly in the midst of the COVID pandemic, we were left with the mystery of what's gonna happen to this Hispanic initiative. Jay Hartzell became interim president and eventually president, and Dan Jaffe from astronomy became interim provost. We wrote to Jaffe and Hartzell on August 3, explaining our disappointment that most of the raises for faculty, which had been allocated during Dan Jaffe's tenure, were allocated not to Hispanic faculty, and that therefore this problem had not been solved. So we sent them a letter on August 3rd, giving them the statistical arguments and the evidence and the news articles, and asking them if they could commit to solving this problem by September 3rd. What we got from them, unfortunately, was complete silence. There's no reply. And that's, those of you who have worked on these issues have seen this kind of problem. These things have no explanation. They're handled in behind the scenes secret committees. So those of us who are outside those committees cannot possibly begin to understand these mysteries. Some people say that's how whiteness operates. Whiteness does not need to explain itself, and whiteness does not need to reply to certain emails or doesn't need to do that. In the meantime, already in January or February of that year, before Hartzell and Jaffe came along, we had obtained charts from UT Austin that UT had conveyed to Representative Gina Hinojosa at the Capitol. And these charts confirmed part of what we had arguing, that Hispanic full professors are underpaid. So what you see here is a 9-year period from 2010 until 2018, in which Hispanic men were paid on average 11% less than white full professors, which is that horizontal line. Situation worse for Hispanic female full professors since 2010, not 2009, but we made the averages from 2010. We had a 13% difference between Hispanic full professor women and white full professor women. Now, bear in mind, the dramatic thing about this chart, this is after UT Austin solved the gender equity gap. They announced it in 2008, 2009. They got to work on it belatedly. It took them 9 years to fix the gender gap. 9 years, and they announced it in the news. It was on different local TV shows, news shows, that Austin has solved its gender. Meanwhile, this was happening to Hispanic female full professors who were told in 2008 that Hispanic identity was not considered in the report because it was statistically insignificant. So what do we call all this? We have words for discrimination against Black people is often called racism, not so much against Hispanics, because people say being Hispanic is not a race. My grandmother was Black, but somehow I'm not Black. Whatever I am, it's not a race. I'm an ethnicity. If you go take a racial history, race theory class, they tell you race is a social construct. There is no such thing. At the same time, culture tells you Hispanics are not a race. So how can you be racist towards Hispanic? They're not they're towards women, race, sexism, misogyny, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, so different groups, homophobia, ageism, et cetera, What's the word for discriminating against Hispanics? Well, legally, it's national origins discrimination. It's like, actually, that one is for discrimination against anyone from any country, not against Hispanics. So never mind that 40% of population in Texas is Hispanic. There is no word to describe everything that I've just described to you. We formally notified UT. These are patterns of discrimination which violate state and federal laws of equal employment opportunity. It's very serious stuff. So my committee had to coin our own word with an accent to make the point. Hispanopia, meaning a kind of blindness. Can't quite see the issue. We have a vice president for diversity, that's good, a Black person. A vice provost for diversity, that's good, a Black person. The chair of the history department is now a Black person, that's good. Martinez, what's your problem? We're working on this diversity issue. We have a lot of diversity. We've had 3 vice presidents for diversity in this university. Everyone is Black. The issue is that in the eyes of Texas, Hispanic faculty are somehow invisible. So they'll say, yeah, but we have a dean of social work who's Hispanic. And then we reply, yeah, but that dean was not promoted from within UT. That dean did not come from the UT system. He came from outside. Well, but we have a dean of education. He's Hispanic. And then we'll say, but that dean was not promoted from within UT. People like Jay Hartzell, the chair of my department, the chairs of many departments, the deans of many, they get promoted, not Hispanics. It does not happen for us. They now hired the dean of fine arts. He's Hispanic. I should be happy about that. I am. Guess what? He's not from UT. He's not from UT Austin. He's an alum. So there we have, we're making some progress. So let me try to wind this down, referring to the phrase I said, eyes of Texas, so we can talk a little, so we can talk for 15 minutes. UT has issues of race. We have race issues. They are deep and long-standing, and many of them are not visible to white administrators, but they're visible to Black people. My dentist is Black, and she told me a couple years ago that her daughter, who had a solid degree in, I think, mechanical engineering or something very technical, she wasn't applying to UT. And her mother was very upset. Her mother, my dentist, asked, why not? And her daughter said, well, because UT is racist. Why bother? UT is racist. So that's the kind of reputation that our university has won, not because the university did anything. The university can't. It's just a group of buildings and traditions, because of administrators that couldn't see problems. And when they could see them, they chose not to solve them. So one of the things that our university tried to address in its typically middle of the road way was that we have a school song called The Eyes of Texas, which is beloved by many alumni and countless football fans, maybe millions of football fans, sung by over tens of thousands of people. I can't say 100,000 because you don't really know how many people in the stadium are singing. But we have this song, The Eyes of Texas, that was first performed at a minstrel show. And as our vice provost for diversity, Ted Gordon, has been teaching for years, it became part of this UT tradition. There were blackface performers, there were associations about this song being about the history of General Robert E. Lee and some connection to Texas or the Civil War. And also that the song was based on, I've been working on the railroad, actually titled The Levee Song, which was a song about convict Black labor working on levees and railroads in a brutal time of post-slavery, where these convicts were were horribly abused. So people summarized all of that by saying, the Eyes of Texas is racist. The origins of the Eyes of Texas is racist. So this was a common trope. And once the summer of 2020 and this racial analyses and reconsideration started spreading nationwide, many groups, starting with students, thousands of students signed a petition, student government, the Senate of College Councils, the athletes, football players, they put out petitions, public statements, asking university to please stop having this song be the official anthem of our university and instead make a new song, include diverse composers and make a new song, a song that better matches the present and the spirit. Jay Hartzell was then interim president. He met with different groups and consulted them about this and many things. And then he decided by himself that the song is staying. It didn't satisfy most people who were complaining. So they kept complaining and new petitions were started and articles continued to be written about this. So finally, Jay Hartzell put together a university committee, handpicked individuals to analyze the history of the song, including a few historians. Finally, the report came out in March, and like anyone else, I wanted to read it. I teach a course on history of race and scientific notions of race. I wanted to read this thing. I didn't have strong feelings about the song. I didn't necessarily want the song to be eliminated, although I had signed a petition to show my support to the students and to show that this is something that should be discussed. But when I read the report, I was unsatisfied. It didn't answer some of the key questions I wanted, such as when was the song written? Why was it written? These answers that were given by the report were too vague to me. Did it really have a connection to General Robert E. Lee? The report concluded, probably not. I don't work in history of probabilities. I don't do that. I'm only trying to find what happened. So I got involved in this. I said, let me try to analyze it myself. So I spent some time. I saw what the report had said, that President Prather in 1900 had addressed medical students and had told them that he was giving them their marching orders in a parallel way as General Robert E. Lee had been present at the Battle of the Wilderness, in which General Gregg, leading Texas Hood Brigade in the Civil War, told the Texas Brigade, forward march, the eyes of General Lee are upon you. So just as General Gregg said that, then President Prather said, marching orders, forward, the eyes of Texas are upon you. So our slogan came from this alleged incident from the Civil War, one of our university phrases and the title and the main topic of the song. That's fine, that's interesting. It's in UT's report, but what I wanted to know was whether this event actually happened, because only if it happened can we say that President Prather's phrase is based on an incident from the Civil War. Only if it happened. If not, it's just a confusion and he doesn't know what he's talking about. So what I did is I looked up Battle of the Wilderness, Northern Virginia, 1864, Hood's Brigade, General Gregg, General Lee, they were there, and I found it. It did happen. According to one of the veterans of the Confederate Army, General Lee, pictured here, said, tell them, General, that I shall witness their conduct today. The General Lee would watch the Texas soldiers as they charged against the Yankees to try to win that battle, and they did, inspired by his presence. And when General Lee says that to General Gregg, then two other Confederate veterans tell us that he said, the eyes of General Lee are upon you. So there it was. Our song was inspired and based on words by and about General Lee. In the Civil War, in a battle against the Yankee soldiers. So our UT song, our UT fight song in football games is based on an incident on a fight from the Civil War. The song was composed by John Lang Sinclair. At the time, I think he's around 24 years old, 1903. Lewis Johnson instigated it, 27-year-old law student, who was helping to organize a minstrel show. Now, UT's History Committee concluded that the song was created previously and that Lewis Johnson and Sinclair then looked for an event to perform the song, and they happened to perform it at the minstrel show, blackface, white students imitating Black people for money, for entertainment, and for laughter. So the white students had a lot of laughs imitating Black people. And when I looked at the history, that's not what I found. What I found instead is that the song was made for this event. And when I wrote this, and I sent this to members of the committee, I received a typical institutional answer, which is no answer. So what I wrote was in newspapers, from Christian Science Monitor to Sports Illustrated, NBC News, New York Times. So even though this received national attention, naturally, UT's Committee on the Eyes of Texas gave me no answer. A week or two ago, one of the members of the committee had the forthright kindness to write. He drafted his own answer and he posted it on his blog and on Twitter. And this guy is an alumni. Unfortunately, his name is Jim Nikar. Unfortunately, he's not a professor of history. So right now I'm writing the reply. So it's frankly very sad and unfair that now Jim Nikar will find out what is the difference between living in the world of amateur history and storytelling and living in the world of historical facts. So it's very sad that that's going to happen, but it'll be my third article. As I mentioned, the song was based on a song about Black convict labor, the Levee song. Black men who used to live on farms became, in great measure, convicts of the state, arrested for arbitrary, minimalist reasons, put in cages, and forced to work very long, brutal hours, all the livelong day, laying railroad tracks. And segments of that song, the Levee song, live on in the Eyes of Texas song, to the indifference of people like our favorite professor actor Matthew McConaughey and our president Jay Hartzell. So needless to say, I think this will change. I think eventually the UT will confront its history as it has pretended to want to do. For example, UT's report makes no mention that after 1903, the Eyes of Texas continued to be sung in blackface. So I looked it up. Since they make no mention, I might as well look it up. Here it is, Austin American Statesman, 1919, Varsity Minstrels score, great hit, majestic orchestra, minstrel selections. This was followed by the curtain rising upon the minstrel men who led the audience in singing "The Eyes of Texas Are Upon You." White people painting their faces black, imitating a song based on Black convict labor. What was invisible to the UT Eyes Committee was perfectly transparent to writers in the university newspaper, Daily Texan 1927, that the spirit of our school song dates back to the time of the Civil War and seeks to remind us of the glories of heroes such as General Robert E. Lee. Here's the blackface minstrels. So I gave a few more examples of them actually performing "The Eyes of Texas." And here you have them doing their gross racist stereotypes and then saying, I don't see the racism. I gave example after example of white students, minstrels saying, I don't see that what we're doing is anything racist. I mean, I don't understand where you see that. We're not ridiculing any Black people. I mean, if you see this, you're seeing a white person with a face painted black. You're not seeing a Black person, so I don't see what the problem is. Civil rights, people protested in front of the student union where the words, "The eyes of Texas are upon you," are carved. 1964, this is the latest example I found. "Eyes of Texas" was sung for Betty Van Wagoner, their new sweetheart. So we have 10 minutes for comments. What I'll tell you are a couple of things. We're here to talk about disrupting structures of oppression. And what I have discovered in my 3-year process in these struggles at UT Austin is that culture and psychology are countless times more powerful than state law, federal law, good manners, or the UT handbook of operating procedures. So every time that we've tried to bring an issue that needs to be solved, the reason it hasn't been solved is because white culture somehow glosses it over, unable to even say the sentence, "Thank you for bringing me this problem. I agree that this is a problem. This has to be solved, and we are going to solve it together." They cannot say that. They cannot say that. Instead, what we get are stereotypical lame sentences such as, you know, "We're all trying our best. You know, we're all really trying the hardest we can." This kind of fake, hypocritical gestures. We've seen a series of broken promises, committees that begin and don't complete what they were assigned to do. We've seen this problem that sometimes administrators, or whiteness, if we want to be crude about it, doesn't need to justify itself. You know, this Martinez guy, you don't need to reply to him. You do need to reply because there are higher levels. So what we did naturally, when we didn't get a reply about Hispanic salaries, we went to the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission and the Department of Labor. Now UT Austin is being investigated for discrimination by the same team of investigators that found last year that Princeton University was not paying female full professors what they were paying male full professors. And they won. Now they're investigating this issue. 9 Hispanic professors in my university, including me, have filed formal complaints of discrimination. Partly why? Because administrators don't deign to even give us an answer. I leave you with that thought, and I look forward to now opening it up to discussion. I'm sorry it took so long.
Not long at all. I think this was a worthy conversation for this time. There's clapping and snapping my fingers in the comments. Now, one of the questions was really about centering on allyship. So what does allyship look like in addressing, you know, the pay equity issues, and what does it look like even for an Eyes of Texas type of situation? So what would that look like across communities?
Well, it's always best to work with alliances and colleagues and to build community that way. In practice, it's not always easy. Think about it this way. Al Martinez, who had never worked substantially on equity and diversity issues before 2018, starts working on them then. And then suppose I go to Black Asian faculty for support. What have I done for them? What have I done for them? Not much. So so it's almost rude, you know, before one actually does the work, one has to put in a certain preliminary work. Afterwards, you know, we certainly did go, for example, we met multiple times with Ted Gordon, with CREED, with members of CREED. This is the Council for Racial and Ethnic Equity and Diversity at UT. We met with people in multiple departments, but the strongest initial alliance was that individuals in my department, 3 of us, we went outside to meet at length professors in other units who had been here 20 or 30 years, psychology, anthropology, English, etc., sociology, to create this committee and to work together. Regarding the Eyes of Texas, again, part of the problem is sometimes things happen spontaneously. At one point, I was starting a faculty petition, and my goal was, when we actually circulate it beforehand, I want to get a few allies from our African-American colleagues. But then before I did it, a friend of mine just started circulating the draft. It's like, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that suddenly the draft was being, he edited it, he sent it. In less than 24 hours, something that I had sent just to a few friends became a faculty petition. So that was, on the one hand, it's positive because someone helps. On the other hand, it's a little bit surprising. And regarding the Eyes of Texas, before I joined this, numerous faculty from the director of the Butler School of Music to a director of a journalism program to all numerous African-American and white faculty had contributed to this struggle. So I joined in late, very late, in March of 2021. And I've been happy to work with student leaders and with faculty and with leaders of the NAACP. So we're working on this, but it's an uphill struggle. The interesting thing, it's an easy issue because it boils down to the decision of one person, which is President Hartzell. So if someone, not necessarily me, but anyone, just manages to meet with President Hartzell and change his mind, then UT can have a new school song. And I'm not for censorship. If any alumni want to sing The Eyes of Texas, even at the university, I don't think it's the end of the world. I don't think it should be the song of the university because it's not a unifying song. That's what I think. But other people do have stronger opinions and they want the song completely removed from campus. But I'm just saying, naturally, we don't all agree on everything. I'm scrolling down now through the written comments to see if there are some that are questions that I can just bring up. I think it's important to disaggregate Asians. It disproportionately impacts, oh, these are some of perhaps from the earlier one, sure. I saw that one. So UT officially became an HSI, Hispanic Survey Institution, last fall. It became in name, meaning that we reached a threshold of 25% enrollments. It's not something to celebrate because it is a belated, shamefully long overdue milestone in this university's slow, painful, protracted struggle for inclusion. What I mean by that is the following. Texas high schools, 52% of all students, and now Texas schools, 52% of all students in public schools are Hispanic. But now finally at UT, half as many. So finally at UT, UT underrepresents students from Texas, both Black and Hispanic. And UT underrepresents faculty relative to its own students. We're around maybe 7 or 8%. So yeah, UT becomes an HSI. We don't have any federal money yet. We don't have any significant, but we do have 25 or 26%.
Maybe the last question could be Caroline's Bradley Guidry's question about, can you describe your work environment as a minority faculty leader? How are you treated now because of the work that you do?
Well, I'm treated far worse in my department. There were a series of false accusations that led me to file a lawsuit at the Western Federal District Court, and there's permanent damage done to my reputation because of that. But at the university-wide level, especially since I'm really advocating for other people, I don't really care that much about my salary. My salary, we have maybe a $15,000 difference by now. We'll solve it. But there are professors who are underpaid by, say, $50,000 and who are near retirement. So in that process of advocating for them, I've found many friendships and good relationships, and similarly with the students and with many professors in many branches of the university who otherwise I would not have met. So on the whole, it's very worthwhile. In my department, we've made enormous progress, but even then, it's come at a very large personal loss. Meaning, but on the whole, I think it's positive. I think these labors are important, and we should all do them. And there's too much fear. It's silly that tenured professors are a very afraid group. I don't know how many of the officers in your group are tenured or tenure-track professors, as opposed to administrators who don't have tenure staff. But it is shocking that once people get tenure, generally they're very quiet, very withdrawn, very hesitant, and that how this happens to me is incredible. Because I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of the president or the dean. I think these are people who have good intentions, and they're trying to do their job. Sometimes they don't do their job as I would do. Often they don't, but doesn't make me be afraid of them. But yet the environment at a big Research One university like this, where the stakes are so high in professional advancements, salaries, titles, awards, the stakes are so high. Very many people are very quiet, and I think they would actually feel better if they just spoke up, because all these fights are worthwhile.
Well, I know personally, as well as everyone who's writing responses, and we thank you for your work and putting yourself out there and bringing attention to not only the pay equity issue, but also diving into and sharing the history of the Eyes of Texas. So thank you for the work, and you have supporters here on this call, and we look forward to other knowledge that you'll be sharing, I'm sure, on down the road. So thank you, Dr. Martinez.
Thank you so much. I'll put my articles on the Eyes of Texas in the conversation. That way people can look at them later.
Yes, please do. It is and there's some very video content too. I'm not sure if you're going to share that when you did the press conference a few.
Yeah. The press conference at the Capitol was an amazingly positive event, and so powerful that things should have been solved right then. But as usual, administrators genuinely do not believe that they need to respond to many complaints, and so here we are. We're gonna keep working on this.
So thank you, Dr. Martinez, and we look forward to seeing those articles in the chat. What we have next is Black Death in This Country as a Means to Comprehend Floyd. Oh, is it sharing the right screen? I think so. Comprehend Floyd and the Rest of Our Martyrs. It's going to be with Dr. Ted Gordon, and he is on the line now, so I will let him take control and share his presentation. Dr. Gordon?
Hello, how are you?
Doing well. We're excited to hear from you. Good to see you.
I'm excited to be here, and I've way over prepared, and I'm all set to go. And I'm even going to try a new technological gimmick. You need to allow me to share my screen, or whoever the host is.
You should have, let me see, do you have access now?
Host disabled, participant screen sharing is what it says. There we go. Okay. And we will try something that's new for me, which is going to be getting my mug in front of my slides. All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Dr. Gordon.
Okay, and here we go. So I'm going to talk about, I was asked a while ago by a friend of mine to talk about why all of a sudden, in the light of George Floyd murder and other atrocities, it seemed like there was all this Black death going on. And in trying to give my perspective on what that is about, I've developed this presentation. So let's get into it. One thing is that we always need to be clear about where we are. I'm sitting here in Texas, and Texas has a very interesting racial past and present. I love this picture of Maribel Lamar, who was the second president of Texas, in part because you take one look at his mug and it's about all you need to understand what was basic to the beginnings of Texas as a nation and then as a state, that really Texas was supposed to be the territory of Anglos. It was, at least in part, created as a means of making sure that slave owners were able to continue to be free to enslave. The original constitution of the country of Texas relegated Black people to the condition of enslavement. Anybody who was a free Black had to leave the country. There's also an ethnic cleansing policy in which Lamar and his henchmen, like Albert Sidney Johnston, who we used to have a statue of on our campus here at the University of Texas, they wanted to eliminate, and by eliminate means genocidally eliminate, the entire Native population from the country of Texas. So those are the origins of our situation here, and a large part of what I want to talk about. So the basic nub of my presentation is that from a systemic and historic perspective in this country, and particularly in this state, Black life is devalued. It's a basic condition of the existence of these entities. And slavery, Black slavery in particular, is a key aspect of that devaluation of Black life. Slavery is a parasitic relation based in the complete racial domination and submission of us, of others. This is a particularly graphic, was an abolitionist depiction of the coming into being of the country of Texas, which I found apropos. Most of you are probably completely aware of this. Let me get out of the way of my own text here one way or another. I can't. Anyway, the enslaved are chattel. They're commodities. They're domestic animals. They're subhuman things. At least from the perspective, the legal perspective, or the perspective of white owners and white owner class. Slaves, as the Afro-pessimists and Patterson in particular tell us, the enslaved suffered from natal alienation and social death, right? And in that sense, they stand outside the culture and society, outside the social and cultural relations of humans, which is an important aspect of enslavement. And this was clear to all, both enslaved and to the slave master class. This illustration here actually comes from the beloved Samuel Clemens, Mark Twain. This was a ubiquitous fact of life in the United States during the time of enslavement and just after. The status of enslaved people, the status of Black people as the equivalent of enslaved people, was borne out constitutionally by the case of this particular person, Dred Scott. And those of you who are familiar with this case know that the Supreme Court decided that constitutionally, and I'll read it because it's an important legal precedent and sentiment, which really characterizes the place of Blackness within the nation. We think that Black people are not included and were not intended to be included under word citizen in the Constitution, and can therefore claim none of the rights and privileges which that instrument provides for and secures to the citizens of the United States. On the contrary, they were at the time of America's founding, considered as a subordinate and inferior class of beings who had been subjugated by the dominant race, and whether emancipated or not, yet remained subject to their authority and had no rights or privileges but such as those who held the power and the government might choose to grant them. So if there's any question about the Constitution and the way that the position of Blackness, or the way that anti-Blackness is constitutional to the Republic, the Dred Scott decision rendered in 1857 really lays that out. In addition to the legal status of enslavement, there's also the aspect of enslavement which makes the enslaved not only inferior, but inherently criminal. And the slaves are inherently criminal because in seeking or even desiring freedom, we're criminal because we violate the white right to private property in Blacks, which is one of the things that the Texas Republic was created to ensure, and one of the things that the admission of Texas, to bring it home, at least to my home, was created as a state to protect. And in fact, enslaved people were not only understood to be criminal because they desired freedom, or if they desired freedom, but they're also considered to be mentally ill. They were sufferers of drapetomania because they desired to be free. It was understood to be a disease. And so the anti-Blackness that gets created in and through chattel slavery is an anti-Blackness that is based on natal alienation, social death, but also on the notion of general dishonor, the absolute inferiority, the dangerously inferior status of enslaved Blacks, and also the notion, and this is where I want to spend some time today, the notion of a key characteristic of chattel slavery being, or slavery in general being, the existence of gratuitous violence. And gratuitous violence is violence that's in excess of what is necessary for the utilitarian use of the labor of enslaved people. So it's what goes beyond what's necessary to ensure the submission and the economic viability of slave ownership. And I want to claim that it's a hetero and homoerotics of coerced and violent subordination. In other words, I want to claim in this talk that there is, in that excess of violence, there is something that is psychologically and perhaps sexually satisfying for the dominant in the domination of the dominated. In this situation, because there is a, particularly in the state of the nation of Texas, and later in the state, but particularly in the nation of Texas, there is a direct one-to-one association of chattel, the condition of chattel with Blackness, and the condition of Blackness with chattel. In other words, all Blacks are chattel and all chattel are Blacks. Yeah. I went the wrong direction. So, inasmuch as gratuitous violence is a key aspect of slavery, level and acts of coercion and violence in excess of what's that necessary to ensure the efficiency and utility of the enslaved, as I already said. There is an erotics, from my perspective, erotics defined as the intensity of feeling sexual and otherwise associated with embodied interactions. There's a satisfaction that goes beyond the mere utilitarian aspects of slave ownership. And we see indications of this all over the place in the illustrations of enslavement during the time, in the descriptions of the enslaved in relationship. There's no better representation of this than this particular now famous, I think it's late 1792, British representation of the relationship between slave masters and the enslaved, and the kind of equivalencies that are made between the sexuality of domination and the sexuality of domination through violence. These are equivalencies that to me are important to recognize. These are equivalencies in some sense that are, again, constitutional to us as a nation, embodied in our in the practices and psyches of our founding fathers, right? In their relationships. This, of course, is Thomas Jefferson on the one hand, and this is Sally Hemings' daughter on the other, as just examples of that. And what I want to argue, as Saidiya Hartman and many other Afro-pessimists and others argue, is that these kinds of relationships, embodied relationships that are characteristic of the enslavement of Black folks, bleed over or transfer over into the situation and circumstances of Black people after the time of slavery. This is, of course, a minstrel show held in the early 1900s at Texas A&M. University of Texas had plenty of these as well. And the notion in the afterlife of slavery of Black subhumanity, of Black sub-citizen, as Blackness being the antithesis of whiteness, the antithesis or the opposite or the other that creates whiteness, is an important aspect of what emerges after in this country and in this state after the end of enslavement. It's an important part of the kind of beginnings of science and the understandings of the relationships, the scientific understandings between relationships between people. This is, of course, a social Darwinist representation. This was clearly the dominant paradigm in the up to the mid 20th century in academics and scholarship. The other aspect of this in the afterlife of enslavement is the notion of Black people who are no longer enslaved being a threat outside the control of slavery to white society, which then justifies the extrajudicial violence as a means of control of Black folks. This is a frame from the famous movie, The Birth of a Nation, in which this white man in blackface is hauled off to be lynched for improprieties in relationship to white women. The fear of Blackness is that outside the context of enslavement, that Blacks are a threat to white women, but a threat, a disorganizational threat, a criminal threat to white society. And in that context, We have the 13th Amendment, which says that neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States. And so what the 13th Amendment does for us is free us from slavery, except when we are considered to be the kind of threat to white society that we're assumed to be, and we can be relegated back to enslavement through the processes and the protection of the state, right? So slavery equals blackness, blackness equals criminality, criminality equals threat, and we empower the state after enslavement to play the role of control of a dangerous and criminal Black population. When the state enacts this control, one of the key aspects of the relegation of Blackness to criminality is the issue of when it is that corporal punishment is appropriate. And corporal punishment or physical punishment in our society is punishment intended to cause physical pain or death to a person. It's practiced to a certain extent among minors, but it is also only really practiced, at least legally, on adults in the context of slavery on the one hand and the criminal justice system on the other. And so we engage in the relegation of the criminal Black to the control of the state, and the control of the state enacts us enslavement-like regime in which corporal punishment are the wages of Black criminality. In situations where the state is deemed not to be sufficiently robust to control the excesses of Blackness, extrajudicial violence is enacted. This is a photo, famous photo, of Jesse Washington, who was lynched, burned, dismembered, etc., just up the road from where I am now, Waco, Texas, in 1916. One of the times in which anti-Black violence, or some of the times in which anti-Black violence reaches a crescendo, is during the time, during and after, immediately after moments of racial reconstruction. So the Jesse Washington lynching episode is one of many that took place during and just after Reconstruction in the 1860s and early 70s. And these kinds of violence here, this is the 1950s, of course, Emmett Till and his lynching. Again, these things are enacted when Blacks are understood to be outside the control of the state. One of the key aspects of the aftermath of slavery is that Blacks are feared as beastly, criminal, violent. These kinds of representations are, I'm sure, familiar to all of you. This is one in which LeBron, who is a very decent and politically aware person, was utilized to embody those notions of who we are, right? And even contemporarily, this kind of bestiality needs to be contained and ends up being contained again through the actions of the state. Black, irrational, and threatening bodies must be forced to demonstrate submissiveness to whiteness as represented by the state. And this is in large point, from my perspective, a basis for the enactment and support for policing and the criminal justice system. One of the things to recognize about the current post-second Reconstruction scene, racial scene or racial environment, is that much of what we're seeing today has to do with the legal and social reactions to the events of the prolonged moment of racial Reconstruction, which probably begins in the mid-1950s and maybe ends with the election of Barack Obama. One of those key legacies is that in the aftermath, or actually during the late 1960s, when there were racial uprisings throughout the country, as Black folks and others began to push back at the Jim Crow and other forms of anti-Blackness, the state responds, the Supreme Court in particular, responds legally and otherwise. I got ahead of myself to a certain extent through the empowering and the racialization of the criminal justice system. And one of the key aspects of that is this notion of qualified immunity, which we're beginning to hear more about in relationship to extrajudicial murder of Black folks and other liberties that we're now have granted to the state and the state's representatives in the police. And so the Supreme Court in the late 1960s hold officers immune from liability unless it can be shown that he or she broke clearly established law in the process. But the burden is on the plaintiff to prove that there's been a law clearly broken. And this is part of what now has given us the situation in which all kinds of egregious violence are enacted on Black folks. And Black folks are very rarely, Black folks, the police are very rarely held to account in terms of those occurrences. This is part and parcel of the growth of the criminal justice system, which you're all aware of, and the racial disparities, the anti-Blackness that's inherent to the criminal justice system. And you all have seen these kinds of statistics in which the state controls its Black population through its criminalization. And this criminalization oftentimes, and the state's action in relationship to criminalization, leaves us in a situation where Black death is often the result. Here's a graph which shows us something I'm sure you're all aware of, the over-representation of Black people on death row. These kinds of figures here are, I'm sure, depressingly familiar to you. But part of the fear of Black people, Black criminality, the polluting forces of Blackness not only motivate the state's, our criminalization and the state's action against us as criminals, and also the state's action in relationship to legalized murder on death row, it also is a key factor. Those forces are a key factor in the extreme arming of the US population. In other words, the fear, amongst other things, but the fear of Blackness, of uncontrolled Blackness, the fear of uncontrolled Blackness, which has been part of what's motivated us as a society from the times of enslavement up through today, is also a key aspect of why it is that so many of us as citizens of the United States feel like we need to be armed against that criminality, those forces of criminality. And we know that implicit bias definitely associates Blackness with criminality and with criminal violence. And there's a definite relationship between the ways in which we feel as a society, as private citizens, we need to arm ourselves against that. $120 firearms for every 100 residents. Here's a screenshot from the famous incident that precipitated the LA uprisings, Rodney King beating. One of the things that the Rodney King beating indicates to us is that beyond the state and even private citizens' actions and preparedness to deal with supposed the threat of Blackness, Black criminality, Black bestiality, that there's a sense in which the violence against us exceeds the utility of the coercion that we're subject to. In other words, the police who beat Rodney King to a pulp engaged in that beating beyond what was necessary to have him submit. And so one of the things that I think we need to understand what's been going on recently, which actually is what's been going on for the last 200 years, is that deadly violence against, or violence against Blacks, is in excess of what's necessary to keep us in our place. It's in excess of what's needed to keep us under control. It's part of a larger pattern of normalized Black death in our society. It's part of a larger pattern of normalized gratuitous violence enacted in relation to Blacks. Normalized Black death is so normalized that we are often unaware of its patterns in so many aspects of our lives as Black folks. This is a graph of the pregnancy-related mortality ratio of women. And you can see that by far Black women, and to a somewhat lesser extent Native American or Native women, suffer pregnancy-related mortality at a rate that's far higher than anybody else in our society. That's been the case since the time of slavery. Since the time of enslavement, the rates of pregnancy-related mortality amongst Black folks have been 2.5 to 2 times higher than that of Black folks. There's been no change over that period of time. Right? Black mortality is ubiquitous in this society. I'll read these. Except at the very oldest ages, Black Americans had the highest death rates of any America's racial and ethnic groups. Average Black man in the United States lives about 5 fewer years than the average white man. A newborn Black boy in Washington, D.C. has a shorter life expectancy than a newborn boy in India. The racial differences in mortality persist even in studies that compare individuals with similar levels of income and education. Our murder rates are far higher than anybody else's. And the state plays an important role in that disproportionate mortality. Most of the time, not as spectacularly as was played out with Tamir Rice in 2015. But nevertheless, an important role. Police violence is a leading cause of death for young men in the United States. 1 in every 1,000 Black men can expect to be killed by the police. This is a much abbreviated list. And in contributing to that list, the police are enacting the role of the state in the subordination of the threatening Black population. This fulfills a key demand of the citizenry for security through discipline. The state's thin blue line that separates, the state is the thin blue line, or the police as representatives of the state represent the thin blue line that separates and protects white civil society from savagery. This is Avenue Luyama. Excuse you, Avenue Luyama. These things get hard to talk about after a while. One of the things, again, that I'm trying to think through is the excess of violence and death enacted on us. It's not necessary to engage in the level of violence and death to keep us in our place. So one of the things that I think is going on is that in addition to fear and in addition to the need to maintain this social and political and economic status quo, that this notion of gratuitousness is important to understand, and the notion or our ability to understand what the erotics of that gratuitousness, our ability to understand these things is absolutely necessary, because I think they play a role. And by erotics, I don't necessarily mean sexual erotics, but as the case of Abner Nuima amply demonstrates, and as other much less famous episodes demonstrate, the erotics and the homoerotics of violence need to be taken into account, need to be understood. I don't want to engage in false equivalencies here. And I have in the past been a football fan, and even, I'll admit, a fan of the University of Texas football team. But in trying to think through the excesses of gratuitous violence, thinking about men in groups in a patriarchal society, men in groups in which patriarchy, that the most fundamental element of patriarchy is domination. And thinking about how a game like football depends on group practices of male dominance, men's groups in relation to each other, it gives me a way of thinking through, or a handle on, not an equivalent kind of way necessarily, but a handle on what may be happening when the state organizes groups of men to enforce policies of domination in relation to Blackness. These are heroic male personages who lead groups into battle and who exalt in the dominant victory. The exhilaration of dominant power, the rush of dominance. The camaraderie, if not homoeroticism, of these moments seems to me to be reflected once again in the state's organization of largely male groups with a clear esprit de corps, engaged in the coercive disciplinary activities of the state. That these men engaged in group action on behalf of the state and on behalf of the state's effort to keep an unruly Black population or population of male bodies in line. That in those kinds of structural situations, even the racial difference between those men's groups can end us up in a situation in which there's something more going on than just the need to control that Black population, that there's something extra that helps us to explain the excess and gratuitous violence. And so in conclusion, as it says here, what happened to George Floyd in particular is part and parcel of the history of gratuitous violence, and it's erotic, which is part of the afterlife of slavery. And in this case, the states need to dominate and control Black bodies and group men's groups entrusted with the responsibility to do so, but who also are engaged in gratuitous violence, which has an erotics to it, apprehended George Floyd. And it's only the fact that Chauvin, I think his name is spelled wrong here, it's all right, kept his knee on Brother Floyd's neck for 5 minutes too long. That separated what he did from the normal, everyday, gratuitous infliction of violence on Black people into a spectacular, and the filming of it transformed it into a spectacular data point on the banality of normalized Black death. I'm going to stop there. I don't know if you have a time for us to talk about all this. It's hard to give this, and I imagine not all that pleasant to hear.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gordon. I think there's a, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. I feel like I've been watching the comments as you continue the discussion and really appreciate it. I think a lot of us are appreciating the depth of the information you're providing. With today's conversation being on healing and finding ways to come together.
Sorry about that.
No, I think this is really important. This is part of healing, I think, is recognizing what it is we're experiencing, the history behind it. So we really, really appreciate the conversation. There is one question I want to make sure that we do ask you, and it's by Dr. Castillo. He asks, can you talk about the 13th Amendment in relation to current abolition work to amend the 13th? New Jersey is one example.
Yeah, I can't say much more than what was said in the question, that given the history of the 13th and also the ways in which it's been implemented, it is absolutely clear that it needs to be, well, here I'm calling for reform. One of the problems with this is that the afterlife of slavery is hard to just reform. It permeates so much. So it permeates the Constitution in many ways, one of which is the 13th Amendment. So I'm in favor of amending the 13th Amendment, but that's an important move to make. Other adjustments in terms of how the Constitution is interpreted, like qualified immunity, are even easier to change. All we have to do is have a Supreme Court decision or have the legislature decide that qualified immunity is ridiculous, or is worse than ridiculous, is murderous. So in sum, yes, it would be great. I agree with the abolitionist movement, particularly the portions of the abolitionist movement that want to change the Constitution, which is supposed to govern how we operate. The 13th Amendment is a real problem, but it's part of a much larger problem that that we need to address. And I don't know how you address the erotics of this. Maybe by addressing the basic legal and practical aspects of it to begin with, but patriarchal domination and the kinds of erotics of patriarchal domination, or the erotics that provide, is not just a problem for Black folks. It's a problem for women. It's a problem for men. It's deep. Don't get me started. Sorry.
I'm muted. It's like someone said in the conversation, this is a whole other level of discussion that we could go in if we had the time to discuss the complexity of this issue. So I want to remind everybody, is there any other question? You can definitely drop it in the chat or provide it in the Q&A. I'll wait a few seconds to see if we have anything pop up. Otherwise, we can continue with some other announcements. I don't think we do. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Gordon. Like I said, this is super appreciative. We thank you so much for joining us today and sharing your knowledge. Really important for the times and the conversation for today's presentation. So what we're going to do, we have about 10 minutes between our next presentation. This is a great opportunity for us to take a moment to reflect, grab some more snacks, head to the restroom, whatever you need to do. But before we go into that, I want to see if we can get David Cross to join us to talk a little bit about the elections that are going to happen this afternoon. So thank you so much, Dr. Gordon. We appreciate you. And then if we can get David to join us to share a little bit about the election process that's going to happen later this afternoon. You're muted, Dr. David.
All right. There we go. Good morning, everybody. I hope you're having a great morning and enjoying these sessions. Very, very powerful and poignant, and it's important for us to be here. I do want to take a moment to talk about the elections for TADOHE that are currently underway. That is going to be the first item of business at our business meeting at 4:30. Because we are virtual, we are doing it a little differently this time. Last night or yesterday, I emailed ballots to all of the folks who were registered on our session, our seminar today, who are paid members of TADOHE, either institutional members or individual members. If you didn't get a ballot, please send me a note at david.cross@hccs.edu. We will be collecting those ballots throughout the day, talking a little bit about the candidates and the slate of officers that have been put forth by the executive board. And then the voting will close at 11:59 tonight. And I'm asking folks who received ballots to send those again to my email, david.cross@hccs.edu. That information then will be posted on our TADOHE website, and then also sent out to the members about the new slate of officers. There's also a new set of revised bylaws that have been updated by the executive board for your review that went out also with the ballot. That it allows for a 2-year term of office for the presidents and the various vice presidents and executive assistants who will be working with that. Those offices or the selected candidates will begin those offices then on September the 1st of this year, 2021, at the beginning of the academic year. Again, thanks so much for your participation. If you received a ballot, please take the time to take a look at it and submit it back. Your participation is important to us. And if you have questions, please feel free to put them in the chat box, or if you need additional information, and we'll be monitoring that as we go forward. Thanks so much, Javier, and guys, have a great session.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cross. So what we're going to do, we have about 6 minutes before we start our next presentation. Like I said, this is a great opportunity to get up and stretch. We will put up the screen with the rest of the schedule for the evening or this afternoon, as well as play more of that Spotify that so much of you have requested, which I will definitely get the link in the chat and try to provide that as a resource for you as well. So go ahead, take a chance to stretch, get some water, get prepared for the rest of the sessions this afternoon.
Little kid in a small town, I did my best just to fit in. Broke my heart on the playground, when they said I was different. Oh, now I'm all grown up and nothing has changed. Yeah, it's still the same. It's a hard life on easy street, just white painted picket fences far as you can see. If you think we live in the land of the free, you should try to be black like me. My daddy worked day and night for an old house and a used car, just to live that good life. It shouldn't be twice as hard. Oh, now I'm all grown up and nothing has changed. Yeah, it's still the same. It's a hard life on easy street, just white painted picket fences far as you can see. If you think we live in the land of the free, you should try to be black like me. Picket fences, far as you can see. And if you think we live in a land of the free, you should try to be black like me. Oh, and someday we'll all be free, and I'm proud to be black like me, and I'm proud to be black like me, proud to be black like me, black like me.
Aquí estoy establecido en los Estados Unidos, 10 años pasaron ya. En que crucé de mojado y papeles no he arreglado, sigo siendo un ilegal. Y mis hijos que me los traje muy chicos y se han olvidado ya. De mi México querido, del que yo nunca me olvido y no puedo regresar. Prisionero dentro de esta gran nación. que regresáramos a vivir a México.
What are you talking about, Dad? I don't want to go back to Mexico. No way.
Mis hijos no hablan conmigo, otro idioma han aprendido y olvidado el español. Piensan como americanos, niegan que son mexicanos, aunque tengan mi color. De mi trabajo a mi casa, yo sé lo que me pasa, aunque soy hombre de hogar.
Well, we'll have to stop the baile a little early today so we can get right back on track with today's presentations. Thank you all once again so much. I know that there was some information shared in the chat about becoming members or getting more involved with TADOHE, so please feel free to visit our website to learn more about those opportunities. But to continue on for today, I want to introduce Dr. Bosco and Dr. Dasguspa, who are from San Francisco, make sure I get this right, University of San Francisco. So thank you both for joining us today. You're welcome to start your screens, and we'll hand it over to you.
Thank you so much, Javier. Can everybody hear me okay? Javier, is the volume okay?
Yes, everything's
okay. Awesome. Thank you so much for that great introduction. I know you all do things big in Texas, but I didn't realize it was going to be quite so big even virtually. So I'm really, really excited for the invitation and to be here. Good afternoon. My name is Ria Dasgupta. I use she, her pronouns. And for anyone who's not able to see me, I'm in front of a yellow wall. I have a little bit of artwork on top of me. I'm South Asian, so I have light brown skin, kind of long black hair. I'm wearing earrings, just so anybody who's not able to see me has a little bit of visuals to work with. So I serve as the Chief Diversity Officer for Academic Affairs and Community Outreach at Georgian Court University, which is in New Jersey. Javier, I also serve as an adjunct professor at University of San Francisco, which is probably where you got that. It's an honor today to be presenting to TADOHE. I am also a representative of the Northeast chapter of NADOHE, so really happy to represent my community over here. And I want to just shout out and give a really big thank you to Dr. Sherry Ben, who I see is on here, for inviting Dr. Bosco and I. And thank you to Javier and Jaden for helping us behind the scenes to get here today. It's really, I know this is a lot of work, so I really appreciate all the work that went into this. Thank you. Today we're presenting, and I will share my screen eventually, but today we're here to present on Asian American and white women working to destabilize white supremacy in higher education. A very long title, a lot happening there, and we'll get into a little bit of more of what we're talking about. I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Bosco to introduce herself.
Thank you, Ria. I want to echo, my name is Jenny. I go by she, her. And I wanted to echo what Ria said, just really appreciative of being here today and joining TADOHE. Appreciate the invitation. We're looking forward to sharing with you some topics and concepts that are really important to us. For those who want a little bit more or need a little bit more background information, I wear glasses and I have my hair up wearing a burgundy top, and I have a white complexion, and my background is just these boring office calendars. I feel like I'm one of the only higher ed person back in the office, but I am really glad to be here. And and for work-wise, I am the Executive Director of Admissions for Life Chiropractic College West, and also an adjunct faculty and writing coach at University of San Francisco. So thank you for having us. So we have a few things that we're going to be chatting about today. These come from work that we've been doing both in our dissertations and in our work workplace, and we're going to talk to you about it. Some of the questions that we're going to address today: how do we define neoliberalism and its relationship to white supremacy? How do we see neoliberalism impacting DEI in higher education? What is the role of Asian American women and white women in relationship to this impact? And so what? Why is that so important and critical for us to have conversations around? So we have a few goals today. We're going to explain some keywords just so you understand what we mean when we say certain things. We're going to provide an overview of our 2 dissertation studies and sort of how that work has continued to develop over time, and highlight some key takeaways and strategies, what this has meant for us. Ria and I had the great fortune to be doctoral students together, and really found that our work complemented each other in a very deep way. And so it's allowed us to really, I think for me, I couldn't have gotten where I was without Ria's mentorship and leadership. But also you will see how these also complement each other and have impact together in our workplaces, in Texas higher ed, as diversity officers and so forth. And then we will have some questions for you to take away for yourself and for your own campuses and communities. So.
And if at any point anybody has questions, please do put them into the chat. We don't want anybody to have to save questions for the end, and we're hoping that you all have a lot of questions, so please don't be shy and do put them into the chat. And a reminder that there is live transcript available through Zoom, so please do turn that on if it's helpful. So we think it's really important to define all of those words that you saw in the title of our presentation. You probably have heard all of these terms, but of course we use them in particular ways in our studies and are going to be using them in particular ways today. So we'll go back and forth and give you some definitions. So neoliberal higher education, we're going to start with one of the more challenging ones first. In short, neoliberalism is the commodification of everything. So just sit with that. It's the commodification of everything. Neoliberalism takes the idea of capitalism and capitalizing and extends it into every realm of our lives. So things are obviously commodified, but also the environment is commodified. People are commodified. Their education is commodified. The places in which they learn, like higher education, are commodified. Identities are commodified, and even the ways that we are human are commodified. So this is a deeply rich theoretical concept, and I would love to talk to anybody about it more afterwards. I think we could have a whole, lifelong conversation about this. But I also guarantee that everybody understands it quite naturally. When I say commodification of everything, I'm sure something popped into your head immediately when I said that. And it's everywhere, it's hard to name, it impacts everybody, and it's difficult, though not impossible, to impact. So when we say the term neoliberal higher education, we really are saying 2 things at the same time. One is that our colleges and universities are marketized. They behave like profit-minded corporations. And this has become more and more the case throughout the past decades. We see it in ways in which corporations are invited onto campus, and we act like a business in higher education. The second thing, which is a bit deeper and a bit more complex, is that our behavior is such that we behave in a way that is very ruggedly individualistic. This is really inherent to capitalist mentality, that we think everything is about my success. Everything is about my career advancement. Everything is about my identity. And how does this show up in the way that we interact as diversity professionals, all of you who have gathered here today? So I want us to be thinking about commodification of identity in relation to the work of diversity work in higher education. And I'm going to pass it on to Dr. Bosco.
Thank you. I wanted to talk a little bit about the keyword white. And the reason it's important to kind of talk about this is really understanding where we're coming from, what we mean when we're using these terms. And white is both, yes, it's really looking at people who have light skin, Northern European features, recognizing the history of how white has developed over time, particularly in this country. But it's also important to talk about white as oftentimes white, it goes invisible and oftentimes is looked as the absence of culture rather than, as we get into things like white supremacy, are actually what has dominated culture, particularly in the US for centuries, right? And so it's, it also includes folks that can also may not identify nationally or culturally with white American, but also could particularly pass and may be receiving benefits of whiteness. Thank you.
Okay, so the term Asian American is also a big one. So I'm going to start off by saying that the term Asian American encompasses 48 different ethnic groups with vastly different cultural experiences, which have actually been dominated, I would say, by the experiences of East Asian and South Asian communities in the United States. So the countries that are considered to be Asia, so everybody knows, go as far west as Turkey, and as far east as Japan and the Philippines, as far north as Mongolia, and as far south as Indonesia, for example. So my study in particular has nobody that identified as Pacific Islander, so I use the term Asian American with that in mind. I'm not talking about Pacific Islanders specifically today. And Asian American is a very politicized term. Intentionally so. This term emerged in 1968. There's a specific date to it, and it came from students, which I think you all are very aware of. Students who were involved in the Third World Liberation Movement wanted to develop a term that would demonstrate a pan-Asian solidarity, but with criticality. We're not all the same. However, we can band together and have some understanding of what it means to be Asian together in the United States. So for example, a Filipino-American person has a shared but distinct history of colonialism with a person of South Asian American ancestry like myself. A Japanese person has a shared but distinct history of immigration with a Cambodian person. So the term Asian American is a reminder. It's a reminder that we have a shared story, yes, but that we can never become so lazy to forget that the story is not the same for everyone. So in our current moment, and I want to pay a lot of mind to the current moment that we're in our current moment when another surge in xenophobic hate and violence has impacted our Asian American community, and I say another with a lot of intention, this is not the first time that this has happened to the Asian American community. It's really important to stress in this moment that this violence is not impacting all Asian Americans in the same way. I, as a South Asian American person, am not affected in the same way as a person who is or looks more East Asian, for example. And I really want to stress this going into my study because lumping together all Asians is not only methodologically lazy, but it causes real harm by erasing history and erasing marginalization and subordination. When it is said, for example, and this is a huge thing, that Asian Americans are the model minority because of education or income levels, that means that our history books don't think it's important to mention stories of oppression and resistance that really color the Asian American community writ large. So my study looks at Asian Americans, and it specifically looks at Asian American women who are diversity professionals in higher education. And so to give you a sense of the size of that group, in 2007, which is the last time I believe that data was collected on the demographics of chief diversity officers, 3% of all CDOs were Asian American. Of course, we know Black Americans and Latinx Americans are more predominant in the CDO community. And this has probably changed in however many years that is since 2007, but there is no current data. And I think that's important to note too, that we haven't updated the data amongst CDOs. And I encourage somebody to do that study because it's really important. But I think it's important to see where Asian Americans fall in our profession, in the profession of diversity, equity, and inclusion in higher education.
Thank you, Ria. I also want to talk about white supremacy as not just about one race being better, dominant, supreme, above others, but it's really the way in which white has been a dominant norm, that white culture, white history, white thought, white beliefs has sort of embedded itself as a baseline for how we are to act in this country, and as more and more neoliberalism and more globalization around the world. It's not just about, and then I will say also that it's also institutionalized. So the way that it's sustained is through so much of our institutions, like education, like our support services, social work, our legal system, etc., our government, all of that, and has really allowed us to rely on these old systems that allow some people to be privileged and benefited and others not, meaning my idea of success is more important than yours. And we've done this in a way where it's completely invisible in most places, particularly in higher education, and we rarely have these conversations on our campus. But as you know, higher education, a lot of times our work is to create successful, quote unquote, citizens of the world, right? And we have all these conversations about what success looks like. I will also say that it's important for us to think about white supremacy in relation to higher education, as so much of our institutions of higher ed are dominated by white history, enslavement and oppression of people of color, and even today, white norms, white culture, white understandings dominate and dictate how we work in our education system.
So with those definitions in mind, we wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about the two studies that really ground today's presentation. So I'm being very cognizant of time, so I'm going to try and keep it short. But I wanted to give a little overview of my particular study, which is about the racialized neoliberal lens, which I will talk a little bit more about. So my study, as you can see, the research question was, what can studying the work of Asian American women who are DEI professionals, diversity, equity, and inclusion professionals, tell us about the profession in the context of neoliberalism? So really wanting to understand, how can the experience of Asian American women serve as a lens to understand this commodifying nature of higher education, and how it impacts diversity, equity, and inclusion. And of course, research is me-search, as we all know. So as an Asian American and as a South Asian American, I really wanted to understand my own work as a DEI professional. And honestly, a question that probably plagues so many people in this room, which is, why is this work so hard? Why does it feel like, as Sarah Ahmed says, that we're always hitting against a brick wall in this work? And one of the things we come to understand, as Derek Bell has told us, as Nancy Leung has told us, as Natasha Waraku has told us, as Ellen Berry has told us, is that DEI work in higher education is rarely about diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's rarely about equity. And what they note is that it's actually more about, or has become more about, appealing to the needs of white students and appealing to the needs of capital, so that rather than seeking equity and racial justice on our campuses, we're finding the ways in which diversity can become profitable and suit the needs of white supremacy. So in this landscape where diversity has become a selling point more than anything else, diversity professionals, who in this country are by and large Black women, as the data shows us, are brought to campuses to do the impossible work, impossible task of making our institutions equitable. This steep uphill climb to make our institutions more equitable, without adequate resources, as we know, without adequate support staff, as we know, and in an environment where the ecology of the campus, the ecology of our campuses, have not been cultivated in a way to make equity a truly realizable goal in higher education. In this arena, I wanted to understand what the Asian American experience is for DEI professionals who identify as such. So I spoke to 8 DEI professionals who identify in this way, and to really understand what has their experience been in the course of their profession. And here are some of the main findings that I came away with. The first thing is that many of my participants felt as though they were hired because of the stereotype that Asian American women in particular are docile, quiet, and are people who are not going to rock the boat. They felt as though they were hired to maintain the status quo, not challenge it, as we know DEI professionals really need to do. They were actually felt as though they were there as maintenance workers of the status quo. For this reason, many of my participants also felt that they were seen as suspect by their colleagues of color in the work, particularly Black and Latinx colleagues who we know are doing the work. My participants said that they had to do so much trust building and so much building of camaraderie and coalition, which we'll be talking about later, to get to a place where they felt that they could actually impact or create communities of trust. And we know that in these campus environments, the people who are doing the work, primarily Black people, primarily Black women, that work is prejudged because of the stereotypes, the gendered and racial stereotypes that are placed on Black women's bodies, which can make it so that there is an atmosphere in which people are not able to be outspoken in the way that you need to be outspoken to do this work in the way that it needs to get done. So what ended up happening is that my participants, my Asian American women participants, would, after going through this process of trust building and coalition building, would work behind the scenes with their colleagues, with their Black and Latinx colleagues, to basically strategize and be able to say things and do things on behalf of their primarily Black, but also Latinx colleagues that they knew their other colleagues would not be able to say because of the stereotypical identity kind of tropes that have been placed upon those communities. So there was a lot of strategy. There was a lot of this idea that, well, I have this agency because of this preconceived notion that I've actually been here hired to not do anything. I can take advantage of that, and I can speak on behalf and in coalition with the communities that may not be able to do the same thing. So what that ended up revealing is actually what is the title of this theory that emerged from my study, this idea of the racialized neoliberal gaze. And this is the idea, and I don't know how many of you, I say this all the time, so I know Jenny's sick of hearing this, but I don't know how many of you have watched Lord of the Rings. But there's that big eye, that eye of Sauron, right? That is always looking for Frodo and is looking for the ring. This idea that eye is actually, let's think of it as a racializing eye. That eye is looking around and seeing which are the identities upon which I can place the most egregious stereotypes, and which are the identities upon which I can therefore create the most easy way of getting to commodification. So this is what I call the racialized neoliberal gaze. And for anybody who likes Foucault in the house, this is the idea of the panopticon looking down on us from, you know, a carceral system. But we can talk about that another time. That's a whole other presentation. So in a capitalist system, our identities are assessed as to how commodifiable they are. Asian Americans, as a racialized people, are very hard to pin down. Are we exotic? Are we docile? Are we soft-spoken? Are we the yellow peril, as has been used in history? Really hard to prejudge a community upon which you have so many conflicting stereotypes. So my studies suggest that Asian American women can and should seize that confusion and take advantage of that confusion and show up in spaces while the space of confusion exists, to be able to say and do things that actually come out as unthreatening, but probably are quite radical and can actually upend and challenge the status quo. So all of this to say that Asian American women have a critical role to play in the work of equity building, have a critical role to play in the movement that's happening right now. No one suspects us Asian Americans to be the troublemakers. So we have a responsibility to take advantage of that. We have a responsibility to be outspoken, to speak powerfully on behalf of our Black brothers and sisters, to speak powerfully for communities that do not have the same advantage of voice that we do. And now is a critical opportunity for us to show a common history of intersecting struggle, particularly with the Black community, and show how the Asian American community has been historically used against the Black community through the model minority myth, which at its core is an anti-Black myth. It has everything to do with Blackness and has been used within the Asian community, the model minority myth. This is the time to tackle that model minority myth and say, actually, we're going to critically examine that and build coalition with an understanding of how this has been used against all of us throughout history. So I'm going to talk more about coalition building when we get to that later on, because I can go on and on. And I want to make sure that Jenny has some time to speak, but really to hold this idea that to seize the power that is given to us because of this space of racialized confusion and racialized misunderstanding. I'm going to leave it there and pass it on to Jenny. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ria. We could listen to that for a long time. I definitely see some future presentations on this coming up. But thank you. I specifically wanted to address my research and work, which was looking at how white women faculty and staff were both disrupting and sustaining white supremacy on their campuses. And why is it important that we even talk about white people when we're talking about DEI work and our higher education system is one, with the simple fact that white people are usually not asked to make this a priority or even think about it in their day-to-day work, where that is not the case with people of color, where they're oftentimes, or queer people, or our faculty and staff with disabilities, where they're asked to be the diversity in the room, address, fix inclusion issues, and as long as all of the Asian people in the room are happy, then we're doing okay with inclusion on our campuses. And so that was kind of what brought it to, and it was really trying to understand what white women, particularly as white women in predominantly white institutions, make up the largest amount of administrators, right? And are starting to dominate faculty in specific subjects. And if anything, were they doing anything to address white supremacy? And really looking at what are white women's responsibilities in ending white supremacy, right? And kind of problematizing that. If white women have a role in this conversation, what is it? And to tease out conflicts and barriers. So what were the barriers that made it difficult for white women to do more work in these areas? And if there were real conflicts, then if we name them, define them, and kind of try to understand them, then we can get through them and continue to grow and develop this idea. And then also personally, I just was looking for role models from myself. I mean, and looking for other white individuals who I could look to as really making this a part of their everyday work, making change on their campus, being an accomplice, and that has been for me personally really hard to find. And so I wanted to kind of dig into, are there opportunities for network and mentorship and leadership in these areas? So then I started, and I found a lot of things. I have talked with white folks for a long time in my career, and oftentimes find that white people, they, depending on where you're at, some white people will say they're, it's not that they totally want equal rights for everybody. They're against racism, they're against sexism, all of that, but they don't actually know what to do about it. They just go on with their lives and not thinking about that. And I think that if we're really going to truly change and shift some things on our campuses, that we definitely need to first get white people involved and get them the knowledge and information that they need to be able to understand what that looks like. So with that, I wanted to talk a little bit about my findings. I have a lot to say. So first, the spheres of influence I will share. So what I was finding was that white women would talk about using their spheres of influence. So that they were a director, if they oversaw, student organizations and things like that, that those became places in which they felt that they could talk about issues of oppression, talk about issues of white supremacy, talk about whiteness in a space where they felt they could make some sort of difference. I should back up and just highlight that in my study specifically, I already was looking at white women who specifically addressed that they were already working against racism and dedicated to anti-racism. So these were people already thinking about it, rather than having just a generic, a more general population, because I really wanted to get to the root of what is the role and responsibility and how do we go about that. So just to clarify a little bit. And the problem with this finding, and I think is that what happens is you could say that is both a positive. They were taking action, they were educating others, they were having these conversations about white supremacy. But the problem with it is that those conversations only went so far as their position. So if they were on a committee, great, that committee might hear this, but the campus doesn't hear it. They somehow were not institutionalizing their work or these conversations in order to make larger change on their campus. So, without that deeper connection and change, you don't have transformation. And oftentimes they would use, and this kind of goes into the race gender dissonance, is oftentimes they would use their gender as a reason why they didn't push. Because of sexism, I don't feel comfortable. I could get fired. I don't have the autonomy or the power dynamic to be able to push and make waves in this area. Specifically, I was looking at white women. I argue that white women as a protected class, they are, yes, they have some privileges of whiteness, but as white women, they've been seen in history sort of that this legacy as that they need to be protected from I would say people of color, from these criminal activities, the woes of the world, and that white women really are really listened to when they speak up when they're asking for protection. And so that is something that is really important. And so when we started looking at the race gender dissonance, the women that I spoke with could identify places where they were being affected because of their gender, but they didn't take those lessons and apply them to being white. So that if I'm experiencing these microaggressions, these oppressions, these exclusionary acts, these reactions from people, as a white person, how am I doing that or sustaining to someone else? And they couldn't make those connects. And so that was another thing. Every single white woman that I spoke to from my research and continue to speak to often are working in isolation. And that specifically means they may have a couple of colleagues of color that they engage with these conversations and this work, but they don't speak with other white women. They don't network. It is something that they have that's very packaged and boxed, and not something that they make a complete universal action and work. And that goes to the check boxes, is that most of them would give you, if you ask the women in my study, and I did, what were some examples where you showed you working against white supremacy, they were able to give me a list of the actions that they took, looking all the way back to, last year I did such and such, and that was their thing that they were holding on to in how they were addressing white supremacy on their campus. And so that really speaks to this idea of how white supremacy, yes, you have white folks who are trying to work through it, but also that their understanding of their responsibility and accountability is very limited. And so with that, I'll say, with those examples and those findings, it's really clear that it is critical when you think about the numbers of white women and white people in general that have access, and with a system that's in our favor, that we have the opportunity and a responsibility to create a lot more waves, go against the system, even when we feel like we might have a negative reaction, because the chances are we won't. And we oftentimes would get be able to go a lot further than maybe one of our people of color colleagues. And at the end of the day, that we have to do a lot more networking within our own racial group to help people understand what our responsibility is, so that we can, as a whole, sort of collective, get out of the way and allow people of color to reimagine and do your work, do work that you want to do. And I think that is the only way that we'll really be able to transform. I think white people are a part of that, but a lot of times we're not going to be able to be leaders in that conversation or that work. We're here to support. So that is, thank you. So I know we're going to talk a little bit more now about how our research and our findings have developed into key strategies that we use, and we encourage you to consider for your own work in campus. So I'll start, Rachel, the way we did this. I realized I was talking a lot. So the first is racial self-awareness. This is really important for everyone trying to do this work. That's really understanding who you are, your identity, your racial group. And it's important for you to work and network and engage with these conversations with other people who are also doing racial self-awareness, but also within your own race and your own racial groups, so that you can really understand and support each other as you're talking about what that means for yourself, but also as you're connecting with people out in the world, right? And different settings, different fields, different work style of work and things like that. And so racial self-awareness is a key strategy for this type of work and is a necessity. We talk about these strategies building on one another, and you have to have that sort of racial understanding of who you are, and very conscientious. And I would say that's so important for white people to really be thinking about being white, which is often it's so easy not to. But for everyone, I think this is a really important key. Thank you. God, okay, still me. Know your role and responsibility. This is important. I talked about this a lot, about being when I was talking about my piece about white people really having to understand what their responsibility and accountability is, and that's a piece that so sorely goes missing, but we absolutely have to know. Everybody has work to do in our fight against white supremacy and to transform our campuses. And to do that, we have to begin connecting with other people, understanding who we are and who others are, so that we can really do the action. And so it's a lot about accountability, and action together will make that change. And Ria is going to talk a little bit about some of those co-strategies to help us understand our role and responsibility.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jenny. And I think that while we're moving through this particular conversation, one of the things I want to point out, first of all, in the chat I'm seeing Teresita Hurtado Ramos talking about an Unlikely Allies in the Academy series. That work really building on Karen Dace's work around allies in the academy is really what we're talking about. This idea that you need to engage in these 3 steps before you even think about building lasting and impactful coalitions. And the thing that I really want to speak about is that this is a strategy that is not something that we are inventing. Jenny and I did not invent this. In fact, the very students and the very people who gave us ethnic studies, and the very people and the very students and the young people and the activists in especially the 50s and 60s who were thinking about what it means to imagine a different world which is based in multiracial coalition, those are the people that gave us these steps. This is tried and true. We know that this works because it has been done before. So this really is an idea that, you know, you have to understand where you come from so that you can seize the spaces of power in your identity. So you can understand, well, this is somewhere where I have particular privileges and particular sources of power that my brother or sister or person next to me may not have. And you have to do the self-work to get to that point. And I think I'm speaking probably I'm preaching to the choir here when I say that so many people want to get to this step without doing step 1. So many people want to hold hands with the person next to them without saying, okay, how does my story actually even fit in with this person's story? Why would that person hold my hand if I don't even know who I am? Why would that person want to be in the same room with me if I don't even know who I am in relationship to them? So that work, that allows you to then reclaim those stereotypes that have been historically used against you. That then allows you to that allows you to use the gifts which your culture provides you to use in the spirit of partnership and handholding. That is a place where we can bring the fullness of our gifts into that work, and the fullness of the work being coalition building. None of this can happen with one person standing on a street by themselves, standing on a pedestal. It does not work that way. And this is why this is the most egregious challenge to neoliberalism, because it imagines a world in which we have really defeated this idea of hyper-individualism, and the way in which hyper-individualism can even show up in our activist circles, in the ways that it can show up in our DEI work. The thing about hyper-individualism is that it shows up in the places where we do not want it to show up, and most of the time we do not even see it show up. So the thing that we want to ask ourselves is our campus actually doing this work? And I see that it's already happening in some of the campuses that are present today. Is your campus doing the work of giving space to people to understand their own racial identities? Is your campus creating those spaces so that once that work happens, we have meaningful conversations based in the fundamentals of restorative justice to actually hold one another and understand how we may have caused hurt so that we can move forward together into the future? The people who gave us ethnic studies, the people who gave us the Black Power movement, the people who gave us the American Indian movement, these people all knew that it's futile to try and create change without knowing what history has shaped you. It is futile to try and build coalitions that could lead to true transformation without doing that work. So when we do this work, when we actually do the work of understanding how our history is interlinked with the people around us, that's when we can actually challenge that neoliberal gaze that I'm talking about. That's when we can make true impact on our college campuses. And the thing about the atmosphere that we're in right now, that it is deeply ahistorical, meaning we are in atmospheres and spaces and spheres where we don't necessarily want to talk about history, because talking about history is super messy. Talking about history, it reminds us that there is so much unacknowledged work that has been done. There's been so much unacknowledged pain that we have to grapple with to move into the future in a really impactful way. And so it's almost a thought exercise that we need to do. What are the spaces on our college campuses where this work is happening? And I guarantee you it's happening in small places. It's happening in small places. It's happening in a person's classroom. It's happening in a staff meeting in which there's deep work being done. It's happening in the relationships that you all are building with one another on campus. It's those small places that we don't actually have names for in this work. That's where that work is getting done. And when we as DEI professionals start to name that, start to kind of share the wins with one another, when we share the best practices with one another, that's how we're going to move forward. And that's a challenge. That's a challenge for every single one of us. I hope some of you are like, yeah, I've just like, you know, how do I do this? Where do I start this? It's a challenge because it's small, but the small things add up. The small things add up. So I think that's where we'll just take a pause, and Jenny, if it's okay, we can open up the floor for questions. Did you want to add anything else?
No, this sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, great. I'm going to just put up our information. I'm going to actually also leave this slide with some questions. I won't read the questions, but you're welcome to kind of look through them. They're just some questions that can help guide some of your own reflection and the reflection on your campus. And I'll make sure these slides get to Javier and Jaden so that we can share them out if necessary. And I think it would be great to get some questions. So we'll open the floor.
Yeah, I was going to remind people to use the question and answer feature in Zoom so that we can easily see your questions and then ask them.
Great. I think Dr. Ben would like to know a little bit more about neoliberalism. Is there anything in particular, Dr. Ben, or because you know I could go on and on.
It's a big topic.
I think one of the things that I want to acknowledge about neoliberalism is that it's a fancy word for a bunch of things that we have known for a long time. Neoliberalism works hand in hand with white supremacy. Neoliberalism works hand in hand with ableism. Neoliberalism works hand in hand with patriarchy and heteronormativity. These are they're like an evil partnership. They all work together and they actually can't live without one another. Ableism is able to survive because of a hyper-capitalist society. Patriarchy is able to survive because of white supremacy. So they work hand in hand. So I think a lot of times we as people who are concerned about humanity get really stressed out because we say, oh my gosh, well, there's this like whole thing that we need to defeat. You know, we got to do patriarchy, we got to do racism, we got to do ableism, we got to do all those things. But actually, it's a focused discipline on one of them actually tackles a lot of them. A focused discipline on tackling ableism actually confronts patriarchy and white supremacy. A focused, disciplined fight against capitalism actually impacts everything. So I think another tool of white supremacy and capitalism is the ability to distract us from the work. To say that unless you're doing everything, you're not a good activist. Unless you're doing everything, you're not actually doing the good work. That is actually hyper-capitalist mentality, to say that, you know, you have to achieve something to have like made it as an activist. You actually can do this work, and we all do this work in the small places, in our relationships, in tackling ableism by giving an accessible introduction at the top of a meeting, for example. These small places.
Yeah, I just want to add too, when you think about it on our higher ed campuses, neoliberalism is so pervasive. We don't even realize. We think about how we're, you know, what you think about, like what you buy or what you prioritize with your budget and your money on your campus, even to the point of how we're setting up programs for our students. It's one of the reasons that when you think about like, oh, we're in Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, what are some of the programs? And we say, oh, isn't that great? We're recognizing Asian American Pacific Islanders, and actually none of the programs, I probably don't speak for this group, but a lot of campuses, the programs that they're putting on are not actually respectful of the original cultures. They rarely have folks who are of those cultures in leadership. And those are other ways that we, how neoliberalism sort of impacts our decisions that we're making on our campuses. That's just a really simple one in terms of program development and funding. But you can think about it in terms of the way that certain disciplines are funded over others, for example. And so that's really important to keep in mind in our higher education, or if we're going to downplay student activists and how we address them and support them, but we'll give all of our money to student council who may just be telling us what we want to hear. And so those are ways also that neoliberalism really impacts us on a day-to-day basis on our campuses.
I saw Dr. Martinez jump in, so I'm guessing he has a question.
Yeah, some of these comments lead me to think about this issue of how much reaching out is enough. Meaning, at a big institution, one way for a person to not help you is to tell you, well, you should go talk to Johnson. And then Johnson tells you, well, you should go talk to Mercado. And then Mercado says, well, have you saw, and there is this endless trope. It sometimes leads me to think that there's a problem in the way we as minorities have been led to think that in order to enact change, we need to somehow pull together a majority, which is not true. Most things at universities are done because one or two people on their own decide to do what they want without consulting anyone. And then somehow we who are at the bottom of the ladder, we got to create this whole network of allies and consultations. Before you say this, how about you reach out to such and such? How much is enough? What would you say about that, Dr. Dasgupta?
That's such a amazing scenario that I think all of us immediately saw ourselves in. I just saw myself running from office to office doing exactly that. I think one of the things that it's a twofold process. One is acknowledging that the system has been structured so that we have to do that. Exactly what you said. Acknowledging that if you have a seat at the table, you don't have to do that. So how important it is to have a person who is a representative and who can speak on behalf of the people to make sure that they have a seat at the table, which is why having chief diversity officers who directly report to a president, I will say that very, very, very clearly, that's why those positions are absolutely critical. And of course, those chief diversity officers also have to do the work. They have to understand who the people are. And that means having a sense of who are the people who have the best understanding of what is happening in their communities. And my own work in higher education always has reminded me that it's the staff on the ground, usually the hourly staff, the people who are at the front desk, they know everything that's happening on campus. So it's recognizing the human, I hate saying human capital, so I'm not gonna say it, but it's recognizing who has the connections and the relationships on campus and making sure they have a seat at your table so that when you go and talk to the president, you are representing the voices of the community in the best way. So I would say that that person who has to run around, they also have to find who their people are, and those people have to find who their people are. There's a chain effect that happens, and we have to understand at the end of the day that it's so important to take care of ourselves in that process. Because if you are doing this running around and killing yourself in the process, then of course white supremacy has won. And that's how the system has been structured, to defeat us and to make sure that we don't talk to the people who we need to talk to make sure we don't have a seat at the table. I'm preaching to the choir here. This is nothing that you don't know, Dr. Martinez, but hopefully it's a helpful thought exercise.
Thank you.
Going back to because you said the statement of, who has a seat at the table, and I was just on a webinar where they intentionally leave an empty seat at a table to kind of remind them to think about who's not here, right? And I think that's a practice that everyone on this call can do to help them, remind them. You can even put a little name tag about who's not in the room, right? Putting it right there just to have that reminder. I think that was a great takeaway for me. Now, one question that did come up was, can you talk more about how the model minority myth is a form of anti-Blackness?
Absolutely. So the model minority myth has a specific time period. It comes out in 1969. And we all know what's happening in 1969, the rise of the Black Panthers, the rise of the Black Power movement. This was an attempt to say that basically, why can't you be more like these hardworking immigrants who have come to this country and have become a success? Maybe if you work as hard as them, you also could be a success in this country. And so the model minority myth at its core is anti-Black. And I will not go into a room without saying that. The model minority myth is anti-Black. It is saying that if you just, pardon my language, but if you just shut up and work hard, then you actually could just be like these good Asian immigrants. And so that leads to a whole host of immigration policy. 1965 Immigration Act, which allows people like my parents to come into this country and allows specific types of immigrants into the country. These are not working class immigrants. These are immigrants who are educated, getting PhDs, and are going to enter very specific professions, mostly to make sure that we don't lose the Cold War, actually. These are the types of immigrants who are coming to the country. So they have a leg up in so many ways. So creating a wedge between these communities from the get-go, creating a wedge between the Black community and the Asian American community, and honestly the Middle Eastern community, the Eastern European community, that wedge comes at that time. And the implications of that have stood to this day. There's a reason why Asian Americans are at the forefront of the anti-affirmative action movement. And it's because they are recruited and they're a susceptible audience to being used as a tool in the anti-affirmative action legislation and all that work. So I again, that's a whole other conversation about affirmative action that I hope you all have. But I think it's really important to keep remembering that that the model minority myth is always trying to pit communities against one another. That's the root purpose of it. And to acknowledge that is to do half of the work to defeat it.
Well, I just have to say thank you to Dr. Dasgupta, Dr. Bosco, for sharing your research, really capturing some conversations that we had started earlier in the morning, and you gave some more information about it. So thank you for sharing. I know everyone's probably going to rewatch this and review your slide deck as well. So thank you for that. We will also be sharing more information with everyone who's attending. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Jaden. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny.
You too.
Great meeting you. And now what I would love to do is invite Dr. Ann to share her screen. Now, I'm excited to welcome Dr. Ann, Professor of Social Studies Education at Kennesaw State University. Now, Dr. Ann's presentation today is going to continue, I think, on a conversation we were just having. It's going to be about a long history of racializing disease, anti-Asian violence amid COVID-19 pandemic, and educational implications. So thank you, Dr. Ann, for joining us today.
Hi, everyone. It's such an honor to join this amazing diverse chief officers in Texas. So yeah, I'm so excited and thankful and also humble. Before I begin, let me quick share my screen. I hope it works. Oh yeah, seems to be working. Bear with me. All right, so everyone can see this, right? Okay, alrighty, so let me get started. My name is Soyeon An. I'm Professor of Social Studies Education at Kennesaw State University. So I'm calling from Atlanta, Georgia here, quite far from Texas, although the weather is amazing. It's like a hot summer now. Okay, so without further ado, let me get started. So my title, the presentation that I have it for you and engage in dialogue with you all, is the long history of anti-Asian violence in the United States and educational implication. So about already like 2 months ago, right? This was a really high profile case of anti-Asian violence in this myth of the COVID-19 pandemic. So about more than 2 months ago, right here in Atlanta, Georgia, we have a tragic event. A 21-year-old white man killed 8 people, and 6 of the victims were Asian American women. And it was heartbreaking and horrifying, but to many Asian Americans, including myself, it wasn't a surprise, because since the beginning of the pandemic, we've seen a case after another where Asian Americans are being like targeted, blamed, and like, you know, baselessly punished. So here I want to share with a few the snapshot of anti-Asian violence that's starting at the beginning of this last year, so 2020. So early in 2020, this is in Minnesota in March, an Asian American family, they came home and they found this hateful note to tape to their front door. The note said, "We are watching your app. See, take your Chinese virus back to China. We don't want you to here infecting us with your disease." Sorry for this graphic image. This is a Texas in April 2020. A Burmese American man and his 2 children, aged 2 and 6, were stabbed by a 19-year-old man at a Sam's Club. The assailant said, "Well, I did this," quote, "Chinese are infecting people with the coronavirus," quote. This is California in February 2020. A 16-year-old student, he was beaten up by his high school peers and he had to go to the emergency room. And the bullies accused him of having coronavirus simply because he is Asian. So then, according to Stop AAPI, this is a self-reporting anti-Asian hate site. So they started collecting this self-reported case mid-March 2020. And within a month, they started collecting the data. Within a month, they got the 1,500 case. Last year total was about 3,000, right? And then the total by end of the March 2021 is 6,603. This is a lot. And also this is only like a reported, self-reported case. If we can also add up to the cases where people don't report, in, for whatever reason, right? So it's a serious. So we are wondering why this like a spike of this anti-Asian hate. it's not hard to guess, right? Since the beginning of the pandemic, then President Donald Trump keep calling coronavirus as a China virus, right? And along with his political ally, and media framed coronavirus as a Chinese fault. Why? In spite of WHO guideline, WHO has a guideline which was announced in 2015 for naming new human infectious disease. Their guideline is do not name infectious disease after group of people or geographic reason. Their rationale was, look at the history. Once you do what, what's going to happen. The history shows there's a discrimination, and then like hate crime follows. And also science told us that viruses don't discriminate. Coronavirus doesn't recognize your race, nationality, ethnicity, right? But in spite of WHO, many of AAPI community pushing then Donald Trump along with his political ally, please don't use the term, but still going on. So last year, all year, we've seen people, the media framing of this COVID-19 as a Chinese fault. So then we see this vandalized store outside, it's written Kung Flu, Komi, hope you die, Ramen noodle flu, go back to China. So today, I'm going to put the anti-Asian violence during this current COVID-19 pandemic in the long history of racializing disease in the United States. So according to a medical historian and also the ethnic studies scholars, we can come up with a conclusion that blaming a racially marginalized group for introducing and spreading disease is nothing new in the United States. So this is a diagram that kind of captures this repeating the troubling history. So 1832 with the cholera epidemic, new Irish immigrants were targeted. 1900 with the tuberculosis, it was Jewish immigrants. People, the dominant society call it this tuberculosis a Jewish disease. 1916 with the polio epidemic, Italian immigrants were targeted. Fast forward to 1980 with the AIDS epidemic, Haitian immigrants along with the gay community were blamed. 2009 with the H1N1, it was Mexican immigrants were blamed. 2014 Ebola, West Africans were blamed. And here we are with the 2019 and on with the COVID, Chinese and Asian immigrants in general are blamed. A quick note, the previous case, right, the Irish, Jewish, Italian immigrant case, well, they are now racially white, right? But back in the day when they first arrived, at the turn of the century, they were not seen racially as white. Back in the day, the dominant group were native-born Anglo-Saxon Protestant. In their eye, these Irish, Jewish, Italians are just poor new immigrants who are not racially equal to them. And these poor, people bring this horrible disease and put the American in danger. So then, this discrimination, the blaming and scapegoating these poor new immigrants happening. And then the logic behind this repeating troubling history is that somehow Mother Nature did this outbreak. But when it's starting to spreading, it's more likely a structural issue. So for example, early European immigrant case, that they are poor new immigrants, and then along with also a nativism and racism, right? So they had to live in a poor urban housing. So you don't have much access to clean water, clean food, a good health care. So if there's one pathogen starting to outbreak and it's starting to spread, it's more likely if you're living in a poor urban housing, you're more likely to, one case, then it's more likely spreading, right? It's a structural issue. But then dominant society in the midst of this public panic and anxiety, they wanted to blame finger pointing that racially marginalized group based on this long-held racism against that group, and along with the xenophobia and nativism. And throughout the history, we've seen politicians and media play a huge role to exacerbate this deep-seated racism or xenophobia or nativism against a certain minority group. With this diagram, I want to highlight that Asian Americans are not stranger to this troubling history of racializing epidemic in the United States. So 2019 COVID is not the first time. Way back 1876 with the smallpox, Chinese immigrants are targeted again. 1899, 1900 with the bubonic plague, again, it was Chinese and Asian immigrants. And 2003 with the SARS, we see the similar pattern going on. So we need to ask ourselves, right? Then what is a preconceived notion about Chinese or Asian people? So then the dominant society right away, when there's an epidemic occur, then they can just blame, this is a Chinese problem or this is an Asian problem. So as soon as Asians are arrived in the United States, like early 1800, the dominant society racialized and positioned the Chinese and Asian immigrants in general as a yellow peril. Yellow peril means that Asians are the threat to the United States racially, culturally, economically, politically, and also health-wise. So then during that time, Chinatown was seen as a preeminent site of urban sickness, vice and crime and poverty. Chinese and Asian immigrants in general were seen as a dirty, diseased race who have this horrible disease and put the white Americans in danger. So then as you see this like a WASP, this magazine photo, this WASP is like a satirical, like a magazine, popular magazine, like especially in the West Coast during this time. So this like a scary ghost, right? 3 scary ghosts are hovering over, if you look clearly, they're hovering over the San Francisco Chinatown. And these 3 ghosts are representing 3 epidemics during that time. In the middle, smallpox, left malarium, and right leprosy. So this, like, the picture right away, it just like it captures, right, the anti-Chinese, anti-Asian, the sentiment during that time. See, Chinatown, this is the place where this horrible disease like start and spreading. So with this like anti-Chinese, anti-Asian mindset, when 1876 the smallpox epidemic outbroke in San Francisco, the health official and the city government right away, see, this is a Chinese problem. So they quarantined and they burned the homes of Chinese people in the Chinatown. And then also the dominant society, they used this, like, Chinese people are the reason for this smallpox epidemic. They use this is also another, like, to push the Congress past Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882. So when we open learning about the Chinese Exclusion Act, it's mostly about like a poor working class white people. They push the government because of they saw the Chinese are their economic enemy, economic competitor. But that is a great reason. But then also there's another reason, right? Like some people also use it. See, Chinese people, they are not only taking away our jobs, they also bring this horrible disease. So we need to block them to entering the United States. 1899 with the bubonic plague is starting in shopkeeper in Chinatown in Hawaii. So then the Hawaii Board of Health right away declared the state of emergency, and with the belief that, quote, plagues lives and breathes in filth, and when it got to Chinatown, it found its natural habitat. So see, right, it's a Chinese problem. So then what the government first did was they cordoned off the Chinatown and imprisoned the 10,000 Chinese people in a death trap whose perimeter was patrolled by the guard armed with a fixed bayonet. And also they burned down the building. They identified the building that of the someone who deemed like infected, right? And then they set the fire. 41, the houses were identified. So they set the fire at once, but then they were expecting this burning should be like ending like within a couple of hours, right? But then it kept burning for 17 days nonstop because during that time there's a huge strong wind stream. So it just wiped out whole Chinatown, which means that 4,000 people left homeless. And also we know that most of them were Chinese because that was Chinatown. Another thing that Hawaii government did, really troubling thing, is that they ordered the Chinese, Japanese, native Hawaiian resident who deemed infected, hey, you guys need to go to the disinfection station before you moving on to the quarantine station. So in this disinfection station, they have to men, women, old, young, and children, they have to all like strip naked to get this fumigation shower. And also they need to endure this intimate physical inspection in plain sight. People can just walk by and they can see this, right? So then that also shows how the government treated the Asian residents, right? Asian immigrants, they dehumanize. They cannot treat equal human being in this way. 1 year later, bubonic plague arrived in San Francisco, California, and the city government, they knew that what was going on in Hawaii, right? So that they were in panic. Oh my God, we need to like get it under the control right at the beginning. So then they started with a disinfection campaign with the idea that bubonic plague is a Chinese problem. So they first starting with they placed the rope cordon around the Chinatown, which means they wanted to block the Chinese people so that they cannot get outside of Chinatown and infecting white residents. House inspection going on in Chinatown. They also disinfected stores and dwellings with a dangerous chemical. And also really troubling thing that the San Francisco city government did was they forced the vaccination on any Asian with this vaccine, which was still in the testing stage. That means this vaccine is not even tested, safe to use it. But the government say, hey, all Asian, you guys all come lined up and you guys need to get this vaccine. So historical record shows that during this time, Chinese Americans didn't just sit idly and endure this injustice. They fought back with a boycott. Sorry for this. Can you see this? Somehow I got this message. Okay, I hope it's okay. Just bear with me. Okay, I'm so sorry for that. I should update my laptop. Okay, so there's a two court case actually. They fought back with a political speech and boycott and lawsuit. So there's two lawsuits. The first lawsuit was Wong Wei versus Williamson of 1900. Wong Wei, he said, hey, the compulsory inoculation with this dangerous, vaccine is called purely arbitrary, unreasonable, unwarranted, and wrongful, and oppressive interference with the citizens' personal liberty. To that, the San Francisco Board of Health said, well, as a government, we have a right to compel behavior in the interest of public health, even if it meant regulating just the Chinese. To that, the federal court judge ruled in favor of Wong Wei. The court said, well, this compulsory inoculation is called boldly directed against the Asiatic or Mongolian race as a class without regard to the previous condition, habit, exposure, or disease, or residence of the individual on the unproven assumption that somehow this race was more liable to the plague than any other. So that is at least justice being done. Juho also challenged the city government, the San Francisco city government. He said, it is very discriminatory that the Chinese residents were under house arrest while white residents were allowed to enter and leave Chinatown as they pleased. And also when Board of Health, when you locked us up in Chinatown, you didn't provide any food or the medical care for isolated residents in Chinatown. The court ruled in favor of Juho. Fast forward to 2003 SARS. So the initial outbreak in China, but to the United States, it didn't really widely spread. Only 74 probable SARS case with no death. Yet, anti-Asian rhetoric and racism ensued, as you see in this a political cartoon, right? During that time with one of the newspaper, this Chinese, a to-go box, right? The SARS, a big letter, SARS script on it. Anybody who see this, they know that, right? That means that the message is that Chinese are the SARS carrier, or the Chinese are to blame for this SARS. So then again, we see the similar accusing and scapegoating happening. Now here we are with the COVID-19, right? The initial outbreak in China, and then president, his political ally and media keep framing this COVID-19 as a Chinese fault, calling China virus, foreign virus, Wuhan virus, Kung flu. Then you see in the midst of people's anxiety and panic, so people just act upon their deep-seated racism against the Asians. Wow, see, Asians are dangerous foreigner. Then well, they deserve being kicked out, right? So that's happening. So then whole year, right, we've seen almost 3,000 self-reported case of anti-Asian hate crimes, and which continued in 2021, and we see one of the high-profile case in Atlanta mass shooting. And what we learned from that event was that only in the United States can a white man travel to 3 different locations and gun down 6 people of the same race, and have the policeman say that his deadly rampage was not racially motivated, and that he simply had the bad day. If the shooter turned out to be Hispanic, build a wall. Arab, ban Muslim. Black BLMs are terrorists. But if it's a white, people, the dominant society will say, well, we need to ask ourselves, how are we as a society failing these poor, troubled young men? What kind of movies and video games and music are we making? With this slide, I want to highlight that anti-Asian violence is not just happening during the public health crisis, right? Throughout the whole history, we've seen the case after another. Asian Americans have been discriminated and attacked, particularly during the economic and military cases too. So here's the economic crisis. So then like 1800, if you see the like West Coast in 1800, as soon as Chinese, the large number of Chinese came to United States as a worker in the Transcontinental Railroad, you see the like a massacre, right, by the angry white mob, killing and massacring the Chinese miner one after another. So there's a long list, right, the countless example of the white massacre of Chinese miner. And their rationale was, well, Chinese are stealing jobs from Americans, and Chinese are like a dangerous foreigner, economic threat. And also another economic crisis, the case was like 1980. This is also another high profile case. Many of us know about these events, right? 1980, right? United States economic like a recession, particularly like an auto industry, like a hard hit. So then there's a two guys, that the white daddy and the stepson, the white guy, two guys were like just laid off because of the economic recession. So they were having a beer in the local bar, when they saw that another table there, the Japanese looking, right? Actually, that was a Vincent Chin, who was a Chinese American. But yet to this white man, anybody who looked like a Japanese, they are all the Japanese, their enemy, right? The reason for their layoff and unemployment. So then they saw the Vincent Chin, and they thought that Vincent Chin was a Japanese and their enemy, and they killed Vincent Chin to death with a baseball bat. And they never served any single day in jail, only $30,000 as a fine. This is another horrific case that how during the economic recession, economic crisis, Asian American can become easy scapegoat. Military crisis, also another time that Asian, as a forever foreigner or dangerous foreigner, it can be easily activated into, the military, how can I say, the racist crime. So then after Pearl Harbor, right, Japan attacked the Pearl Harbor, and then there's anti-Japanese hate was absurd, and then in the midst of those anti-Japanese sentiment, FDR, whether or not FDR, right, he felt the pressure to order executive order that put 120,000 Japanese Americans. Most of them were a 2/3 of these people were U.S. citizens. And whether you are 80-year-old old man or you are just newborn 1-year-old baby, it doesn't matter, right? You are the enemy. You are our military enemy. So they had to serve. They had to stay in the incarceration camp for wherever, right? It's until the World War II ended. So after 2 or 3 years of incarceration camp, when they come back, the dominant society is still not ready to take, to acknowledge their, how can I say, their injustice, or accepting Japanese Americans are their equal citizen. As you see in this photo, no Japs wanted. Japs keep moving. This is a white man's neighborhood. Another military crisis example was a September 11, terrorist attack, right? After September 11 terrorist attack, there's an upsurge of hate crime against our Muslim community. And also we've seen the similar, right? Because they look like terrorists. So then there's a South Asian, especially Sikh community, our brothers and sisters, that they were the target of hate crime. So then the lesson that we can learn from this troubling history is that racializing Asian American as dangerous foreigner is deep rooted in the United States and still alive today. It can be dormant, but that it can be easily activated into physical violence and hate crime in the midst of the military, economic, and public health crisis. So oftentimes Asian Americans seen as touted as a model minority. Oh, you're the good minority. You are not a troublemaker. Well, this long-standing racialization of Asian as dangerous foreigner has never gone. And as a curriculum scholar and also teacher educator, I can say that poor education is the problem, which means that good education can be the solution. So we need to ask ourselves, right, what we are teaching to our children, American students, right, about Asian Americans. So here's an example what's being taught in Texas. So researcher, right, our amazing scholars in social studies field, they look at U.S. history curriculum standard, K-12 public school standard, and they look at who are the American heroes that included in the study of U.S. history in Texas public school. They identified the 67 historical figures are included in the Texas U.S. history standard. Among the 67, as you might guess, right, almost 80% were the white, American heroes, and about 10%, about 15% African American historical figure. There's a 0 Asian American, 0 indigenous people in the as selected as important people that all kids should know about it. There's only 9% are Latinx community members. So then again, if the kids growing up Texas, right? If your teachers are not like, how can I say, conscious enough so that they can move and above beyond this scripted curriculum, then a kid grow up like studying all the US history, not even learning about any single Asian American historical figures, right? So then no wonder, like when they see like, Trump or the other people calling, Asians are all forever foreigner, they are dangerous, then yeah, seems like it. My study, 2016, I randomly chose 10 states across the United States, including Texas and also Georgia too. So my research question was like this, right? Whether or not Asian American history is included in the state level US history standard. If they are included, what kind of messages are like sent to the student? So as this table kind of summarizes, there are only 2 events, right? Or there are only 2 events that is at least included 7 out of the 10 states. These 2 topics are Japanese incarceration and early Chinese immigration. These 2 events are not end all be all of Asian American history, right? Not only that, if we only teaching these 2 events, then we kind of reinforcing anti-Asian bias. So for example, Japanese incarceration story goes like this, right? Students learn about, oh, Japan attacked Pearl Harbor and killed our innocent, military men and women. So then America went to the, World War II and rescued all the people suffering under Japan Empire and Germany Empire. So then students are getting the message that, well, Japan attacked Pearl Harbor, so anybody who look like Japanese, you are our military threat and military enemy. Early Chinese immigration story goes like this, right? That poor Chinese people, they came to the United States for American dream, but guess what? When they come, they kind of stealing away the jobs from our poor working class white people. So then students get the message that, well, Chinese, anybody who look like Chinese, you are our economic competitor, economic threat, who's stealing jobs away from us. So then it's kind of, reinforcing the bias. And also when I analyze this, like at least like those Asian American content that include in the state level standard, and I wanted to look at what kind of images that kind of emerge from this state standard scripting. More than 50% of the emerged image that Asian as economic military threat or Asian as a foreigner. About 30% of the emerged image are Asian as a new arrival. Barely Asians are how can I say, portrayed as Asian as a contributor to build our nation building, or Asian as like a civil rights activist or civil rights like a change agent in our country. So then I get the message, right? The students are getting from the like a state level standard is that, well, Asians are like a new arrival. They are new to our country, and they sometimes become our threat by military economic threat. And they barely contribute to our country to anything, doing almost nothing. And they have no civic agency to like participate to as a civil rights activist kind of thing. So then again, it's the curriculum reflect the widespread anti-Asian bias, right? And by reflecting the dominant society's like a view, that means it kind of reinforcing and reproducing this anti-Asian bias. Children's book also, we don't have much hope here. So students learn about, who we are as a nation and who are American, who deserve to be in this country, who are legitimate American citizens, not only through the school curriculum, right? Students also learn about who we are as a nation through the children's book, Hollywood TV movie, TV like series, right? So then this is a research that the researcher, they collected all the children's book that published in 2018. Their research question was, who are the main character of the children's book? As you might guess, right? 50% of children's book published in 2018, the main characters were white. About 30% of children's book, its main character were either animal or white, or other. So like brown bear, what do you see? Kind of book. About 10% of children's book, main character were African American. 7% of children's book, main characters were Asian. 5% Latinx, 1% indigenous. Then again, right, if your teachers or caregivers or your parents are not conscious, really careful, then children have like more likely to grow up reading any single children's book in which like Asian Americans are seen as just a normal human being, right, with a person with a humanity. So then students may get this like dominant idea that easily, because there's no other reference. So then that's in our curriculum study, what we call curriculum of violence. So according to Creedland, Hugh, and King, quote, while violence on unarmed Black body occur on the street, the idea of violence against Black body begin in the classroom. So what this means is that exclusion and misrepresentation of people of color in textbook, it kills the spirit and humanity of marginalized youth by telling them they have no value and worth in their own country. And also this type of a textbook exclusion and misrepresentation of people of color, it becomes the source of physical violence by allowing and ignoring and justifying physical attack on the people of color on the street. So then we need to ask, right, how can it transform this curriculum of violence to curriculum of humanity and safety? We need to teach history honestly, right? We cannot keep teaching US history through the white people's lens, white people's gaze, and also teaching only about great white men. We need to teach people of color's story, the Black history, indigenous history, and Asian history, Latinx history. We need to bring the marginalized groups' history too. Like this quote, right? The quote, white privilege is your history being part of the core curriculum and mine being taught as an elective. And as an Asian American, and I can say that especially many across the United States, right? There are many, many places, school districts where Asian American history is not even offered as an elective to choose to learn from. So our education is shortchanged, right? With Asian American history barely taught. All the research kind of shows it, but even if we are not taught, right, the historical record shows the stories, counter stories that's just ready to burst. So even like a United States become as an independent nation, 1500, 1600, 1700, there's a Chinese and Filipinos brought to the, nowadays we call it United States by the Spanish colonists. And then when United States become the independent nation, the large group of Chinese started to come to United States 1840. This year, that means, right, many of the Asian Chinese people, they came here well before many European ethnic groups entered the United States through the Ellis Island with the Statue of Liberty, right? So then Asians, we are here alone. But people said, go back to your country, right? You are new immigrant, just go back to your country. But we need to say that, right? If you say to us, then we are here to say, well, we are here because you are there. In fact, the reason that we really like a primary reason for why many of Asians are here in the United States is because the United States came to Asia for its war and imperialism. It's because of the legacy of US war and imperialism in Asia. So as you see in this like a ship, this is the called Impress of China in 1784. 1784 is a time that where even like, just right after the United States become the new nation, right? So as soon as the United States become the new independent nation, right away, US businessmen sailed the ocean, went to the China to start the trade, and our US military and followed the suit in order to protect our businessmen and secure the trade route. So then again, already, right, it's the United States went to Asia first and kind of create this chain of migration. So then you cannot just say that go back to your country. Well, yeah, there's a reason why we are here. It's like, so then we need to be honest, right? Why Asians are here? We need also talking about this transnational context of Asian migration to the United States. So then when large number of Chinese are starting to come into the United States, we see the like anti-Chinese movement just like starting to just like form. Wow, see, watch out! These Chinese people are coming here, become like a threat to our our economy, our politics, our culture, our purity of our white blood. They also bring this horrible disease. So then people have tried to like in order to block the Chinese or other Asians come to the United States, the propaganda movement, right? Anti-Chinese movement. So like this image shows like Chinese look like they are dehumanized, right? It doesn't look like a real normal human being. They are scary. They are about to kill the white people. And also in the right, this painting, this picture image shows. Oftentimes we talking about like build a wall in current day, the US-Mexico border current issue, but then this build a wall concept is starting with the Chinese, right? The Chinese wall around the United States of America, throwing down the letter by which they rose. So then this whole history repeats, right? Unfortunately. And also people wanted to have people wanted to like gather and thinking about how to block these Chinese people came to the United States. Hey, people, come to 10th and 8th Street at 7:30 Monday evening and express your opinion on Chinese question. Shall we have a Chinese? No. So then when their government finally listened to them and passed the Chinese Exclusion Act, they wanted to have a party, right? Hip, hip, hooray. Chinese exclusion finally, let's have a party tonight. So then this whole Chinese, anti-Chinese and anti-Asian like a sentiment, the movement keep going. And so it culminated in 1924, our Immigration Act. This immigration is also really super racist, right? That what this immigration law is about to doing is the Congress curtailed the immigration in 1924 by limiting the number of immigration from most of the country to 2% of their US population in 1890. 1890, almost more than 95% of US population is white people, right? So this immigration is basically saying, if you're not white, don't even thinking about coming to the United States, you are not allowed. So 1924 is Immigration Act is just blocking non-white people come to United States. So we want to keep the numeracy, the number-wise, the dominance of white people in the United States. So this graph shows like the number of immigrants entering to the United States from the 1800 to the 2000. So the gray area is the white people, the European immigrants, and the red one is Asia. So as you see, like Asians barely come, particularly after 1920 Immigration Act, we just blocked all the immigrants unless you're white. So then until when? 1965. So this is a time that, right, during the civil rights movement, we also kind of repealed that racist immigration law through the new immigration law, which now repealed the 1924. So then anybody who can come, yeah. But then also, like I think our previous panelists presented, like but there's a condition, right? Anybody you can come, not just white people you can come, Asians you can come, but if you need to be skilled labor, we don't want like poor people come. If you are well-educated, like the PhD or the college educated, if you have some skill and you can contribute to the United States economy, then you can come. So that's where most of the Asians are starting to come. So this history, racist immigration law history, it kind of explains why Asians, right, in the United States, we only take up about 6 to 7% of total US population. Because, United States block the Asians come to United States. And also this is why also most of Asian Americans in the United States currently first generation or second generation immigrants, because we are now about to come recently after 1965. And then another, the racism against Asian Americans are modern minority. Why? Oh, Asians, you are modern minority. It sounds like a kind of good racism, but there's no such thing, good racism, right? By calling us not like you are modern minority, it kind of telling us just shut up, do your work, right? Don't be a bad minority. Like for them, the white people say, bad minority means that you are like a black, brown people. So don't be like them, just, do the work and don't challenge the status quo. That's what modern minority should be about. It kind of disciplining Asian American people. And also it kind of denies that the long history of Asian American civil rights struggle and activism. Asians are not all doing well, right? So there's many Asian Americans struggling with the racism and then the classism, all kind of thing. And also Asian Americans are being not quiet, right? We were demanding justice in solidarity with other groups. So by this calling Asian as a modern minority, you are denying the long history of Asian American activism and civil rights struggle. So there's some promising trend, although many of the places we hear about banning the critical race theory, this is they using the hijacking patriotism and being, what does it mean to be the Americans, so they call it any movement asking for the, honest US history, you are critical race theorist, or you are the, critical race theory means anti-American. But at least in Illinois, it seems like we have something great things going on. So this TEACH Act, it was first passed the House in March this year, and about 2 or 3 days ago, this TEACH Act passed the Senate. So this act is now waiting for the Illinois governor to put his signature on it. So what this TEACH Act means, it called it Teaching Equitable Asian American Community History Act. What this act will be doing is that it requires teaching Asian American history in K-12 public school in Illinois. So Illinois will be the, more like almost likely, right? Unless governor say, nah, veto. So Illinois will be the one of the, not one, Illinois will be the first state across the whole the country that teaching the Asian American history to their children. So this is a huge like a progress, one step forward. I hope the many other states will join. So what I'm doing as a mother scholar and teacher educator right here in Georgia, because Georgia is also like Texas, barely we don't teach almost nothing about Asian American history. And I have 2 children, Asian American children growing up in the Georgia's public school. And now I see that how our curriculum is limited. So this is the first grade standard in Georgia. The kids are starting with a social studies study in kindergarten. It's all about American holidays. So they learn about Columbus Day, they learn about President Day, Martin Luther King Day. They learn about all the holidays. And then when they move to the first grade, the first grade curriculum is about American hero. So they learn about all the American heroes. These are the American heroes that, according to Georgia, whatever the power that be, Ben Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, Lewis and Clark with the Sacagawea, Theodore Roosevelt, George Washington Carver, and Ruby Bridge. So again, mostly it's about the great white man. And we teach Sacagawea because we need to talk about Lewis and Clark. And we talk about George Washington Carver and Ruby Bridge, our African-American heroes, because they are our local hero from Georgia. But as you see, there's no Latinx heroes there. There's no Asian hero. So how can we do this, unpack this one? So I work with the first grade teachers in my childhood school. And then teachers usually teach about Ruby Bridge about 2 weeks, right? Ruby Bridge. So we revise the whole curriculum, traditional curriculum. So students, after learning about the Ruby Bridge, the first grade also learn about the other 3 girls who are Asian, who are Chinese, indigenous, and Mexican American child who had a similar struggle like the Ruby Bridge. So then here's a Mamie tape. She was a Chinese American girl, 1880. Those like a really anti-Chinese movement kind of era. So as you might guess, right, during 1880, there's a school in San Francisco. There's a school for white, school for black, but there's no school for even Asian American children. But when Mamie, she was a US born child, right? So according to 14th Amendment, she deserved equal education, public education. So their family, their parents brought the Mamie to register kindergarten in local white school. As you might guess, right, the principal said, Mamie, you are Chinese, you cannot come to my white kids' school. So then Mamie, then where I'm going, So then Mamie family, parents, they sued the school district. That is a tape versus Holly, 1885. So that is a similar, struggle with Linda Brown and our Ruby Bridge. Another one, Alice Piper. She was a Native American girl growing up 1920 in California. She endured this horrible Indian school, the boarding school, but she wanted to continue with the middle school and high school. She wanted to go to college, but then Indian boarding school, it only provide like a basic education, right? Plus, minus, and just reading. So then she went to the local high school to continue her education. Then again, principal said, well, Alice, you are Indian. You don't belong here. So then Alice sued the school district. That is a Piper versus Big Pine School District of 1924. Guess what? Alice Piper won. I'm sure many of us, we know this, right? Sylvia Mendez, she can bring the story that enriching this school segregation history. As a Mexican-American girl and challenging, going to the court with the Mendez versus Westminster case, and she fought against the school segregation and injustice against the Mexican-American children. So this our first grade student, they first learned about Ruby Bridge, and then they moved on to another 3 girls. And then one day I came in as a mystery reader, and kids love to share about what they know, right? Kids know what is fair and not fair. And then the culminating assignment was we have our first graders to create a Venn diagram comparing themselves and with one girl from the history. So here's one example. Terry happened to be my daughter. So my daughter, Terry, she's Korean American. So Terry chose Mamie tape, compare herself with a Mamie. So in Terry's eye, not like a Mamie, Terry goes to the fair school. She's Korean, she's age 6. She live in Georgia with a big belly, right? Her family photo like this. Mamie tape, but she went to unfair school. She was Chinese, 80 years old. She lived in California. This is her family portrait. But both of them, right, have the same thing. Both Mamie and Terry has a black hair, same eye color. They believe in herself and they're brave. And then when I asked my daughter, hey, Terry, why did you choose Mamie? There are Alice Piper, Sylvia Mendez, and there's a Ruby Bridge. And Terry say, well, I love all the story, all gorgeous story, but I like the Mamie's the best because she looked like me, right? So kids love to see themselves in the curriculum. So then by teaching this multicolored story, right, of the United States, we want to empower our children, say, speak up when they hear horrible message. When people say, this horrible thing, students can say, hey, Asians are not virus. Hispanics are not illegal. Black people are not threat. Muslims are not terrorists. Native Americans are not savages. If the teachers don't do, we know what's gonna happen, right? And also if we do well, we know what is possible. So for me, this is a whole personal to me, because as you see, like I'm Asian American mother raising US born Asian American children. So like after I have two children, one in the 7th grade, the other one in the 3rd grade. So last year, after whole, the virtual schooling, my second child, she wanted to really go back to face-to-face. So then early this year, she started to go to face-to-face schooling. Right away when she studied, when the teacher's not looking during the lunchtime in cafeteria, one of her classmates saw Terry, Terry, you're Chinese, right? You must have a coronavirus. And another kids across the table, well, I hate Chinese, they eat bats and dogs. So then my daughter came home and she was crying in tears and mommy, I heard this and I didn't know what to say, right? So then me and her big sister sit down, hey Terry, next time when you hear this, say it. I'm not a virus. What you said really hurts me. How do you feel if someone said that about you? I didn't and will never say something hurtful about you. And I want you to do the same to me and others. I want to end with my presentation with this powerful quote by the Wayne O and Mo Yonamine. Dear educators, it is time to fight for Asian America. The time has come again to fight for Asian Americans and for Asian Americans to fight. In doing so, we need to remember that the enemy is white supremacy, the enemy is the myth of modern minority, the enemy is anti-blackness, the enemy is imperialism, the enemy is settler colonialism, and the enemy is environmental racism. It is a fight that requires solidarity, not just solidarity among Asian Americans, but with all communities battling for racial justice. It is a fight that requires us to teach and learn about each other together in struggle. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ann. That was such an amazing presentation, so much information. I think a lot of what you talked about is that learning, the unlearning of things that were taught growing up, and learning the things that we weren't taught growing up. So I want to open this up to any questions or any thoughts anybody would like to share either in the chat. I know that while you were talking, Dr. Ann, there was so much going on in the chat, so feel free to go back in and look through that if you would like. But does anybody have any questions for Dr. Ann about the presentation? There is one question: how do you incorporate these concepts in your teaching?
Wow, that's a good question, right? I can speak on and on and on because that is what I'm doing. I'm the social studies teacher educator. So my students are pre-service, in-service elementary school teacher. So yeah, actually, in fact, because I live in Atlanta area, right? So my first child, all her elementary education, right? I think 3 teachers are actually my former student. So they're wow, so I should do better, right? So what I'm doing or I'm not doing is really infecting my kids and other people's children's education. So what I'm doing is I'm also the only Asian American social studies teacher educator in my teacher ed program, and most of my students are coming from rural or suburb of Georgia. So I'm maybe one of the first Asian the professor, right? Asian female professor. So I feel the mission I feel calling. This is my job to bringing Asian American counter narratives, Asian American history to model them how to teach U.S. history honestly. So within 15 weeks, I cannot give them all the tools about my students. elementary school teacher, they don't, in their curriculum, their teacher education program, there's no room for like taking any ethnic studies. So my students, right, they have no knowledge about like no really in-depth knowledge about like critical race theory or the Black history, indigenous history, Asian American history. So me as an Asian American, I cannot cover everything, right? So I'm using me as a tool, Asian American history as a lens to what does it mean to teach US history honestly in powerful way. So yeah, I'm bringing many, like Amy Tate's story along with Sylvia Mendez and Alice Piper and also Ruby Bridges' story. So I'm bringing all this like Asian American history, Asian crit lens to like as a model. This is one way for you to do so.
Yes, thank you so much. And there's another question. How would you navigate and advise those who experience oppression in Olympics in higher education for staff, students, and faculty?
Yeah, so my area is like a teacher education and curriculum. So I'm not an expert. You guys are expert. You ladies are expert on the higher education. So let me pick things. So can you repeat the question again? What was?
How would you navigate and advise those who experience oppression Olympics in higher education for students, faculty, and staff?
Wow, in higher education, right? I think because after Atlanta mentioning, even like our university, even like after Atlanta mentioning, we didn't even have our university like a president level. There's no even public statement about condemning this one. So it has been really like for us, especially Asian American students and faculty and staff in our university, feel like our struggle is not even being acknowledged kind of thing. So we pushed the president office. So then we started to have like, I would say, hearing session and some like the invited like AA PI community and share their story kind of thing. So that I think listen to them. I think before like doing the top down like we are the experts, so we'll tell you what you guys needed kind of thing. It's more about listening to the inviting students and staff and faculty, the community members to like a hearing session or the dialogue session. From there, what they want, to share them like what they really want kind of thing. From there, I think they are the one that actually become the steering committee to like how to organize what kind of these sessions or the support that they needed. Also like how even do the Asian Pacific AAPI Heritage Month, right? It's a top-down approach always like, oh, let's just celebrate food and festival, but that maybe that's not what AAPI, the staffs and the faculty and students wanted. Let them do like organize this and kind of the university, kind of supporting role. That's one thing.
That's super important. I think that supporting role is really important because you can only do so much, and like something we've talked about earlier is the weight that we carry in doing DEI work because it's emotional, it's taxing. So somebody wanted to ask that as an Asian plus woman combination deal, how do you deal with those challenges that you face in academia? Do you have any useful strategies for others who maybe are dealing with either whether it's ethnicity challenges or gender challenges, any kind of identity challenge in your field?
I see. Wow, that's also like I can say a lot of that has been my life, right? Life juggle kind of thing. So there are many ways, but one way I'm doing it is like I'm writing my story as a counter narrative, like for my publication, like I write about like a self-study autobiography, or as now that my struggle is my children's struggle, my child's struggle, that is my struggle, right? So I write about, as a mother scholar, I write about like what my child like experienced at school with like a white supremacy, like about the anti-Asian racism, and then how as a mother I kind of helping with a critical race parenting, kind of doing it. So it become, that is my the scholarship, but then also it become like a healing for me to write about my story, my childhood story. And also it's hard to get into, but when it's published and I got a response from the readers, right? Wow, that your story is powerful. That is exactly what I've been feeling. So that can be another like a healing, like a collective healing, so that I can see that the scholarship is not just for the publication, for my annual review or the promotion tenure. It's just like I'm doing something that helpful for the people like me kind of thing. So for myself, like a humanity, for other people's humanity, I wanted to advocate them through the scholarship, through the teaching. I'm also like, I'm not like I'm honest about with my students about like my struggle, like, helping them out. So then the way that I navigate all these challenges, like I'm honest about it. This is how I feel. This is how I think. But then also we have a tool as a scholar, right? We using the scholarly lens to explicate well, so that whether it's a teaching, it's a classroom, or it's my like a scholarship area, kind of put the oftentimes Asian American woman or female stories not being really highlighted or the legitimate research, but I bring those like, hey, people, hear us. This is what's going on. This is my experience. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, I think, for sharing your story. As someone said earlier, that representation matters, and I think that's really important for you to share your story for not only healing for yourself, but for others to see themselves reflected in your story, to know that they're not alone, that they're in community with others, and that's really, really important. So we really appreciate you taking the time to join us today. I want to pause real quick to see if there's any last minute questions or comments, because this was a lot of information. It was a lot of great information, and we're really thankful that you were able to join us today for this conversation. We'll go, wait just a few seconds. I don't see anything else. Well, oh, there's a question. How do your students respond to the content you teach them?
Yeah. So I can brag myself a little bit. So I joined the KSU. I started teaching in higher ed like in 2009. After 2 years in like Illinois, now that so from 2011, so it's 10 years, right? 10 years at Kennesaw State. So yeah, I can also be honest about like my failure, right? My struggle. The first year when I got here, all like excited about like teaching. I didn't know the context where I'm in, like it's a deep South. So then like the first year, one of my students wrote in the student eval, like, if you, Dr. An, go back to your country, go back to China. If you hate America and our democracy, go back to your communist country. I'm from South Korea, so South Korea is not communist country, and I'm not Chinese. So then also that kind of really hurtful, but then it kind of tells me that, well, I need to really know about my positionality in juxtaposed with who my students are, right? So I need to like thinking about what would be me as an Asian immigrant woman who are not American and engaging native born American white students, right, growing in Georgia with a conservative political view. So that how can I engage them? So rather than for them to just shut down, how can I bring them to the table that talking about US militarism, imperialism, like neo-colonialism, all the settler colonialism, how I get otherwise they will see me as like a foreigner, right? The foreigner come to America just to hate all Americans, right? So then after like a whole this reflection, like I tried many ways, right? Different teaching methodology, how to teach difficult history, difficult knowledge, so that students can join kind of this. So that's a whole like a rethinking, revamping, and reading about and learning from my like other colleagues who are good at this. So then after 10 years, right? Recently I got it's a universal level, like a teaching award. So I think that tells, right, how am I engaging students? So these days I don't hear like a Dr. Ron, go back to your country and you go to hell or you hate America. I don't hear those, but in order to do so, in order to make it successful to any difficult conversation, I think at the beginning, we know, right, in higher education, really building like a community, the safe community, safe classroom community, and also like make it really clear that at the beginning that learning, in order to really learn, you need to face difficult knowledge, right? And then all of us here, it's not just me, I know everything correct. No, my view, I'm also have like an innate bias and prejudice, and all of us are here too. So don't feel like a personally attacked. We are all here to thinking about what we know and why we know and what we don't know and why other people think different from us. So this whole like a great, I'm not like expert on this, right? There's so much great like a scholarly field about like how to engage students, especially white students, in the difficult conversation about difficult hard history. So yeah, I'm building on that like a pedagogy to make it to not hear that go back to your country.
Yeah, that's something we talk about in my office, my professional office, is that lifelong learning. So we're always learning something new, and that's part of the journey. So thank you so much again, Dr. Ann. We really appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you so much for inviting me. It's such a pleasure and honor to be with you. You guys are so important people, right? For all the faculty and staff and students. So thank you for become advocate for many marginalized groups in the higher ed. So thank you so much.
Yes, and we appreciate your work. We look forward to seeing more work from you and continue to see this topic. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, so we have just a little bit of time before our next presentation. I want to have us pause real quick, take a quick minute to listen to some music, get refocused. Before we get into our next presentation, I'll share the slide with the next presentation topic, but go ahead and enjoy yourselves while we take a quick break before the next presentation.
Whenever life is hard, we'll never lose our way, 'cause we both know who we are. Who knows about tomorrow? We don't know what's in the stars. I just know I'll always follow the light in your heart. I'm not worried about us, and I've never been. We know how the story ends. We will never break. We will never break. Build on a foundation strong enough to stay. We will never break. As the water rises and the mountains shake, our love will remain. We will never, no, no, never. We will never, no, no, never. It's more than a good sensation. It's more than a passing fling. You are the explanation of what love really means. It's bigger than you and me. It's 1 + 1 = 3.
Me paré, caminé, me subí, me fui contra la corriente y también me perdí, fracasé, me encontré, lo viví y aprendí. Cuando te pega fuerte, más profundo es el beat, sí. Sigo bailando y escribiendo mis letras, sigo cantando con las puertas abiertas, atravesando por todas estas tierras, y no hay que viajar tanto para encontrar la respuesta. No te preocupes si no te aprueban, cuando te critiquen, tú solo di: soy yo.
All right, y'all. I had to change the music there for a little bit. I felt like we needed some energy to get us through this afternoon. So before we go on, I want to welcome Dr. Pruitt, who is joining us today from Jarvis Christian College. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Pruitt. We really look forward to your presentation on unrecognizing oppression. Do you see us? So I'll let you, you should have screen sharing privileges now if you needed to share PowerPoint.
Okay, let me see if I can do this, okay? I do have a PowerPoint I want to share. Let's see.
All right, let me see. I don't see it yet. Let me see if we gave you permissions. Are you able to now?
Not yet.
So it shows you have permissions.
Okay.
So you should be able to just share the screen.
Okay, let me get back over here.
Towards the bottom of the Zoom, you should see the green arrow that says share screen. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm trying to find now my presentation here. Okay, I tell you what, I'm gonna go on and get started and I'll keep working at it. How about that?
Okay, sounds great. Well, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you so very much for having me as well. My presentation is really very important, and I am really flustered right now because I cannot share it with you all. But I want to thank you all so very much for inviting me to come and to share with you on this afternoon. And I want to talk about the importance of us understanding, as my topic is this afternoon, unexpected oppression. And I am still trying to screen share, Javier. Oh, wow, okay.
Dr. Pruitt, if you want, you can send the email to one of, or not email, send your PowerPoint to us and we can share the slide deck.
Okay, that'll be great. That's what I'll
Yep.
do. That's exactly what I'll do. Okay. But while I'm doing that as well, I want to thank you all so very much, first of all, for this very important topic of oppression that is the center of the conversation for this afternoon. I want to also make sure that I give a shout out to Dr. Walks, who always finds a way of including Jarvis Christian College in what is going on across the state. And I'm very grateful to her for that. I want to share with you that actually the presentation that I'm making is one that that is a combination of conversations that I've had as a higher education administrator, as well as the conversations that I've had as a result of my being a clergy in the oldest freestanding denomination in the United States of America, founded in 1787, the African Methodist Episcopal Church. And the African Methodist Episcopal Church is a church that was founded based not on religious differences, but actually based upon religious oppression. When the founder of our church actually walked out of St. George's Methodist Episcopal Church in 1787. And so one thing that we often have conversations about, and I think that it is a conversation that you as persons who work in higher ed, I think it is a conversation that you are probably familiar with, or one definitely that you can relate to. It is a conversation of what some term invisibility. And I want to talk for a few moments this afternoon from the thought of invisibility as oppression. Do you see us? And when I talk about invisibility as oppression, I am sharing with you anecdotes just from conversations that I've had with persons, again, as I said earlier, in higher education, as well as conversations I've had in the religious arena. When we talk about invisibility, I want to share with you, when I was a little girl, I liked to watch Bewitched. And as you know, Bewitched, Samantha Stevens could always just twitch her nose and things would happen. And even to the degree that she could twitch her nose and she would end up being invisible and in places where even Darren Stevens couldn't see her, right? And so I'm not talking about that kind of invisibility where you twitch your nose and then you are automatically invisible. Neither am I talking about the invisibility that is associated with the Invisible Man. And when I say the Invisible Man, I am talking about not Ralph Allison's Invisible Man, but I'm talking about invisibility as it relates to the Invisible Man, this old television show that used to be on. And this show was one where when he unwrapped himself, you could not see him. But I'm talking about invisibility as it relates more to Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man. And we are familiar with Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man as it relates to a saying that we find in Ralph Ellison's book. And In that book, we find this statement that Ralph Ellison makes. He says, "I am an invisible man. No, I am not a spook like those who hunted Edgar Allan Poe, nor am I one of your Hollywood movie ectoplasms. I am a man of substance, of flesh and bone, fiber and liquids, and I might even be said to possess a mind." He says, "I am invisible. Understand, simply because people refuse to see me. Like the bodiless heads you see sometimes in circus sideshows. It is as though I am surrounded by mirrors of hard, distorting glass. When they approach me, they see only my surroundings themselves or figments of your imagination. Indeed, everything and anything except me." And so when we talk about invisibility as oppression, we're talking about people seeing you, but in essence, people not seeing you. And as a result of that, you do find yourself to be invisible. And Jaden, I just sent that forward to you, so hopefully you can get it, or someone there get it, so that we can continue with this presentation with my PowerPoint. What I want to talk about is, we talk about invisibility as oppression, talk about the forms of oppression that may inform invisibility as it relates to certain groups of people. We know about ideological oppression, and we know that that is a form of oppression, that one group is somehow better than the other. That's the ideal, that just because of where you were born and your station in life, that you are therefore, there we go, that you are therefore in some way better than another group. We also know about oppression as it relates to institutional oppression. When ideological oppression is embedded in institutions and unintentionally reinforces systems of inequity. Interpersonal oppression is when we as individuals, or when individuals have actually decided that what they have been taught, what they feel about being empowered, moves them to react in a certain way to the invisibility of other groups. And then we talk about internalized oppression, which is the impact of ideological, institutional, interpersonal oppression on the individual. And Jaden, if you will go to 1, 2, 3, if you go to maybe yes, that's why, if you go back one for me. Thank you very much. Invisibility as oppression. And with invisibility as oppression, the question is, invisibility is when I'm present, but you really don't see me. You don't see me because who I am is not very important in the context, or in the context of who I am and what I present. Vons and Ibach in 2008 said that being a part of multiple subordinate groups can render individual groups or institutions as invisible. And when they talk about multiple subordinate groups, they're talking about actually what we call intersectionality. And so there's a such thing as intersectionality and visibility. If you go to the next slide for me. And some have shared with us that if you are a person of multiple subordinate groups, then you may very well be seen as invisible. And I share that in the context of African-American women. We're not only, in most cases, we're Black, we're women, and in most cases, we are poor, which means we have so many intersections. And in those intersections can render us to persons who are not a part of those subordinate groups invisible. Next slide, please. Invisibility is a construct that is utilized and said by some to be now a new form of racism. If individual groups, institutions are invisible to you, then not only do you not see them, but you do not see their needs, nor do you see the oppression that they encounter. And so invisibility not only renders the persons who are in need of you seeing them invisible, but you yourself cannot see them either. All right, and we can go to the next slide. Invisibility as oppression, and we can move forward. When we talk about Black Lives Matter, I often ask, was there a need to continue the invisibility that is associated with Black lives for there to be a counter response that all of us heard all lives matter and blue lives matter? But the declaration of Black Lives Matter, I contend, was not to diminish the importance of anyone else, but to attempt to, for us as Black people to become visible in the sight of those who have rendered Black lives invisible by actions and policy and practices. Often when you talk about Black Lives Matter, you can always hear the retort, well, all lives matter. All lives have always mattered, but it just appears that some lives are a little more invisible than others. Invisibility as oppression as it relates to, if we will move forward, Black males and other men of color in this country and globally are some of a group of people who are less valuable or less visible simply because of their race, simply because of their culture, and they are rendered invisible. And the question becomes for us as we are looking at what is going on in this nation and what is going on in the world, the question becomes, as we think about some of the things that we saw that happened on the southern border of the United States of America, was this an attempt to continue to perpetuate the invisibility of those persons south of this country who were coming to make a better way, who were coming to make a better life, who were coming to make the lives of themselves and their children better? But was the attempt to keep them out of this country also a way of really rendering them invisible, as well as making sure that they were not seen? I have on this slide Secretary of the Interior, Deb Haaland, who is the first Native American cabinet member in the history of the United States. That says a lot about invisibility of Native Americans. And my next slide will share with you some quotes that some Native American teens have shared. They said, "I've never seen Native people in media at all." One young person says that videos about diversity have all of the races come together, but what? I never see my race there. Another teen said they think that we really aren't people in a way. I don't know, how to explain it. And one thing, a statement that is very poignant is Native people have encountered systematic erasure, but are still very present and should be very visible. I think that speaks a lot to this nation when there's an attempt to make invisible those persons who've always been here. And it does speak to the importance, especially of those of us in higher education, to make sure that they are not rendered invisible. Then we want to talk about invisibility as it relates to the LGBTQIA community. In an article that was written about 16 years ago, Aria Perez made this statement: preferential treatment of heterosexuals is not only mandated by law, it is upheld by many governmental, cultural, and religious institutions. And if that is the case, same gender loving persons who want to be true to who they are and who they believe themselves to be in our transgender community are often rendered and often seen, are not seen, and are often rendered to their group of invisibility because they have decided to walk in their own truth, to walk in what they know, to walk in what they know and believe. Invisibility as oppression, and I want to share with you all invisibility that can take place in institutional settings of higher learning, because there may be a certain class or group of higher educational institutions that have been rendered invisible. Some have been rendered invisible because of they too stand at a point of intersectionality. Do larger institutions that seek partnership with HBCUs consider or even see smaller HBCUs with limited resources as potential partners? If they don't, why is that the case? Is that the case because we are a part of the multiple subordinate group as it relates to color and size and religious affiliation? What is it about larger institutions that seemingly partner with HBCUs, but so often have not seen the smaller HBCUs? And I had this in another slide, where we take those students who come poorly prepared from high school. They come in the front door. We don't have a side door. We don't have a back door. We only have a front door. And we bring them into that front door. We take them in as they are. We prepare them. And let me say to you that they may be rendered invisible in a whole lot of places. But when those young people walk across the stage, when those young people leave here with those college degrees, regardless of how they started, we here at small institutions want everybody to be seen, and therefore everybody to be visible. Invisibility as oppression. As most of us are aware, there is an attempt to make historical experiences invisible by restricting the conversation and exposure of that history. It's called intentional erasure. Most of us know that in Texas and in my home state of Mississippi and other places, critical race theory is now being said to not be, we are not able now in public institutions to discuss critical race theory or racism. That does not mean that it did not exist, does not exist, and will not continue to exist. But it almost makes you think if it is a way of continuing to make certain groups of people even more invisible than they are by intentionally erasing a history. As my bio shared with you, I am not only a provost and vice president for academic affairs here at Jarvis Christian College, but in addition to that, I am also a clergy person in the AME Church. And so I dare not do a presentation without in some way talking about something that is biblical and or spiritual. And I do want to say to those persons, I hope that this is not offensive to you. However, I want to just talk to you a few minutes in this presentation as we're talking about invisibility, the Luke 13 woman. And if you go to the next slide, and some of you all may be familiar with the Luke 13 woman. This woman was a woman who was bent over, and she was in the synagogue one day. She was on the margins of that society as a woman, but she was also on the margin of that society because of her social status. And she was also on the margin of society because of her physical condition. As a matter of fact, she was a part of the multiple subordinate groups. She was rendered unimportant. She was invisible. She was on the margins. And then something happened. The Bible in Luke 13 says that Jesus saw her. And when he saw her, he called her to him. And she became visible because he saw her and he called her to him. The question becomes for us, my beloved, is when we see people who we know structurally, systematically, historically have not been seen, are we ourselves able to see them? And when we are able to see them, do we call them forward? In higher education institutions, where I was looking this morning at the Chronicle of Higher Education and the number of women, especially women of color, who are tenured in our institutions, do we see them? Do we call them forward? So often those of us who are in those groups that are often invisible, When we get in the room and when we get to the table, the question becomes, because we are experiences ourselves of invisibility, do we call out those who continue to want to make certain groups invisible? When we get around the table, do we find ourselves so engrossed in the structural processes that have always been in place that we find ourselves not challenging those processes and pulling into the room those who are otherwise invisible? As I was thinking about this presentation and I thought about the invisibility that so often happens, I thought about the fact that even in safe places, we are still invisible. Let me end with this example. On June 15th in Charleston, South Carolina, there was a Bible study going on at Mother Emanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church. While they were in that Bible study, this invisible group to others allowed someone to join that Bible study. And according to all reports, this individual sat in that Bible study from beginning to the end. I want to contend, and I share with you, my sisters and brothers who's on this call, on this Zoom platform, that invisibility may be hard to break. I can put my glasses on, but if I don't want to see you, I still don't see you. According to all accounts, this gentleman who was in this place that should have been a safe place for those who were there stood up after the Bible study that they taught on love, stood up after they invited him in so that he could possibly see who they were. 9 people by the time he finished were dead. 9 people by the time he finished, including the pastor, had lost their lives. So often those of us who are rendered invisible often bring to the table, bring into our fold those who are, but often to deadly consequences. I want to end by saying thank you for allowing me to be a part of this conversation. I had no intentions of finishing so quickly, but right now I will take any questions or comments. And I do want to say to those of us who are doing this work in higher education, thank you. Thank you that you are the ones who do see the invisible and that you do attempt to bring those who are invisible to the point of visibility. But I also want to say to us who are in places where we can make a difference, that we too check ourselves to make sure we are not rendering groups in our higher education landscape invisible, but that we will work hard to bring to visibility all groups who deserve an opportunity to not only be in the room, but be at the table. That is all I have, and thank you very much.
Wow.
Thank you, Jaden. Thank you, Jaden.
Yeah,
you got me
you're
through
welcome. Happy to help from behind the scenes. Now, I just know that there's been a lot of conversation in quotes. People probably have been tweeting if they're using Twitter. But if you have questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat or within the Q&A, and I'll see them either way. I mean, earlier you spoke about partnerships. You know, what are some partnerships that you would like larger institutions to think about and to allow HBCUs to be seen and more visibly?
Yes. I think one thing that has happened, Jaden, over the course of COVID-19 has been very interesting, is that we have been able to partner with so many corporations because they realize, as a result of what has happened in the society, that there is a need to partner with those persons who are producing most of the African-American professionals. And so that has been a big help for us. But I think what really would be very helpful for us as it relates to larger institutions and smaller institutions, especially HBCUs, such as Jarvis Christian College and the Texas colleges and the smaller institutions, especially in the state of Texas, is an opportunity to partner with institutions that will help us to enhance what we do academically, to enhance what we do as it relates to research, to enhance what we do as it relates to providing opportunities for our students, for graduate schools and graduate opportunities. We have students who come in really facing a lot of challenges, but who have a tendency to leave our smaller institutions, going to the Boston universities and the Columbia universities, going to those universities where other people may otherwise not even think that they would be able to matriculate. So if we could look, if larger institutions, when you're looking at institutions to partner with, I think it's wonderful that institutions partner with our sister HBCUs like Prairie View and Texas Southern and those larger institutions. But we just want people to know, and we don't want to be invisible. We want to be seen as well as having faculty who are capable of partnering with larger institutions to help bring those resources and make us more visible as well.
Yep, exactly. Now, Dr. Walks notes that you spoke about the charge of calling our people forward, even when it invites outcasting or violence. Would you share a little more about that?
Okay, would you repeat that, please?
Yeah, you spoke about the charge of calling our people forward, even when it invites outcasting or violence.
Right. I think she was speaking in terms of my example of Mother Emanuel AME Church, where the massacre occurred a few years ago. But when you really think about it, most groups who are part of the multiple subordinate groups have always invited others in. We've never been exclusionary. You know, we've never been groups that said, well, you can't join us. The reason we have HBCUs is because institutions of higher learning at one point did not want Black people in their institutions. And that's why we are here. But there's never been a time that an HBCU, as a matter of fact, early on in the HBCU existence, white men were presidents of HBCUs, right? That didn't start changing till later on in our history. So we've never been a group of people who always have been deemed invisible, who did not let others in, because we understood the importance of letting others in, if not just for them to see us, in order to make sure that we have been inclusive ourselves. And I hope that answers Dr. Walk's question.
Another question that came in is, could you shed some light on cultural Christianity and what folks are trying to call the new progressive Christianity, which I personally believe is the practices that Jesus demonstrated in his ministry, which isn't new, love one another. There are some racist and other Christians out there that are making the faith fail.
I think, unfortunately, what we see in the emergence of politics and certain denominational or faith groups has really perplexed not only people outside of the faith, it has perplexed people like myself, and I'm clergy myself. When you have faith communities that can condone the lack of morality of an individual who leads the free world, but have nothing to say when a man's knee is on another man's neck for 9 minutes and 29 seconds, that becomes a problem. One of the tenets that we know that is a part of Jesus's ministry is to love. As a matter of fact, that was the last and greatest commandment, was that love one another, not just love those who are part of who you are, but love humanity. And I think at the end of the day, the problem that we're seeing is that in some cases, churches have now been seen more as prosperity, becoming rich, moving forward due to their political connections, rather than getting back to the basis of serving the community. And the community is whoever that community is. And I think that is what we will be held accountable as it relates to what we do as a faith community with those persons, especially those persons on the margin of society, because Jesus's ministry was about people who had been marginalized and who had been deemed invisible during his ministry.
There's another question on, oh, now it just moved, sorry. It was about, let me scroll back up. Can you talk about the impact of your AME background on your ideas about liberation and justice and education?
Yes. I'm a sixth generation. My family has been in the African Methodist Episcopal Church for 6 generations now with my granddaughter. In the African Methodist Episcopal Church, it is a liberation theology. It is a theology of inclusion. It is a theology of believing that, first of all, that Jesus was a liberator himself. And his whole ministry was about not marginalizing people. That's why so many of the stories that we find them to be those that were liberating people from those restrictions that so often we found in the Bible. So the AME Church, with our liberation theology, with our liberation ethos, has always impacted how I see the world, how I interpret the world. When you think about the fact that Richard Allen walked out of St. George United Methodist Church, not because he didn't believe in their structure, because he did not believe in their oppression. And that for us, those of us who are in the AME Church, that's just what we're indoctrinated about. We are about liberation. We are about preaching Jesus from a liberation and from a community ethos.
I'm gonna give some time for people to think of another question. Give some time. I think you've given us plenty to think about in terms of, combating invisibility. I like the being seen and called forward. I think, that kind of goes in to some of the conversations that we had earlier, especially from Dr. Martinez. And then, I personally love that quote. I can have my glasses on and still not see you. So that's something I think that we can all understand and be conscious of in terms of making sure that we both see people and call people forward. So last question, would you talk about the historical significance of HBCUs with regard to the impact on our country?
Yes. As I stated earlier, we know that HBCUs were founded in a sense to educate Black folk when other institutions would not. I was a part of Dr. Ben's presentation earlier that was so profound as he talked about the history of higher education institutions in Texas. And so HBCUs have always been institutions that produce most of African-American professionals in this country, doctors and lawyers and other professionals have come through HBCUs. And I think now with all of the unrest that has gone on in this country, there appears to be a turning back to HBCUs for the support that is given for the education that is being helping to prepare them to move from here into the real world. I think there's safety in an HBCU. And I think in the society in which we live now, where Black murder is normalized, that parents as well as students are finding their way back to HBCUs and understand the importance of what we do to not only help prepare students academically, but socially and culturally and emotionally as well.
Okay, so now we have several questions that are coming through. So, this one, I appreciate this question a lot is, can you talk about the impact that exclusion and inclusion has on the spirit?
Sure. And let me talk to you about that from the context of my 16-year-old granddaughter. Who is bright, brilliant, a critical thinker, but who often see the images on television that not only dampens her spirit, but that also makes her fearful of the world. You know, you just can't see folk killing people who look like you every day, and there are no consequences, and think that because you have a form of safety within your family, that you are safe. And so I think that what happens as a form of the exclusion, there's always the struggle with, am I good enough? Will I ever be good enough? And it's sad to say that in 2021, but that becomes a part of who people of color become as in our psyche. And so we have to constantly combat that with our young people. We have to constantly combat that with each other. And we have to, I believe, as people of color, begin to coalesce in a way that we don't see each other as invisible. Because what can happen in this society is that because you have received some kind of affirmation, you may tend to think that you're not invisible in the eyesight of the majority as well. And that may in turn give you some false sense of security. But what we have to do is that we have to continue to coalesce and see each other. And when we have the opportunity to bring each other into the room and to the table, I think it's important that we do that.
There's a common saying that blessing starts at home. How can people of color change the situation?
Well, you know, I don't know, because to say that would mean that it is our thought that Black people are homogeneous. And there are so many, you know, we have so many different beliefs, we have so many different cultures within ourselves. But what I would say is this: at home, it is important that children who are raised in that home have the support that they need to understand that they can always walk in their own truth, that they do not have to necessarily imitate or simulate or feel that they are necessarily lesser than, but that has to be taught at home. And I think that's where it starts, at home.
Can you help us learn how could we support our Black students as instructors, professors, you know, coaches, administrators? I know this may sound seems like coming across, but I believe the interactions between teacher, you know, just people in community, between teacher and student connected to our own identities. In other words, what Black students may want from us as community members in an education setting.
I think they want us to see them. I think they want to be relevant to us. I often have conversations with faculty here at Jarvis, and I say this quite often, and I remind the faculty who are my colleagues here, the students that we see were not necessarily raised with the advantages that your children have. And so often we can find ourselves comparing the students who are sitting in front of us with the children that we have raised at home, who've gone and done well, who've gone in the refrigerator and food has always been there and never had to come home and the lights were off, who had a real good decision about where they wanted to school and knew where they wanted to go when they were freshmen in high school. So I say what's important for teachers, see the students, allow them to walk in their own truth, and do not in any way minimize their experiences. I see education as reciprocity. Not only am I standing in front of the class to teach the student, but guess what? The student can always teach me, because the way they see the world will be very different. But I think if we believe that education is reciprocity, then we all learn when we do that.
Any last thoughts that you want to share with our community?
No, I just want to again say thank you so very much. This has really been awesome. Please forgive my my technological glitch earlier, but this has really been outstanding. And I am not a diversity officer, but I sure would like to join this organization. I think that what you all are doing is very important. Of course, as most HBCUs, we don't necessarily have diversity officers, but I would really like to be a part of this organization. And I would really like to bring Jarvis Christian College into dialogue with you all who are part of this organization. Thank you so very much.
Yes, my pleasure. I'm pretty sure, I thought I asked this question, but about the historical significance of HBCUs.
Yes,
I thought I did. Yeah, that's what I thought. Thanks. And first of all, that should be taught. I mean, I was lucky enough to know that from my education. But
great.
Which, if I remember correctly, there are 9 HBCUs in Texas.
That's right. That is correct.
Right.
That is correct. Yeah.
Since this is the Texas or TADOHE is Texas
Absolutely.
Association of Diversity Officers in Higher Ed.
Yeah.
We should know that. That should be something that's just implanted into our brain.
And in the private, and with the private HBCUs, there is a consortium called the Texas Association of Developing Colleges, which is Houchins, Tillotson, Wiley College, Paul Quinn, Texas College, and Jarvis Christian College. Yep.
So look for them on LinkedIn and follow them on social media. Yeah. You know, it's something to build off what you said in terms of how to support our Black students. It's really about how do you champion their success. And I think that's something that we should all be doing. And so hopefully that's something for us to think about. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Pruitt. Pleasure meeting you and looking forward to connecting again.
Thank you. Thank you so very much.
You're welcome. So now we have about 15 minutes before the start of the next session, but what I'd love to do is kind of give you some more information about exactly what Dr. Pruitt was just saying is, how do you become a member? What are the opportunities that exist within Texas Association of Diversity Officers in Higher Education? So I would welcome someone from the executive board to kind of jump on. Thank you, Dr. Ben, to share a little bit more about TADOHE and maybe some of the committees that people can look forward to joining.
All right, I would be happy to do that. But first I have to just say, Dr. Pruitt, you took me to church, and I just want you to know how much I was all of my comments were like, go ahead, get it. Yes, right, because I'm from, my family is AME also, right? Yes. And so I was so excited when you said that, that was your familial, spiritual background and tradition. And so the AME Church is such a liberating force in the Black community and in the world. And so I just was thrilled about that Now, the other thing, because I have to, as the outgoing president of TADOHE, you have to give a shameless plug here, because you mentioned you wanted to be a part of TADOHE. So what I'm getting ready to do is to extend to you an honorary membership.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, I'm going to extend to you an honorary membership and would love to talk to you about the consortium that you just discussed, because I think there is a prime opportunity for us to partner with the association and the universities that you were just talking about.
Well, that would be great, Dr. Ben. Thank you. And Dr. Walks has all of my information. She talks to us quite often, so I'm sure she can connect us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you again for being with us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. So I'm going to just share a little bit of information about TADOHE so that you can find out more about membership and how you can get involved. So the first thing I'll tell you, of course, is I'm going to give you the website, and it's really simple. It's just TADOHE.com. And on our website, we have a lot of really good information about how you can get involved. So we have information about our different committees and what those committees are involved with, so that if that's something that you would be interested in, being a part of a committee, we definitely want you to do that. I'm going to talk a little bit also, I'm pulling up the webpage here. I want to talk a little bit about our membership structure, because we try to make it easy for folks to join TADOHE. So hold on just a second, pulling this up. Okay, so membership in TADOHE, so we have several different pricing structures. We have individual membership, which is, we think is a pretty good deal. That is for $75 a year. And we also offer the opportunity to pay for that in 3 monthly installments. So you can pay $25 each month for your membership, and your membership is a year, and it starts from the month that you pay, and that goes for 12 months to the very next year after you've made your payment. So we also have institutional memberships as well. We even have unit memberships. So institutional memberships, we have those for small, medium, and large institutions. And then we have a unit membership. So that allows membership for a department or a unit, or even perhaps a division. And the good thing about about unit memberships or institutional membership, it literally covers every single person. We don't, within your institution. So you don't have to designate 1 or 2 people. That will be those who receive the benefits of that membership. That membership is extended, if it's a unit membership, to everyone in the unit. If it's an institutional membership, it extends to everyone that is in the unit. And so some of the benefits of membership, so individual membership, of course, discounted conference fees. Once we're back in person, of course, we do charge for our conferences, but there will be discounted fees for that. You'll have access to TADOHE Diversity and Connections Networking Database, access to, of course, all professional opportunities in our professional opportunities portal. You'll, of course, get all the information from the board, such as our newsletters and our updates and all of our reports. And then, of course, you'll have access to the resources that we provide and any forums for institutional partnerships and collaborations, and opportunities for training as well. So those are just a number of the regard to some of our different, I want to talk a little bit about just a couple of our committees. So we have, of course, social media. And as you can imagine, social media and connections, that's just the way that we connect folks to those who follow us. And so we're just providing updates via our Instagram account, our Twitter account, providing information to membership updates, timely notifications. Also, any information that you need to know that we're posting on the website, we'll also send that information out via social media. So if you're one of those people who really enjoy social media platforms, that could be an area where you want to get involved. Of course, we also have a number of other areas you can get involved with. There's membership, and that's where you will be doing some outreach to institutions, to individuals who are within their respective roles as diversity professionals. And at TADOHE, you don't have to be a chief diversity officer to be a part of this. It is something that we try to be really inclusive around. So even if you're someone who doesn't currently hold a position that is a specifically designated role as a diversity or DEIA officer, you may just be interested in the work of diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice. And if you are, then we would welcome your participation and your membership in TADOHE, and you could get involved as well. We also, one of our newest committees that we have is our student development group. And this is where we're going to be doing some work with our students on our respective campuses. And this is so important because right now we know that our students are the ones, they are the ones nudging us along, right, into spaces and places of discomfort for the purpose of transformation and change. And so working with groups of student leaders from respective campuses on different initiatives, that's also an area you could get involved. We have a corporate team that you could get involved with, where we're seeking partnerships with corporations, with different companies for the benefit of our members, but especially for our students and for the emerging leaders. And so that's also an area where you can get involved. So I'm going to stop there because I want you to have a couple of minutes before our next session, but I do want you to go check out the website, tadohe.com. All the information that you need is there. You can also go to you can also send us communication via our account, and I'm going to give you that. So if you want to reach out to us, you can do that. And our email address is tadohe2019@gmail.com. tadohe2019@gmail.com. And I will put that in the chat as well. So that's a little bit about membership and just a little bit about TADOHE. And that is that our role, as I talked about earlier today, is supporting institutions that are serious about the work of diversity, equity, inclusion, and educational justice, and those who are wanting to make a difference with regard to policies, practices, and culture on their campuses. So we like to work with not only our diversity officers and those who are interested in the work of diversity, but we also want to work with students, administrators, and faculty members as well. So we are a very inclusive organization, and our goal is to continuously promote and advance equitable and just opportunities within post-secondary education. And just a quick note about the use of post-secondary as opposed to higher education. Even though we are the Texas Association of Diversity Officers in Higher Education, we also like to use the term post-secondary, because the implication with regard to higher education, and this is something I actually learned from Dr. Tony Moreno, that higher education, the use of that terminology presumes that there's a lower education, and there's no such thing. There's just education, be it informal within our families, communities, spiritual communities, among our friendship groups and community organizations, and just the information and the knowledge that we gain, even from our experiences, our struggles and our pain and our triumphs and our joys. So on behalf of TADOHE, thank you so much for being here. And I'm going to sign off now. So you have about a 5-minute break before our next session.
Thank you, Dr. Ben. And so what we have coming up next is going to be a panel hearing from students about their perspective on DEI. So as we wait for 5 minutes, I'm going to play some music and enjoy.
Jaden, can you unshare so that I can play the music real quick?
Can you hear it?
Yes, we can. I'm over here jamming.
So high like a skyline, you could be my biggest highlight. I'm telling you now, this is my time to tell the whole world you're all
mine. Okay, let me stop sharing my screen and I will. So we are going to move on to the next panel. So thank you all for joining us for the summit. This is the last like session that we have for you all today. I would ask. So in our last discussion, we're going to welcome Jaime Salcedo, Jay Skates, who will provide insight into DEI from a student lens, and it's going to be moderated by Karina Ogonlano from Texas State University. So I would welcome them to jump on camera.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Jaden, for that introduction. My name is Karina Ogonlano. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and ella, and I am a residence director here at Texas State University, and I'm also the current chair for our student development. And so I'm really excited. Actually, I just remembered, I wanted to take something that we learned earlier today from Dr. Dasgupta and Dr. Bosco about introducing visually what we look like. And so I am sitting in front of a rose gold shimmery backdrop, and it is me. I am here with some wavy hair, a light brown complexion, and a really poppin', lipstick, if I do say so. And so I'm really excited to have these two wonderful panelists with me today. It is Jay Skates and Jaime Salcedo, and they are going to be here today for this last session to engage with us about how to disrupt structures of oppression through their activism. I'm going to go ahead and let them introduce themselves, then we'll jump into some questions that I prepared, and then we'll open it up to the group. So if you have any questions that come up as we're going, please throw them in the Q&A chat, and I will be moderating that. Jay, would you like to go first?
So hi, I'm Jay. I'm a post-bac student at the University of Houston Clear Lake. And yeah, I'm not so great at introductions, but please feel free to go ahead.
Hi everybody, my name is Jaime Salcedo. My pronouns are he, him, his, and L. Disclaimer, I am feeling a little under the weather, and the little one just got home from school, so if you hear anything going on, that's why. But I'm excited to be here today. I also am very grateful for having you extend the invitation to us. I would like to introduce myself visually as well. I'm sitting in front of a shelf, and I'm wearing my Somos Teja State shirt. And I'm just super excited to be here and be able to share my personal narrative.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jay and Jaime, for introducing yourselves. So our first question that we're going to get started is, how did your journey with student activism begin? And also, if you don't mind, did you realize that you were engaging in student activism when you started? We'll start with you first, Jaime, since we did Jay first last time.
No problem. So it's funny because I didn't know I was getting into it. Like I love that you asked that question because it was, I don't know, interesting. But it honestly started off with me getting a job here with Trio, Talent Search San Marcos, shout out to our team. And being able to be motivated and pushed to attend these different events through institutional inclusive excellence for student initiatives, and just getting more involved with the different populations here at Texas State. I'm a homegrown San Martian, so Texas State has been in my life all since my early education. We toured and stuff, and I knew it was where I was going to end up, and I really enjoyed it. But being able to see the diversity that we have here on campus was just incredible. And honestly, after like 2 years, I was like, hey, I want to be involved with some organizations, and one thing led to another, and being involved and hearing all these different students' perspectives of, hey, this is what's happening with my population, or this is how we're feeling, and this is the needs that we need. It really pushed me and motivated me to continue to do more and want to do more for our population, so that they enjoy their experience at a higher education. They're going to be paying, or they enjoy their experience here at Texas State because they're going to be paying a lot of money. So why not, they should feel welcome and included on campus. And so it started off really simple with just joining an organization, First Bobcat Proud. It's our first gen organization on campus, and then just moving my way towards being involved with our underrepresented student advisory council, and learning more about these discussions and how to have them was super important to me in getting started on my journey.
So I was the student when I got my bachelor's degree that sat in the back of the class, did not speak. And so I absolutely did not realize that I was engaging in activism at all. When I had a conversation with a classmate who was describing her experience parking in the ADA spaces and without any kind of cover and the rain coming in, and what that was like, because our classes here are 3 hours. And so sometimes we'll have 2 or 3 classes. So her experience of having to sit in her chair for 3 hours soaking wet, or 9 hours. And so that was happening at the same time where I was experiencing issues with the single stall restrooms being locked or not even being accessible at all. And so those 2 things kind of merged, and I attended a SGA meeting, and it was open forum, and I started to speak about the first part about the ADA spaces, and then I recognized, like, I didn't our university was not prepared to have a conversation out loud around restrooms. And so I had a conversation with a few people on the campus that I knew that I could trust and engage with. And that led me to the advisor for SGA, and they guided me into being a university senator. And that's kind of where, from where my process started, but it was just a conversation that really started this.
Thank you. I think both of y'all highlighted on some really great themes that we've been hearing about today, which is the need for community and reaching out to others to kind of get that conversation started, and also working on things that are not just wrapped up in your identity, but in the identities of folks around you and stuff. So Jay, you kind of started to touch on this a little bit, but what have some of your experiences been with administration on your campus when you've been trying to implement change?
For the most part, my experiences have been really good as far as being listened to. The movement and progress has obviously been very slow a lot of times, but most of the conversations have been respectful, and a lot of it has been kind of guided and helping me to. For me, it was really important to find the language that other administrators could hear. And so, so whether that was somebody that was an administrator themselves having a conversation with me, or a staff member or faculty, like, so helping me to kind of find that language that, and then being able to speak with the administrators, or even to gather multiple administrators together in the same Zoom room to have these conversations. Because I know in one of the presentations earlier, somebody was talking about having to go from this office to that office and back and forth. And so I've had help from administrators to gather everybody into the same room to be able to have those conversations. So my experiences have been, for the most part, really good. I've had a few that that were definitely not good, and situations where I have had to actually, for me, it was finding that place and the support outside, but the courage inside to be able to go up a level and say, okay, this happened and this is not okay. What can we do about it?
For me, I feel like I have a few different levels of administrative where we've clashed a little bit. And it's funny because my first year, speaking about the first time I had an activism, I don't know, interaction, was when I was supposed to go to a study session, and all of a sudden just people started marching, and I was like, let's follow the crowd, let's figure it out, what's going on. And that was like my introduction to like, okay, this is what's happening on our campus, and this is how our administration is responding. And I think that was an eye-opening experience to see the power dynamics between our students and our student body versus even the student body president, and so on and so forth. And so seeing those dynamics really woke something up in me. And so at first it was a little scary questioning some of the stuff that's going out, right? Like, how am I as a student? What can I do? I don't know. I just didn't feel like it was in my place to be able to oppose some of the stuff that was happening on my campus. And eventually I was able to move past that. And now I kind of do it like, I don't know, it's just exciting now. It gets me going. And there's a few instances where, you know, our administration, as early as like this last month in May, has said, you know, like, equity isn't something that our society can really ever reach. I'm paraphrasing here. And so it shouldn't be our goal here on campus. And that's how I took it. And that's how some of the other students in the room took it. And it really hurts to hear things like that when you're doing so much work, especially in your later years. For me, I found my activism in my junior year, and how do I continue to do that? And it's disheartening, but I find comfort in other students and through faculty and staff who are ready to pick us up. And whenever we challenge, they're ready to support us in helping us find the exact way, and like Jay said, the verbiage to communicate, because sometimes we're a little, I don't know, I'm kind of at the point where it's like we talked enough, right? We've lived through this trauma enough, we rehashed it. It's time to have some action and make some movement. And so it's refreshing to hear other people say, okay, let's calm down and let's talk about this. How can we do it with both ways, where we have a more legislative type of thing through the student body, and then what we're doing on the ground. And so it's been an interesting experience to see myself grow from not being able to feel confident enough to say, hey, that's not right, to now, like being a part of these organizations that question what we're doing every day now. And it's a wonderful experience.
Thank you both for sharing what y'all have just shared. And I do want to recognize the fact that, this is a summit and a session, right, for people at all levels. And so it really is something special for us to have our student leaders willing to invest their time and relive some of the trauma that they have experienced, right, on our campuses, as well as with our administration and our engagements that maybe sometimes we don't fully recognize, because I think it's really important, especially what Jaime just said of something was said, and maybe that's not exactly what was said, but this was the impact it had on us and other students and how we took it. And so I just want to publicly tell both of you, thank you so much for sharing all of that with us and being with us today. So y'all kind of touched on this, but I'm wondering if you have some more examples of how administration, faculty, and staff have maybe supported you in your endeavors in addition to what you've already shared with us.
I can get started. So for me, it's all about mentorships. Like, I didn't recognize that what we were doing was a mentorship between me and my faculty and staff until later on, where I'm like, wait, hey, we're both growing, we're doing something here, and it's being able to provide that space of vulnerability and validating us. Gosh, validation does something for me. And it's just incredible to be able to, because after sometimes you hear those rejections so often, and sometimes we just need to run back and get rejuvenated. And that's why I'm grateful to be here, because this is rejuvenating for me. And so I really enjoy being able to come to my mentor and speak about, hey, this is what I want to see, what I want to get done. What can I do to get this going? What can I do to get this ball rolling, right? And so just talking about the different ways, different approaches about how we can get certain projects off the ground is really, I don't have to do it alone. Like, that's the most important thing for me, is that whenever I can turn to a faculty and staff who has been doing this work for so long, it's we don't have to recreate the wheel, right? And so we can change it up a little bit and make it our own. And I think that's what is important for me is finding mentorship, because we talk about, for me on campus, we discuss legacy, right? Students, the university will always outgrow the students, and 4 years from now, it's going to be a different issue. But our faculty and staff are here a little longer, and they're able to support. And so when they're ready to pass on what they want to do, is creating that legacies, is finding those mentorships between faculty, staff, and students, and being able to pass this knowledge and passion on to us. Because some of the stuff that I learned, I mean, Dr. Ben just told us about higher ed, and I'm already, ready to start changing that verbiage around of, hey, every education is important, no matter what. So post-secondary, it's just like those little things is enough for me to feel supported and to get by. And honestly, sometimes even saying, hey, what you're doing might be wrong, and telling me, like, being straightforward with me, because sometimes, we just take the approach that we feel like is best in the moment. And so again, just being able to talk it out and have that space to give out our fears and insecurities, especially as marginalized students on campus, is just, it's incredible, and it's very validating.
Definitely agree with everything that you said. And also for me, there's this piece of like saying, hey, it's not a normal response from somebody. So as an example, I was talking with the provost about accessibility and mass communications, and he directed me, of course, to another office which was Accessibility Service Center. And I was talking with the director who, while I was engaging and trying to explain to them kind of what was happening and what that looked like, she told me, she was like, well, that seems like a J thing and not a university thing. And that was just one of the several comments. And so I, you know, taking notes, I wrote that down and a few other things and had a conversation with a few different mentors. And when I said that, their faces, they made these faces of like, okay, that's not okay, that's not normal. And then we kind of talk through, hey, how are you feeling? So that emotional support piece first, and then, okay, these are some of your options. And so letting me kind of work through where I was with that, and then where I wanted to go and what I wanted to do with that was so helpful. And I just, so yeah, that part. And then also like during meetings, there's this kind of this almost defensiveness a lot of times that I run into. So if a meeting, say 30 or an hour long, you know, first 30 minutes, it's a lot of like, well, you know, we have funding issues, or we have this, or we have that. And it's, I just want to say, and I've gotten to where I can just, because of my mentorships and because of being able to build some of that confidence in myself, being able to say, look, I understand. I know that there's limitations. I know that there's issues, and we just need to have this conversation in a way that's guided toward action. Because I know that, you know, something else may come up and there may be a different priority, and that's okay, as long as we're still having this conversation and we're moving toward action. So it's not conversation for conversation's sake. So as far as, you know, what, so being able to get them to, or for the help of helping me to have the confidence to speak up in meetings and to say like, okay, we need to move forward.
That conversation guided toward action piece, that's powerful. I just made a note for myself about that because you're right. I think oftentimes when we're working in these different systems of oppression and stuff, it's we've identified a problem. Now, what are we going to do to resolve or work towards making it better? And so that's really powerful. So being that today's theme was also around healing, I wanted to make sure that we asked y'all, what are the ways in which you center your healing when you exist in multiple structures of oppression? And, you know, I don't know who has an answer prepared first. It sounds like Jay.
I am, one, being able to have conversations with people that feel safe, that are safe on campus, is really important. So being able to not just hold all of this in. I firmly believe in therapy and meditation, and so I do those things. So those are some of the ways that I do that.
For me, it's finding community. Like being here, like I said, rejuvenates me. Sometimes, especially over the past year and a half, burnout is real, y'all. Burnout is real. And so being able to just be here and soak in everything that's happening, you know, around me, and take all these new, you know, notes. I'm so excited to be able to apply this knowledge that, you know, we learned today into everyday life. And so that's something that I found has been very helpful for me. But also whenever I examine like cultural wealth, right? And we think about ourselves, and resistance capital is so important. And my favorite form of resistance is living. And so, right, and not just surviving, but like living and enjoying your time. And my family, oh, that's they are my motivation to keep going. But also they just help me stay more focused. When I'm having a bad day, I go to my mom and like, hey, can we just like watch TV and not do anything? And that's what I do in my free time. I also enjoy like swimming at our lovely river. You can catch me every summer, y'all. But also I've picked up being able to do like puzzles or Legos where I'm just not doing anything that takes, I don't know, a lot of thinking. It's just something fun for me. It's a process building, and it's really something that I can move away from work, and turning off the email after 5 p.m., y'all. Like, for real, take your time off and like take advantage of those things. Don't hold off to that, because you deserve that. Like, that's something that you worked hard for, and it's part of your benefits, so use it. And being able to really just take a step back from everything that's happening and just breathe. That's how I continue to keep going, because there's been a few times where I'm like, this ain't for me. I don't know, it's kind of hard. It's hard out here, but yes, just being able to find my community has really helped out, because I don't have to explain anything. I'm just like, y'all, we just need to get together, and that's it.
Yes, and one of the comments in the chat right now is from Ramses Luna that my favorite form of activism is just living, and ain't that the truth, y'all? So one of the questions that we have that's been submitted is part of is posed as, why is activism important to y'all?
So there was a long time where I didn't have a voice. I wasn't able to use my voice. And so I'm learning how to do that. So it's important for me to do that as a human being, to be able to do that. But it's also important for me when I see something that is not okay, to say and to take those steps forward, to actually make a difference, to make not okay become better than, and not just okay, but more than what other people could probably envision it. So, and being able to bring people together to have those conversations, to move things forward, to make here, this university, better than what other people could imagine, especially when we're constantly being told, you know, no, you can't do that, or it won't work, or this is the way things are always done, or any of those typical phrases. And so just to be able to get together to move things forward and to make change happen, and not help those around us and future students as well.
That's like sums it up, right? That even for me is changing. It's the legacy portion again that comes in, and it talks about, like, for me personally, this is my 4th year at Texas State in my undergraduate degree, and my sister's her 1st year, right? And so what can I do within these first 3 years that I had to make change so that when she comes in, it's better for her? And we have a 6th grade sister who's saying, like, hey, I want to be a Bobcat too. So what can we do within these next few years to make sure it's better for her? And not just for me, my family, but for everybody, right? And so when I think about activism, it was a hard conversation at first, because it's really eye-opening to the privilege that I had. And as a queer man now, I've come to more realization of, like, there's some things that that I'm able and I have privileges of, and then of course we have the side of oppression and things, but being able to like hold my partner's hand in public sometimes is just so it does something too, and I'm very grateful for that. And so being able to honor those people who continue to fight for in the past, honor the people who walked, and I specifically think about my family again, is my grandma. She helped clean the floors at Texas State, and my dad helped make the buildings, right? He was here, and now I'm here, and I'm honoring them and the work that they put in by continuing to make change for the future generation. And that's why I think about every time I think about what can I do to change, to do better, is how can I feel more inclusive and accessible to our future generation? Because that's what we're doing it for.
I love hearing everything that y'all just shared. And so it got me thinking, how do you maybe talk about activism with your younger folks? So like maybe your family, cousins, and those people in your life. And then also with what Jaime just shared about like having had generations above him who've also worked and been a part of the Texas State community. How do you talk about the work that y'all do with them? And it can also include your chosen family and friends.
That's so hard, y'all. I want to go into a higher education student affairs degree, and every time I bring it up, and I can tell you I've been interested in it for 2 years now, my parents are like, what? What's that? And I'm like, y'all, I tell you every time. And so it's the conversation of you know, how do we again navigate these conversations that are a little difficult when our parents have never interacted with this information before. And so that was challenging this past year when we all got together and through the different stages and events where, you know, we had Black Lives Matter and then Stop Asian Hate and those different things where we had to have these conversations on the dinner table sometimes. And, you know, my mom would be like, okay, hold up, let's just give me a second. Or even coming out, oh man, that was difficult too. And having to express and navigate these new relationships that I have with my parents of this is who I want to be and this is who I am. And so for me, it's important to stay transparent. And that's because I feel safe and I feel nurtured in my place. And so I'm able to have these conversations and we can take a break, we can put a pin in it and come back to it. But just being able to show up sometimes, like, you know, my mom's scared sometimes. She's like, you're gonna go protest? Like, yeah, we gotta do it, mama, we gotta do this. This is what we're here for. And so being able to have those conversations of safe and tell her really why, like, what we're doing is important is it was difficult at first, but over time we've gone to being able to see each other's different sides. Sorry about my internet connection, y'all, my bad.
So for my family, it's very much they struggle with with accepting privilege, that they have privilege, and so these conversations start very, very, very ground level. And so it's been a process of you know, introducing things a little bit at a time and trying to do what I can with my family to help them to understand and to grow as I grow as well. And definitely coming out to family was extremely difficult, and also learning for myself to be, you said transparent. For me, it's being authentic, fully authentic in every space. And so so part of that communication with them. And then I also worked in schools with, or in a middle school for about 12 years. And so part of me coming back to school was because of some of the things that were happening and the things that I couldn't stop without certain letters behind my name. And so, so coming back, and then, so now I had the students that I worked with contact me. And so we talk about what they're going through and what they're trying to do and how can I help them still? And so it's very much they're teaching me just as much as I'm teaching them. And it's been that way since they were, you know, 11 years old, right? And so it's definitely grown. And I love being able to invite them to different, they're still in high school, a lot of them right now, but I've been able to invite them to some of the programming that we've had here, especially with everything being online. And so that's been an amazing thing for me to be able to participate and continue to, for us all to continue to impact each other's lives.
I just want to add on one more thing, y'all. I forgot, I'm a future educator. And so this is something that I want to do is bring in that conversation of diversity and inclusion and equity and accessibility to my students at elementary level, right? How do you have these conversations when they're that young and they don't comprehend, but they do. And being able to find these different stories and sharing their personal narratives is so important. I mean, it's funny because we talk about our future generation. My sibling was so confused about pronouns. Why are they so important? And it was just that simple of like, hey, you know, we got to respect what people say and what they want to be called and how to address them. And so it's something as simple as reading a book to her about, you know, why are we gonna, I remember it was a book Red, and it's about a crayon who changes the color to blue, and it was like, it just clicked. And so having those conversations and being able to have something for them to understand, but also connect to is super important, because I feel like for me, oftentimes when we have these conversations, whether it's with my parents or my younger siblings, it was being able to connect it back to, okay, we all have a commonality, we're all brown, and how does this translate to when we talk about this population or this population? And so it was incredible to be able to really see my siblings open up when they were younger and being able to respect pronouns now, and my parents and my mom, she's a cafeteria lady, y'all, and she came and she was like, I don't know what this student is, how do I ask? Like, you know, respectfully. And I was like, Mom, just ask what the pronouns are, introduce yourself with your pronouns. And it's something as easy as that. And it was incredible to see that the growth that they've had within a short amount of time.
Thank y'all both. So it's kind of related to what we've been talking about, but how would you recommend or how have you built coalitions with other students to do the work of activism and social justice? Jay, do you want to take that one first?
I can. So relationships, building relationships, having conversations, and doing that in a way, like I mentioned earlier, being my authentic self and being vulnerable, and also just really listening and saying, hey, what do you need? What's going on? How can we help? What can we do together? And then just taking those conversations and bringing people who have had some similar experiences together, and which is really difficult at this campus because a lot of students don't want to get involved. And so it's a process of getting people to trust you and to trust that together we can move this conversation forward, and we can do something with it.
I was gonna say too, networking, y'all. I didn't know how to network at first, so it took me a little bit to get to where I'm at now. But it's being able to accept invitations to those spaces if they're hosting a town hall, or if there's an event, or anything like that. Like, being able to attend and being there in person, or in this case like over Zoom or whatever, is important, because then it shows like you're there in solidarity, like you're there to hear this conversation. And whether if it's something that, I know it's difficult when we talk about people who aren't necessarily on the same path or level as us, and can oppose our end game sometimes, but having that conversation is also just as important, so that you can grasp and you can grow as an individual. And so being in those spaces, and just soaking it all in again and hearing what everybody has to say and their perspectives is super important. And going up and introducing yourself, like that was always something scary to me. I didn't know how to do that, and again, sorry about the little one, but I learned how to do it, and it was simple as, hey, let me follow you on this social media site, and seeing what they retweet or what they comment, and oh, I like what they're doing, how can I get involved, what can I do? And sometimes it's difficult to get involved. I didn't know how to necessarily, and so it took me a little bit to find my feet, but being involved in different coalitions already was super important to me. So for the Underrepresented Student Advisory Council, it's leaders from all across the campus, and being able to say, hey, that's what they're doing here with this group, and that's what we want to do here for this group. What can we do together as a community to uplift everybody, right? So come and hang out with us, and we'll go to your event. Don't worry, we got you. You need some people, that's what it's here for. And so that's how I was able to find my network of people who, if I need some help getting something off the ground, I'm like, hey, I'm gonna reach out to you because I know you got it. You got the connections, and networking was super important to me.
Thank you both. Jay, you mentioned you were a student senator on your campus, right? Can you talk to us more about how that process and how your activism might show up in that specific role?
Yeah. So when I first became a senator, unfortunately, titles and stuff matter to certain people. So it enabled me to begin having conversations around a lot of the work that I'm still doing. And so it allowed me to get meetings with vice presidents, and to get their help in getting all the people into the room to make things happen. For one example, in 2019 is when I started as a senator, and so another classmate and I had been trying to work on the concept of really bringing in universal design onto our campus and what that looked like, and having those conversations. And we kept getting a lot of runaround. And then I was able to, this last year, I was a director in the executive council for SGA. And so I was able to move that a little bit more forward. And we had a meeting with, I don't know, about 12 administrators on campus. And we were able to get them to the point where they understood that we weren't, while we were asking to have certain things happen on campus, we wanted to really have a space to have these conversations and for students to have a place to say, hey, this is a problem on campus. These are some of the issues. What can we do about it? And then to create some place to kind of work through those issues and figure out how we can resolve them. And so from there, we ended up at the end of that meeting deciding to create a committee for universal design, and to so that way we had a place for students to go to. We had a place for faculty and staff to be able to say, hey, these are some issues that we're hearing about. Let's see how we can process through it. So, but that wouldn't have happened had I not taken for me the route through student government. Because again, a lot of times trying to get people into the same room without a title, from what I experienced, has been really difficult. And so having that title has made a huge difference, unfortunately.
I want to synthesize something that there's been a side conversation happening in the chat, and it also goes with something that Jay said earlier about these titles, right? And how Jay came back to have letters behind his name or their name. Jaime is looking to do a higher ed program, right? To get those letters behind their name and have that credibility. You were able to get those meetings as a senator, so having more titles behind your name. And it goes kind of in place with something that Chelsea and Joshua are talking about in the chat of our custodial and dining staff, and it being so integral to creating spaces where our students feel welcome, right? Because they're speaking the language, they're cooking the food, they're checking in with them and asking about those familial things. And just, I want to just put it out there of like, as Joshua said it here, the custodial staff and the dining staff, they are some of our biggest retention specialists on our campuses, and they deserve to be treated as such, right? And the way in which we treat those people and also impacts our prospective students. It impacts how the university is viewed by folks. And so I just wanted to give space for that for just a moment, because that is so important. And I think it's something that sometimes as we get more titles in our names and more responsibilities and more letters behind us, we sometimes might lose sight of. And so I challenge us all to just reflect on that at some point, if not right now, maybe later today. So our next question that we have posed for y'all is, I'm going to ask twofold, right? So first, I'm going to ask what the most difficult aspect is of being a student leader on your respective campuses. And then you can do this as a separate one or at the same time if you'd like, but what is also something that you've accomplished that you're really proud of? So a little bit of the rough with the really great stuff as well. Jaime, you want to go first?
Sure, sounds good. So the hardest thing for me is saying no, which is interesting because like I definitely want to be able to attend all these different things. And again, it goes back to how do we, like, what do we do? What are our practices to make sure that we don't burn out? And so I want to be a part of these different, events and things like that. But unfortunately, like I have to tell myself like, hey, if you do that, you're not gonna have time for homework, or you're not gonna have time for this or that. And so saying no has been a lesson that I've had to learn the hard way. But apart from that, it's also just, again, hearing faculty and staff who've been here since they were students and now transitioned to faculty and staff and have tell their stories of, hey, we were going through the same fight. And that's so incredibly difficult to hear, because they've been here for how many years, and it still hasn't had any change. And it's disheartening as students who continue to want to have push for this change in these systematic, it's just, it's hard to hear those things that we've been fighting the good fight for a while and nothing comes out of it. And having administration also like recognize what they're doing is wrong and not doing anything to change it. You know, they say they're going to communicate better, and then a year from now there's still no communication and things like that. And so it's hard getting those little setbacks every now and then. That's been difficult for me, but one of the things I'm really proud of is being able to, like I said, I'm from San Marcos, and I know for me, the San Marcos community and the Texas State community don't often like getting along, and and they both have valid reasons, but I think that I really wanted to bridge these two communities together, because that's what I'm here for. And so being able to be a part of like the election stuff and have some of our candidates come out and hear and get students involved in voting and sharing the importance of why it is to vote, joining the First Gen organization, it really opened my eyes to the imposter phenomenon. And that's just, y'all, it's hard out here. But it's so incredibly validating when other students are like, yes, thank you for bringing it up, because I was feeling the same way. And so when we had that conversation around voting of what do we do? How do I vote? This is my first time. It was great to have these candidates come out and be like, hey, it's important. I was in your shoes at one spot, and this is how I did it, and this is what, this is what my views are, and things like that. And having that conversation of, especially local candidates who don't often get the shine that they need in local elections that happen so often, and students just don't recognize that, first off, they're allowed to vote in these elections, but also like that they're actually happening. And so being a part of that last semester really helped me better. I don't know, I wasn't, again, bringing it back to that imposter phenomenon, I just wasn't ready to take on some of these roles and responsibilities. But that event and all the leading up to it that last semester really helped push me to grow and to challenge myself and say, hey, no, you've put in the work, you can do this. This role isn't as it's obtainable, it's something that you can do. And so I appreciate the community for always supporting me. I got to get some shout outs out here, like Dr. Ben and Jesse and a few of my supervisors were on the call, and Chelsea and Dr. Moreno. Like, I love them. They are my support system. They pushed me to continue to grow, and I wouldn't be where I'm at without them. And being able to, again, go into these spaces and be like, hey, I got a no, or I got a rejection. And then turning that around and being able to, hey, let's do something about it and let's change it. So I really do appreciate my little community that I found.
So the hardest part for me, I think, is actually conflict in general. And so, so pushing myself to kind of work through that. And, especially when it's an area, just like anything else that's close, that hits close to home. So as far as kind of what am I the most proud of, I guess there's several things, and it also kind of has to do with that pushing through. So I've had to deal with, unfortunately, some Title IX issues on campus. And so being able to push through that and to I recently had a meeting with the president of the university, and we're in the process of creating a committee to really work to change the climate here on campus and what that looks like. And so there's that. And then there's another piece where I'm, as SGA president incoming here, we went through a hard time with meeting quorum and being able to weren't able to disperse any of our funds this last year. And so we have so much money sitting there, and I was trying to figure out, like, normally it just gets swept and it goes somewhere and disappears, and really wanting to figure out what we can do with this money and how we can reinvest it in our students. And so I started thinking about housing insecurities and using that money to create an endowment. And so that's, right now I'm in the process of having those conversations to move that forward from just this kind of concept to reality. And so it's, you know, having those conflicts and then moving through them to make things happen is really, really just the and following through is the biggest piece of all this for me.
That is phenomenal work that you are doing and that y'all talked about. So I want to kind of come around to probably our last question, which is, this being a call that is made up of a number of diversity, equity, and inclusion professionals, what is something that you want us to know as these D&I professionals in terms of how we can better support not just you, but student efforts in general to make the change you want to see? Who wants to start first?
I can go. Okay, I'll go. First off, being here, like, you're already doing the work by supporting us. Being able to get in this knowledge is super important. But I don't know, sometimes for my supervisors on the call, they know very well, like, hey, I just need you to, like, turn a blind eye, and, like, we're gonna do something that may be questionable, and I don't want you to be involved and take fault for it. So just, like, give us our space, and we're gonna run through it, and know that, like, it won't come back to you. And so having that space to be able to do those things has really been supportive, but also just, like, hearing the students out, right? Being able to hear their personal narratives. Like, it was so hard. I did not find a faculty member who looked like me, thought like me, or speaks like me. Like, it was hard to find myself and be represented in the College of Education here. And so I didn't feel welcome to come up and shake their hand and say, hey, my name's Jaime, I'm going to come up to your your office hours, just to hang out and talk. And so I really found my home with staff members. That's where it was for me, and being able to have these conversations. And it was really validating every time I went to some of these programs, and I learned something new. And so for me personally, like, for faculty and staff who are more engaging and ready to learn, like, really just hear out your students, like, hear out what their needs are. I think that's the first step to doing anything, is being able to have a communication about, this is what's happening, this is how I'm feeling, and this is what I want to do. So what can we do together?
For me, I think it's this, I didn't know that I could do this job until somebody told me I could do this job, whether that was in the Senate or even just having the conversation, any conversation in the beginning, the courage to have the conversation when I first did in the SGA meeting, you know, the courage to ask for a meeting with the president to deal with that. All of that really was helped and guided by y'all. By people on this call. There were times where I didn't want to step up. I was too afraid of everything. Honestly, like, I didn't know what I was afraid of, but I was afraid. And so, like, the support, the emotional piece, and also that guiding piece of, you know, you can do nothing. You don't have to do anything. And these are some of the things that you can do. These are your options. So taking it from this overwhelming, it's so much, to, hey, these are things that have happened. They happened. They're not okay. And these are things that we can do about it. And then other things, like when somebody brings an idea of saying, okay, yes, and, you know, so yes, we can talk about this. Yes, we can move this forward. Yes, we can do these things. And these are some of the things you might run up against, or these are, you know, this is the way that this vice president views this thing. And so just really, that's what's really helped me a lot. And I know that there's a lot of students here at this university that don't know that they can do something. And they want to do things, and I talk to them all the time, and they want to. And so it's just finding a student and helping them to feel safe and to gain that trust that that they and to know that you have their back and you will help them through each step of the process.
Thank y'all both so much for all of the wisdom that you have shared with us, vulnerability, and letting us kind of, get a glimpse into what your experiences have been like. Y'all are doing some phenomenal work on your respective campuses. And so I do want to take a moment to also plug our Student Leadership Advisory Board that is going to be coming into fruition this next year, right? One of the things when I also think about how do we support our students in this work is helping them build coalitions across campuses as well. If something is working at one institution, great. And let's share that with other institutions who might be having a similar battle that they're trying to fight. And so if you have those students, my information is on the website, the TADOHE website. You can also email the TADOHE2019@gmail.com to get those students involved because that's something that the TADOHE board recognizes as needed and we want to start working towards. So again, Jaime, Jay, thank y'all so much. There's been so much love for y'all in the chat. Go back and read that. And I'm going to toss it back over to our planning committee. So thank y'all again so much.
That was amazing. That was amazing. Thank you all for so much for letting us have a glimpse in your life and sharing your stories with all of us that can learn so much. This whole day has been filled with so many things, a lot of things to take away. I don't want to end this here. I think Dr. Ben is going to come on and wrap things up for us. But thank you all so much for taking time out of your day, for spending your time with us, for getting involved, engaging in the conversation. I know sometimes when we do these virtual events, it's really hard to get that feedback, to feel like we are in community together. So I really want to thank all of you for taking time to join us in the chat, asking questions, and also thank you to all of our amazing presenters today. So much information for us to take and into the long weekend and process before we have to go back into the office, as most of us are off on Tuesday. But that wraps up the presentation portion. I know there's still so much left of this conference, so I don't want anybody to feel like we are done. So I'm going to pass this back over to the executive board so they can share a little bit more about what the rest of the conference will look like.
Thank you so much. And thank you to Jay and Jaime. Y'all were amazing. We are so proud of our student leaders. Y'all do so much and you are partners for us in this work. For those of us who are doing diversity, equity, and justice work on our respective campuses. And I always say that students, you all are the ones that nudge us into the discomfort and to the uncomfortable places that we need to go in order for change, transformation, and justice to be possible. And so for that, we are certainly grateful, and y'all were outstanding representatives of your schools. So thank you so much. So the last portion of the conference, we're about to wrap up here. We have an opportunity where we want to present to, this is the portion where we're going to be presenting some awards to some emerging leaders who have been doing some outstanding work with either on their campuses and their communities. And we just want to recognize that. So we had the benefit of 2 leaders from University of Houston, Clear Lake, and Texas State sharing some of the work that they've been doing. And we also, at this time, we're going to take, we'll take just a quick few minutes here for me to share some information with you and then about the elections. And then we're going to go ahead and jump into the awards portion of the, I'm losing my train of thought, of the summit. And so I just want to remind everyone that immediately following the awards portion, which will be 4:30, we will begin the elections process in our state meeting. So we'll have the business meeting, but before the business meeting, we'll go ahead and conduct the elections. And so David Cross, who is our elections chair for TADOHE, he will be overseeing that process, but you should have already received information from David if you are an institutional member or you have an individual membership with TADOHE, so that you can participate in the elections process. So David will be overseeing that process, and he will be answering any questions that you have regarding the way that the elections is going to unfold, the way that's going to work. Remember, you're also not only voting on officers, but you are also voting on some amendments to our bylaws, some changes to our bylaws, and you should have received those as well. And so we'll get into all of that during the business meeting portion of the after the conclusion of the elections. Excuse me, I'm stammering around here with my words. So during the business portion of the chapter meeting, we're going to be just giving reports from each of the respective officers on the executive board, as well as chairs, giving a financial update, just so you know what's been going on with TADOHE, the things that we've accomplished over these past couple of years. And then we'll begin to prepare for the transition of the new executive board, which will take place in September, actually, where we'll have the induction of the officers. So today we're going to elect those officers, and then we're going to get them inducted in September. But during the summer, we're going to be doing some transitioning and some work together so that there's a smooth transition of officers coming in for the 2021 to 23 period that the officers serve. So at this time, we want to prepare for the portion. This is the last and final portion of our TADOHE Summit, which is the awards. And so we're going to invite Karina back on, because she and I are going to be presenting those awards together. And then I'll give some just closing remarks after we present the awards. And then those of you who are not members of TADOHE, we'll, of course, want you to join TADOHE, but we want to thank you, of course, and I'll do that more formally. Thank you for being here with us, but you're welcome to stay for the business meeting if you would like to do that. You will not have a ballot, of course, as I stated earlier, unless you are a member of TADOHE. So I want to encourage you to be a member. I'm going to just keep making that shameless plug. All right. So Karina.
All right. Hello, everyone. So I'm going to transition over to our formal awards portion. So in TADOHE's efforts to move our institutions towards our collective liberation, we recognize that our work continues to be influenced by our students. They inspire us, they call us out because they know we can and must do better. They give us grace, they love on us just as much as we love on them. And it is in the spirit of collective love that we recognize the amazing work that our student leaders are doing through the inaugural TADOHE Emerging Leaders Spotlight Awards. Award recipients were nominated by folks who have observed their greatness firsthand. All award recipients will receive a year's membership to TADOHE. They will also receive an invitation to serve on the newly formed TADOHE Executive Student Leadership Advisory Board. And as I mentioned earlier, this advisory board is made up of emerging leaders that will lead this new important facet of TADOHE. We cannot continue this work of justice, equity, inclusion, and accessibility without including the very folks who are impacted by our institutions. So Dr. Ben and I are going to take turns introducing and recognizing our award recipients. So Dr. Ben, it's over to you.
All right. So I have the distinct privilege of introducing our first Spotlight Award recipients. And this first Spotlight Award is the Ancestors' Wildest Dreams Award. And this award recognizes leaders, emerging leaders who are thriving in their authenticity and bringing joy to their organization or their community. This group of leaders balances life, their chosen family, mental health, and academics by loving those around them. They also inspire their peers to live life to the fullest because they are their ancestors' wildest dreams. This Spotlight Award, this year's TADOHE Spotlight Award, goes to the Remedy Retreat. And let me tell y'all, I love the Remedy Retreat. They do some amazing, amazing work. And I got connected to the Remedy Retreat through a dear friend of mine. And she was the one who nominated them. And so I'm really excited to for you all to meet the representative from the Remedy Retreat. The Remedy Retreat is a group of students with a mission to provide a holistic approach to Black mental health, and a shout out to Houston Tillotson. Woohoo! All right. And also, not only is the focus on Black mental health, but it is with the intention to ignite a personal exploration of healing. This year they hosted, you have to excuse this little beep that's going to come, but I'm not going to beep it because I think it's such an edgy and cool name of their show. So this year they hosted the show Talk Your Shit Thursdays, okay? Now, if that's not edgy, provocative, kind of sexy, I don't know what is. And so they do this on Instagram. They also had their inaugural Remedy 19 retreat. The founding members of the Remedy Retreat are Brooke Gorton, Deontay McClendon, excuse me, and then Shaniqua Sledge. Receiving the award on behalf of the Remedy Retreat today is Deontay McClendon. Deontay? Deontay, can you unmute yourself?
In traditional Zoom fashion. But thank you, Dr. Bean, for this opportunity. Thank you so much to your leadership, and thank you so much for not only upholding brilliance, but you always sprinkle Black girl magic on it in such an exceptional way. And we appreciate your motto, especially in your position. We thank you to the Texas Association of Diversity Officers in Higher Education. I've been practicing that all day, so I hope I came close to getting it right. I believe I did. But I accept this award, as she said, on behalf of not just the founders that are hopefully on here, I believe, but also our Remedy Dream Team. It's a host of Black young therapists. We're all millennials. We're all in the age range of 30. So all of us, the team is not only myself, but we can do anything alone. We truly believe that if you do anything significant, it cannot be done in solitude. We also want to thank Ms. Destiny McKinney, that's not only a mentor, but believes in us to the point to even nominate us for such an award like this. The other fellow award recipients for your work, and we hope to even make connections through this network, because it's better when we all do it together. And thank you to our Remedy community that believes not only in the work that we do, but people that pursue their own holistic healing, whether that's having more conversations about mental health at their dinner tables or with family members. We want it to be a holistic healing approach. And as we look into and accept this award about being our ancestors' wildest dreams, we understand and appreciate our ancestors' darkest nightmares. So as we look at the wildest dreams, we understand that the wildest dreams sometimes and always start within. So we thank you for this award, and we hope to continue further in the work. Thank you, Dr. Bean.
Thank you. Congratulations again to the Remedy Retreats.
Can't you see why? I mean, they're making it happen. It's awesome. They're doing some awesome work. They are sharp, sharp, sharp. I learn every time I tune in to their show.
Yes. So our next Spotlight Award is the Exceptional Student Leader Award. This award recognizes a student who has had a positive influence on the student body and made an exceptional contribution to the community. This individual also goes above and beyond to reach new students, program events, and make their campus more inclusive. This Spotlight Award goes to Grace Akayemi of the University of Texas at Austin. Grace helps with the active recruitment of diverse students by being a student planner and facilitator for PharmD admissions, and she has done that for the past 2 years. Grace has also developed educational programs that respond to current events and traumas associated with race-based violence through her leadership role in the pharmacy student organization, SNAFA. And I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And she's also involved in her community, assuming the role of a peer mentor with K-12 students in the Austin ISD and undergraduate students at UT Austin by helping to foster an interest in pharmacy. Grace is unable to join us today, but did want me to share the following message with folks, and I quote, "Thank you greatly for this award. I am honored and humbled to be recognized by such an impactful organization. I look forward to interacting with you all more in the future, and thank you again so much." End quote. Dr. Ben, it's back to you.
Right. So the next Spotlight Award is the Emerging Leader of the Year Award. This award recognizes a student leader who most noticeably demonstrates initiative, motivation, and potential for continued leadership within their community or organization. This Spotlight Award goes to Catherine Schichting from the University of Texas at Austin. Catherine actively participates in DEI events and programs across campus and contributes ideas that advance these themes in the professional PharmD program, assuming that's a Doctor of Pharmacy program. She also coordinates the Project Engage Pharmacy program to help diversify the college through meaningful engagement at a sleepaway camp on campus. Catherine, would you like to say a few words?
Absolutely. I'm having a little issues with my connectivity today, so I apologize my video is off.
That's
but
okay.
I'm immensely grateful to have been selected for this Emerging Leadership Award. This is incredible honor and privilege to be among everyone here today. I want to personally thank Dr. Skylar Walks for her mentorship, leadership, support, and contagious enthusiasm. I'm thankful to be able to work along Dr. Walks to support DEI initiatives, and most importantly, learn how to be leaders in the field. Again, thank you so much for this recognition, and I can't wait to get to work.
Awesome. Well, it sounds like you've already been working quite a bit. So congratulations. Thank you so much. Karina?
All right, so the next Spotlight Awards are for the most involved leaders. This award recognizes a student leader whom publicly shows involvement in college events that are aimed at justice, equity, diversity, inclusion, and accessibility. This individual inspires other students to become better leaders so that their campus and their community is a more inclusive environment. This year, we are having the opportunity to highlight 2 Spotlight Award recipients for the most involved leaders. And so our first Spotlight Award will be going to Mr. Evan Bookman of Texas State University. This year, Evan served as president of the Black President's Council, president of the Texas State chapter of the NAACP, was a member of the 2020 Elections Task Force, and was selected amongst his peers to serve on a university-wide restorative justice integrated work group that met over the course of multiple weeks and months. He's also served as a student representative during various town halls, coordinated voter registration activities and programs, and has served as a panelist addressing political engagement. He's consistently pressed for institutional and structural change. And so we will toss it over to Evan to give a few words. Congrats, Evan.
Hello, thank you. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I am very appreciative to have been nominated and selected for this award. I know given COVID and everything that's happened over the last year or so, it's been very hard for students to be active and engaged on campus, but doing just that and being able to serve my community and the greater Texas State community has been very worth it. As a graduate student in the fall, I look forward to continuing my activism and organizing on campus as well as off campus in the San Marcos community, as well as inspiring and mentoring other graduate students to do just the same. And I want to give a huge shout out to Dr. Ben, Dr. Fitzpatrick, and all the IIE, as well as Texas State University, NAACP, Black President's Council, and quite frankly, all the Black student organizations and other student leaders and organizations in general that have exemplified what this award is all about. Thank you.
Awesome. Congrats, Evan. So as I mentioned, we have a second Spotlight Award for the Most Involved Leader, and that will be going to Farhana Hossein of the University of Texas at Austin. Farhana has participated in and facilitated several programs and workshops that speak to her commitment for employing inclusive practices in promoting an informed cultural awareness of social justice. In Farhana's roles as co-chair for Student Diversity, Equity, Accessibility, and Inclusion Committee, she developed insightful programs, assisted in creating focus group opportunities, and presented to a historically underrepresented student org of roughly 100 undergraduate students. These were students at the university, and here she was encouraging them to explore a career in pharmacy. So Farhana, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you so much. I feel incredibly honored and appreciative of this recognition. It feels really great to be recognized for the work that you do. And so to be among everybody here today and be recognized by such a great organization, it feels really, really good on the inside. And I want to give a special shout out to Dean Skylar Walks. Without her guidance and her support, it would not have been possible to achieve the goals that I did. And so to have her be aligned with my vision, it felt really, really good to have her guidance. And so thank you once again for this recognition. I feel really, really honored about this. Thank you.
Outstanding, and congratulations. Right, so the next Spotlight Award is the Unsung Leader Award. This award recognizes an emerging leader who isn't always recognized for their amazing contribution to their organization or community. This individual is humble, works hard behind the scenes, and inspires individuals to become better leaders so that their campus or their community is a more inclusive environment. This year, we have 2 Spotlight Award recipients for Unsung Leader. The first Spotlight Award for Unsung Leader goes to Holly Yang from the University of Texas at Austin as a graduate student and co-staff chair for the Asian American Faculty Staff Association. Holly initiated a campus survey for the Asian community to understand the needs and concerns and to challenge the university to incorporate the voice of her community. She has also worked with the Vice President of Student Affairs to discuss ways for the division to be more intentional and intersectional when it comes to supporting communities that are not always centered in the conversation. Holly was unable to join us today, but has asked that we share the following message on her behalf. I am deeply touched and honored to have been selected for the Unsung Leader Award. I'm extremely humbled to have my work recognized in such a way. Thank you to the individual who nominated me, and thank you to TADOHE for offering these awards. The second Spotlight Award for Unsung Leader goes to Emmy Ruiz from the University of Houston, Victoria. In a new initiative, faculty diversity series, where faculty talk with the campus community about their experiences and research around diversity, Emmy was quick to volunteer to attend sessions to help with event support, as well as to do the technical but incredibly monotonous work of fixing the closed caption transcripts for accessibility for each event. This series became an example for how to conduct remote panels on critical topics related to diversity, equity, inclusion, and access. Emmy also interviewed student organizations in a full-length podcast interview series to help connect students to affinity groups. Emmy, are you here today?
Emmy is here, but I'm noticing that their mic is off. So give just a moment to see if maybe Emmy put something in the chat for us to read.
Okay.
I don't see anything coming in, but I'm sure that Emmy would also, we just want to say we're so proud of you and thank you for everything that you've done. So I'm going to go ahead and take a moment for all of our folks who are able to unmute themselves. Will you please unmute yourself and do a little cheering, celebratory something for all of our wonderful TADOHE Emerging Leader Spotlight Award recipients? Ready? Woo!
Yay! Raise the roof.
Yes, raise the roof.
I love it, Dr. Chapman.
All right, Dr. Chapman, you're gonna make us do Arsenio Hall too. Ooh, 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 ooh.
I love y'all.
We have such a great group, and
We do.
it says here that Emmy is trying to get on. So
Okay.
Maybe if we don't get to her right now, hopefully we'll be able to maybe at the business meeting to continue sharing. So stay tuned, folks, so you can hear what Emmy has to say as well.
Okay.
So in closing, these emerging leaders represent just a microcosm of all of the wonderful students on our respective campuses and communities that are doing the thankless work of moving us towards our liberation. These leaders are doing a phenomenal job of role modeling how to resist the various structures of oppressions that we operate in. And just as importantly, they are modeling how to heal in the midst of it all. Thank you for each of the work. Thank you to each of you for all of the work that you are doing, and congratulations. And I can't wait for us to get this work started with the student advisory board that they've all been invited to be a part of. Thank you, folks. And I believe I'm going to hand it back over to Jaden and Javier to get us started with the business meeting.
Okay, so first I'm going to give some closing remarks so that we can transition from the summit, which has been awesome, to our business meeting. So in closing, what I'm going to do is share one of my favorite fables. And some of you have heard this before if you've ever heard me speak, but it's one of my favorites, and it's called An Appointment in Samara. And then I'll give some concluding and final thoughts as outgoing chair of TADOHE. An Appointment in Samara. There was a merchant in Baghdad who sent her worker to market to buy provisions. And in a little while, the worker came back in shock and trembling and said to the merchant, "My mistress, just now, when I was in the marketplace, I was jostled by a woman in the crowd. And when I turned, I saw it was death that jostled me. She looked at me and made a threatening gesture. 'Now lend me your horse, and I will ride far away from Baghdad and avoid my fate. I will go to Samara, and there death will not find me.' The merchant lent him her horse, and the worker mounted it, dug his spurs in its flanks, and as fast as the horse could gallop, he rode off to Samara. So then the merchant decided to go down to the marketplace, and she too saw death standing in the crowd. And she approached Death and said, 'Hey, why did you make a threatening gesture to my worker when you saw him this morning?' 'That was not a threatening gesture,' said Death. 'It was only a look of surprise. I was astonished to see your worker in Baghdad, for I have an appointment with him tonight in Samara.'" There's something rather jarring and unsettling, and yet timely about what this fable teaches us, and it is this: we cannot outrun the thing life requires us to face. We can try to avoid the lessons we do not want to learn, but those issues will continue to pursue us, even as we make our most gallant effort to avoid or get away from those things. Whatever life is trying to teach us, it will continue to show up in various repetitions of itself until we acknowledge it and embrace whatever that lesson is. And the reason that the thing will continue to persist in conspiring with the universe is because the lesson is desperately trying to get our attention so that we can transform and free ourselves from the very thing we are clinging to that's keeping us stuck and arrests our progress and development. See, we as a nation have been trying to outrun the very thing we absolutely must face if we are ever going to truly be the kind of union we espouse to be, you know, as in our country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, freedom, justice, and all of that. Racism is the disease of white supremacy that the nation has been running from, while our running is literally killing us. Some of us literally, others of us spiritually, psychologically, and emotionally, while it is also eating away at the fragile threads of our democracy, just as alcoholism eats away at the liver. White supremacy is, in fact, incompatible with democracy. Some of us just haven't quite figured that out yet. And if you pay careful attention, you will observe that almost every national tragedy, epidemic, and crisis holds up a metaphorical mirror to our nation's face to reacquaint us with white supremacy, which is our shadow side. You know, that wing of our nation we are in denial about, the side we don't want our colleagues, you know, the rest of the world to know about us. The element that is in contradiction with our image of our exceptionalism. Newsflash, we've already been found out. The world already knows. It's been broadcast globally, right? This contradiction we're having with our own values. We just haven't come to terms with that founding aspect of our nation's birth that is indelibly linked to everything that is unsettling in this present moment. Even COVID showed up and tried to convey this same truth, with Black, Indigenous, and Latinx people having been those who most frequently contracted it, experienced the most post-contraction complications, and have had the highest COVID mortality rates. And despite the model minority myth, as Dr. Ann talked to us today about, anti-Asian hate, violence, and bigotry has always been a thing. But since the pandemic, it's been made more obvious and undeniable for those of us who couldn't fathom it. All of these things are just more symptoms of our disease, white supremacy, trying to signal, beckon, gesture, and jostle us as we just keep trying to outrun it. The dualism embedded within the foundation of white supremacist ideology is the framework that was used to construct every other ism in this country, be it within the structural representation of patriarchy, heterosexism, ableism, Islamophobia, anti-immigrantism, you name it. It is the bad foundation upon which this house, our nation, in other words, was built. How else can we explain the attacks on all other groups, immigrants, the LGBTQIA+ community, women's reproductive rights, voting rights, healthcare, the impoverished, education? Here's the thing that has always been the case, but is becoming more apparent as the disease progresses. White supremacy is not just hurting BIPOC folks, it is also hurting white folks. Some white folks know this, others can't quite fathom it, because white supremacy, like any disease of addiction, has its moments of euphoria, even as it ravages your health, rationality, and the capacity for the fullness of your individual and our collective humanity. The sad thing is that tragedy after various forms of extremism is often what it takes for some of us to awaken to the truth of our disease. The pain and struggle we are experiencing as a nation related to our deleterious and complex relationship with race is a wake-up call, an alarm clock, but some folks just keep hitting that snooze button. In 12-step communities, we call our diseases what they are, because it helps us to stay out of the gray zone of, maybe I don't really have a problem, I just blank a little too much. So it is imperative that we call the disease what it is. White supremacy. It is our imperative to offer a more holistic, honest, and compelling story of our nation state, of our history, no matter what is legislated, so that we may all contribute to new ways of ending inequities, injustice, and inequality. As Ahmed Ali says, it is a privilege to learn about the things that some people experience their whole lives. As current and future leaders in this work, We invite you to join TADOHE in this conversation, this critique of our history and our present, and the feelings of discomfort, and help us to enact this mobilization of a collective commitment to social and educational justice, diversity, inclusion, equity, accessibility, and restorative practices. Know that you are built to handle the pressure that comes with your calling. You may not be able to change the whole world, but we are all obligated to try and change our little part of the world. Pain and struggle for people, a nation, groups have a purpose, just like pain and discomfort in the body, which is to bring awareness, attention, and interest to something that needs to be attended to for the specific purposes of healing, recovery, and new life. We want to thank you on behalf of the TADOHE board for joining us. We are really pleased that you chose to spend your day with us. We know some of you had to leave before the end of the summit today. I also want to thank our sponsors, Texas Tech University, College of Law, University of Texas at Austin, College of Pharmacy, and Texas State University. Also want to thank our outstanding presenters, our speakers, our student panelists, and our award winners. We thank you because none of this would have been possible without those of you who contributed to this day. And so we thank you for that. Additionally, I want to thank, of course, the executive board. As outgoing president of TADOHE, it's been my honor and it's been my privilege to serve with you in this capacity, to co-lead this charge with you, working with institutions across the state of Texas. We know that there's more work to be done, and so we invite all of you to join those of us who have been involved in TADOHE. TADOHE is a very important organization for the state of Texas. We need community. We need the collective energy and synergy and the will of all of us. One of the things that we have learned as marginal members of marginalized communities is that the collective is where we find our strength. Once we start once we start positioning ourselves as individuals solely doing the work, believing that we're the only ones who can do what we do, that's a very dangerous place to be in, because we've survived because of the collective as marginalized community members. So it is important, and it is incumbent upon all of us, that we continue to work together, to uphold one another, to support one another, to encourage and to nudge one another. Again, thank you all so much for being here with us. We appreciate everything that each one of you has contributed and for taking time out of your day. Last shameless plug, TADOHE.com. Join us. You can even pay your membership online, or we can invoice your campus. Thank you so much. And at this time, we're going to prepare to transition to our chapter meeting, where we'll conduct the elections, which will be the first order of business. Thank you so much. And for those of you who are staying on, I'm going to have Jayden or Javier come on so that we can find out how we're going to transition to that chapter meeting. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Ben, for all those wise words. Lots of quotable moments right there, not only for you, but everyone who's been speaking. So thank you for sharing those. Now what we're going to be doing is giving some time for people to log off. Thank you again. Follow us on Instagram, and we look forward to connecting in the future. You should also be expecting an email from us with a survey as well. We'd love to get your feedback on today's events. So thank you again. Have a great weekend, and hopefully you're relaxing, but also doing some education. So, all right, we're going to start moving people over into the Zoom. So just bear with us as we do that. Actually, what I'll do is play some music while we do that. Pull it up. Shares. That's good.
Big shout out to Jayden and Javier. Had to do that. I just had to bust in and say that. Okay.
Thank you.
Because they kept everything rolling so smoothly. Thank y'all so much.
My pleasure. It was great. Yes, here's the playlist that Javier created. So let's start with this one.
I don't think there's any music playing on our end. I
Oh,
think you
really?
forgot to share the sound.
Ah, it says it's shared, but let me see.
It's because you were
Huh.
going to sing for us, Robert.
Let me share.
I don't want to hurt anyone's ears.
Maybe this one. So everyone's been moved over. It looks like there's only one person who hasn't. For some reason, it's just not letting that person move. So. So it is all yours in terms of doing the next step for the meeting.
Dr. Ben, would you like me to start the meeting or would you like to kick it off?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. I'm going to do a quick review of the agenda. Also, I think, give me just a second. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to share my screen so that I can. Okay, so sharing my screen so I can review the agenda for the chapter meeting. So I'm going to call this meeting to order at 4:35 p.m. And the first thing, I'm going to review the agenda really quickly. We will have introduction of officers, and then David will lead us in the process of conducting our elections. Then we will have the business portion of the meeting. So we'll have minutes read from the previous chapter meeting, officer reports, chair reports, any new business, and then we will adjourn the meeting. Okay. All right. So at this time, I would like to invite our officers to introduce themselves. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Okay, so give me just a second. All right. Okay. So let's see. I'm just going to call your name, and then you can introduce yourself. So, Dr. Stella Silva.
Hello, I'm Stella Silva, and I am
Here at Texas State University, I'm the interim chief diversity officer and also assistant vice president for institutional inclusive excellence, but I'm the vice chair this year for TADOHE.
Thank you. Robert Garcia.
Hello, everyone. Robert Garcia. I use he, him, his pronouns. I am an assistant director here at Texas State University in the Office of Institutional Inclusive Excellence, and I currently serve as the treasurer for TADOHE.
Right, Dr. Beavers.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Leah Beavers. I serve as the secretary of the organization. I use she, her pronouns, and my current role is at the University of Houston Clear Lake in the Student Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Office.
Thank you, Dr. Beavers. Okay, at this time, I'm going to have our chairs introduce themselves. Professional development, Dr. Walks.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Skylar Walks. I serve as the Assistant Dean of Diversity, Equity, Accessibility, and Inclusion, as well as Assistant Professor of Instruction in the College of Pharmacy at the University of Texas at Austin.
Thank you. And then student development, Karina.
Hello, everyone. My name is Karina Obulano. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and aya, and I am a residence director here at Texas State University. And then I have been serving as a chair for student development this year.
Right. Marketing and social media, Kendra.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kendra Weston. I serve as the Assistant Director and Deputy Title IX Coordinator here in the Office of Equal Opportunity and Title IX at Texas State University, and I've served as the Chair for Social Media Marketing.
Thank you. All right. And then Dr. Medina was on here earlier, Dr. Liz Medina, who served as our corporate chair. And she's with Everly. So she is not, she's previously in post-secondary, but currently now she is in the private sector where they make lots of money, that's what I hear, but I don't know. Just teasing. Okay, and then last but not least is our elections chair. And he will introduce himself, and then I'm going to let him go ahead and take over the election. So I saved him for last since we're transitioning into the elections process.
Thank you, Dr. Ben. My name is David Cross. I'm the Director of EEO and Compliance and the Title IX Coordinator for Houston Community College, and it is a pleasure to be here. Before I start, I do want to give a huge personal thank you to Dr. Ben and the other officers and chairs for their leadership over the past 2 years. Many of us remember, or at least a few of us remember, 2 years ago in the summer of 2019, we came together at the University of Houston downtown campus to re-energize the TADOHE organization, which has been in existence for a good 10 years, but we really wanted to just breathe some new life into it. This leadership group took over the reins at that point with a lot of excitement. We started a great year, had some good events. Next thing we know, COVID-19 happens, and our summer conference ended up getting canceled, and we moved to a great fall virtual conference mode last year. We had the Great Texas Freeze earlier this year, as you guys recall. It's just been one thing after the other, and for me, the personal support interaction with this group, the executive board, and the members has just been phenomenal and a real source of strength for me. Thank you guys so much for your willingness to lead. 1 year turned into 2 years, turned into, I think, a real opportunity for us to create something that this state needs. And that's a voice for diversity and inclusion and leadership moving forward at the higher education level. Texas has challenges, as we know, in a lot of areas, but there's also great opportunity, and this is a group to move it forward. Also, I want to just embarrass somebody and do a quick shout out to Donna Davis, who just came to HCC as our diversity officer for the institution. We're thrilled to have her here to focus our conversation and take it forward. And I'm thrilled that she's here in the business meeting to talk about leadership moving forward. I am going to talk.
Thanks, David.
You betcha. You betcha. I am going to talk a little bit about the election process this year, how different it is, also the new bylaws. As I said, the leadership group has been working for the past few months trying to create an infrastructure that makes sense for the group as we go forward, and also create a consistent pattern of leadership and something that can build on. So that's what's being presented today. We are doing a virtual kind of remote voting process, I think out of necessity, and to be able to work with this. It is my sincere hope that next year we will be back together face to face and we can have the kind of robust discussion and collision, or if you will, consensus of leadership that comes from that kind of face-to-face business meeting and discussion where we all can sit and work it out. So what the executive board has done is work with me to identify a slate of officers that has been put forth. All the folks who are on the slate have agreed to the nomination. We also created the opportunity for write-in votes, and certainly would have a discussion if anyone wants to talk about specific positions today. And we encourage you to add that nomination in. I've asked that all those ballots that have been sent out, and I think I sent out like 66 of them yesterday to institutional members and other members that have individual paid members. They're coming in slowly. I'm hoping for a rush after we get through, and we'll take those up until 12:59 tonight. Thank you. I think Kendra noticed that there was a typo on my letter. It said Friday, May the 26th. I meant the 28th, so certainly please send those forward as we work with that. Also on the item for voting is for ratification of the bylaws. There were existing bylaws that have been regrouped and updated. They really pattern and mirror the TADOHE bylaws and follow the templates from that. But I wanted to take just a moment and highlight some of the changes that this group has made. One change was kind of a naming change. We had traditional kind of titles, chair, vice chair, secretary, and treasurer, kind of creating a little bit more modern terminology so that we have the president, an executive vice president, which is going to be the vice chair, an executive assistant, which is the former secretary role, and then the vice president of finance, which was the former treasurer role. In addition, the committee is moving forward with recommending 4 additional vice presidents, I believe, vice president for communications, a vice president for corporate relations, and a vice president for membership, and a vice president of student development. Those are specific roles that are designated now within the charter. It is our hope and expectation that the folks who take those roles will work to develop their committees and their groups to assist them with the work, which will also help us expand our membership. We moved the transition of the officer role to September 1st, the beginning of the academic year. The voting is supposed to take place at the annual meeting, which is traditionally going to be a spring meeting. That allows times for transition, building of initiatives over the summer, and preparing for the new year. There was also a decision made to move the roles to 2-year terms in an effort to kind of, again, create that consistency of leadership over a period of time, so that when members are elected, it's for a 2-year time. All persons who are in leadership roles are eligible for re-election without term limitations. That was already existing in the charter. There was also an addition of a president-elect role, which will run concurrent with a leadership role. It's how it's designed in the bylaws, so that we have a president-elect who we could expect to take over the role as president within 2 years, coming from the board leadership. There are no amendments to the charter. These bylaws were approved in a meeting of the executive board on May 21st, 21, and then will be ratified if approved by a majority vote of the membership that's taken and the votes that are taken today. I had sent out the slate of candidates. Should I read through the candidates that are on there? Okay. If you'll allow me, I'll also share that. And that makes sense. Okay. For the role of president, the Skylar Walks, PhD, Assistant Dean of Diversity and Inclusion, Assistant Professor of Instruction, University of Texas at Austin College of Pharmacy, has been nominated for the president's role, and we also have a write-in option for the president. Executive Vice President, Robert Garcia, Assistant Director, Institutional Inclusive Excellence for Student Initiatives at Texas State University, is nominated for that role. And again, we have a write-in for the candidate for additional candidates. The Executive Assistant is Dr. Elia Beavers, Director of the Office of Student Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, University of Houston, Clear Lake. And the option for a write-in candidate. Vice President of Communication, Kendra Wilson, Assistant Director, Deputy Title IX Coordinator, Office of Equal Opportunity in Title IX, West Texas State University, and the write-in candidate availability. Vice President for Corporate Relations, Dr. Sherry Ben, Assistant Vice President for Institutional Inclusive Excellence, I'm sorry, Sherry, Student Initiative, Texas State University, and the option for a write-in candidate. Vice President of Finance, former Treasurer, Dr. Sophia Chaplin, Associate Dean of Student Life and Director of Diversity, Chair, President's Gender Equity Council, Texas Tech University School of Law. Then the option for a write-in candidate. Vice President of Membership, Dr. Stella Silva, Assistant Vice President for Inclusive Excellence, Faculty and Staff Initiatives, Interim Chief Diversity Officer, Institutional Inclusive Excellence, Texas State University. The option for a write-in candidate available. Vice President for Student Development, Uganlana, Residence Director, Sayre Hall, Department of Housing and Residential Life, Texas State University, with the option for a write-in candidate. President-elect is Robert Garcia, Assistant Director, Institutional Inclusive Excellence for Student Initiatives, Texas State University, and again, the option for a write-in candidate. And then finally, I agree with ratification of the TADOHE bylaws as presented, and a yes or a no. So let me open it up. Are there any questions regarding the nominations process, the elections process, or the bylaw recommendations? Okay. With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Ben. Again, thank you guys very much. This is an unusual year, we know that. I look forward to getting back to where we're doing this face-to-face, and we can do it in a much more robust way. Thank you.
Thank you, David. All right, so at this time, just get your ballots in. Please get those in. That's really important so we can finalize the elections process. So at this time, item number 2 on the agenda for our business meeting is the minutes from our previous chapter meeting. Dr. Beavers?
Yes, so get those pulled up. All right. So first off, I wanted to just touch base quickly about our fall summit, which we had back in October, on October 9th. And so the title, subject, what do you refer to it as, theme of that was realigning purpose, resistance, and persistence. And basically we spent some time, Dr. Ben got us all fired up with an occasion. We had a keynote from President Dr. Colette Pierce. And then we had some various speakers talk about a variety of topics. So cultural responsive leadership for Latinx communities, self-care and racial battle fatigue. We watched the Dear Bruh short film, which is a eulogy, a baptism, and a call to action. Talked about best practices in anti-racism, intentional mentoring of underrepresented minority students. And we had a couple of panels, one that was focused on race and internalization and study abroad. And then the other piece was about anti-Blackness and people of color communities. And so that was what we did for the summit at that time. At the end, we took some questions, and then Robert actually left us with these words: we are not hopeless, we are blessed, we realign, we persist, and we resist. May all that you do be from love. And so that was our time in the fall.
All right, thank you, Dr. Beavers. Appreciate that. So are there any necessary corrections to the minutes that were taken from the fall summit? If not, I'll entertain a motion to accept the minutes as they were presented.
I move that we accept the minutes.
Okay, I need a second.
I second.
Okay, all those in favor, say unmute and say aye.
Aye.
Unmute and say aye.
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 Are any of you opposed? Please say oppose. All right, the motion carries. Thank you. At this time, we'll move into the report portion of the business meeting. And so we're going to start, I'll start with the chair report. And so what I'm going to do is just give a quick overview of the accomplishments that the executive board and our respective members who are involved that over the past 2 years. So 2019 and 2020 and 21. So 19 to 20, 20 to 21. So in 2019, we documented a number of things that were accomplished. First of all, we had officer elections, which was really important. We established board priorities and developed a strategic plan. We had 7 board meetings, monthly board meetings. We launched our website. We had a 2019 fall reception hosted by University of Texas College of Pharmacy. We had a 2019 chapter meeting that was hosted by Concordia University. And we gave spotlight awards to colleagues across the state for in order to recognize their work in diversity, access, equity, inclusion. We had, we selected 5 committee chairs who will be sharing reports today. We also developed our committee charges. We established our social media accounts. We developed a membership structure for dues based on individual memberships, unit, institutional size, based on institutional size, small, medium, and large. We also applied for our EIN number and received that. And then we opened a bank account and we began to send out membership letters. 2020 to 2021, our accomplishments, we had 9 board meetings. We disseminated 3 newsletters. We secured institutional memberships, 2 institutional memberships in 2020. We, since we had 7 individuals from TADOHE represented at the TADOHE conference, We participated in the spring TADOHE conference as well, and the chapter breakfast and luncheon, where we gave a report on our respective activities as a chapter. We sent a summer letter out to the membership from me, from the chair. And then we had a virtual summit. During that summit, we had 198 attendees. The sponsors were Texas State University and Texas Tech University. 2021, we had 3 board meetings. Additionally, we planned for the spring summit, which those of you who are here were in attendance at that summit, secured 3 sponsorships. We also secured 2 additional memberships, institutional memberships as well. I'll make sure I got everything here. Chair sent out letters regarding a number of incidents, the George Floyd situation, that incident, murder, essentially. Sent out a letter regarding the murder of the women, the Asian women who were working in those different shops, that were gunned down while they were at work. So we sent out a letter to our membership as well regarding that particular situation. And that's been one of the things that we've tried to do. Anytime there's been any sort of incident, we'll send a letter out to the membership as well. That's really important, that we're communicating our values and supporting the communities that we serve and the communities that we support. And so anytime there's something like this, and then we call on our membership to also galvanize in solidarity in whatever ways they deem appropriate across their respective campuses, within their communities, and as they're working with their administrations and students. So looks like the other thing that I do want to highlight, that we at the fall summit, which was we had an outstanding summit. We did get to feature the viewing of a short film, Dear Bruh, a eulogy of baptism, and we did a chat and shoot with the director and writer of that. And that was something that was really exciting for us. Dr. Walks is the one who facilitated the process of us being able to secure that particular portion, and a number of other aspects of that summit. She was the coordinator for that summit with a really great team. But I highlight that because the individual, Yaki, what his last name I think is Smith. Dr. Walks,
yes, that's correct, Dr. Ben.
Okay.
It's Yaki Smith. Yes,
okay.
Yes, that's it. You got it.
All right. And so I wanted to highlight that because he is an up and coming young film director and producer and writer. And so it was a real honor for us to have him featured as one of our speakers and to preview his film at our conference or our summit in the fall. So I want to thank Dr. Walks for that. And that was something that was a really outstanding addition to our summit, in addition to all of the other speakers. We had some outstanding speakers at our summit. And that is something that has become really important to us, is providing professional development opportunities for our members and for those who are doing the work of diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice, not only in post-secondary institutions, but also folks within their respective communities, because we want to be a more inclusive organization. People who are interested in doing the work, we want to make sure that they are also included as part of our collective in advancing this work. So that concludes my report. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Silva for her report.
All right, thank you, Dr. Ben. So my report is somewhat connected, of course. Dr. Ben gave a rundown of all of the things that we as a collective group accomplished. As in my role as chair, I want to say filled in where needed and offered support. And initially in our first year as a TADOHE group, assisted in putting together with one of my staff members the actual membership portion of the website. And of course, you know, Mr. Garcia, Robert built up on that, on the rest of the website, along with Dr. Ben. One of the main initiatives that I wanted to concentrate on in the last 2 years was compiling a database of individuals who not only hold positions that have a specific title related to DEIA, but those of us who are just doing the work, right? So we needed to create, as Dr. Ben said, a collective. And so we wanted to do that. So we currently have a database. What we did was go into the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board website and compiled a list, or actually extrapolated a list of all of the 2- and 4-year institutions, whether they were public or private, to put together a database. And so we have currently of 108 CDO or CDO-like positions, but as we said, there's many of us who are doing this work who don't have those titles. So we're wanting to increase the information that we're collecting, the contact information. So I thought the last 2 years, it was interesting to, you know, collect that information. That's one of the primary databases that Dr. Beavers uses to send out information for TADOHE. So I thought that was really important in building that up. And then hopefully, you know, if I'm given an opportunity to move forward, is to continue to build upon that and to gather additional information from other institutions, to put together, once again, the collective, right? And to support each other and create solidarity in the work, because we know that this is really difficult work. This is trench work. You're up in front, out in the trenches, and doing work one-on-one with groups that may or may not agree with the mission of TADOHE. So just in closing, I want to say thank you, Dr. Ben, for your leadership. And to my fellow board members, it was an honor serving with you.
Thank you, Dr. Silva. All right, thank you for that information, Jaden. 195 unique attendees during today's summit. That's awesome. Okay, next we will have Robert Garcia will give the treasurer's report.
Well, I'm always the exciting report, I think, because I get to give dollar signs to the group, right? I am happy to report that at the end of our last statement in April, as of right now, we have $3,671.07. And so a large part of our income comes from only comes from those who are sponsoring us and supporting us, those who donate to us, but the large part does come from our memberships and those who do subscribe to it. And so as Dr. Ben stated earlier, we have about 4 institutional memberships and the rest are individual memberships. In the past 2 years, we have been very fortunate not to have had to spend a lot of money, largely in thanks to Texas Tech University. Shout out to Drs.